Chapter 1448. A million fire crows, burning the sea and the sky. Wah! 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 With the 10,000 crows chasing, Mo Yushi and Yan Chuan were about to be forced into a desperate situation. What should we do? Mo Yushi asked anxiously. Since this green-robed man dares to chase after us, he must be an extraordinary person. The strange body Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Even though there were countless fire crows between them, Yan Chuan could still sense a deadly threat. Yan Chuan's eyelids twitched. They're almost here. Is there any other way? Mo Yushi was extremely anxious. In the distance, number 1, number 72, and number 108 also seemed to have seen Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi. Number 1 sneered, "I see you, come out." Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi anxiously looked towards Yan Chuan. The alien body Yan Chuan looked at his body that had been swapped in the distance. His face was gloomy and he hesitated for a moment. Number 1's gaze became colder and colder. Still want to hide? Was it interesting? Come out, this part of the sea is about to dry up. Yan Chuan, we have no way out. Mo Yushi said bitterly. No, there's still one last way. Yan Chuan struggled. There's still a way. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. But I don't want to use it, because this method can only be used once. I still hope to use it to take back my body. The alien body Yan Chuan bit his lip and said. Ah. What method? Is there any other way? Mo Yushi revealed a shocked expression. When I was running away, I thought of a way to take back my body. Unfortunately, it can only be used once, and I need to prepare for it. It seems that it won't work. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it, I'll think of another way to take back my body. The strange body Yan Chuan sighed slightly. Mo Yushi didn't say anything, because Mo Yushi understood Yan Chuan's dilemma. At this moment, there was no time to think. As the flames surged towards them, the seawater around Yan Chuan was already boiling. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi were in the middle of the boiling seawater, surrounded by cooked fish. Yan Chuan looked into the distance with determination in his eyes. He was about to speak again. Suddenly, another abrupt voice sounded. Darling, please go on patrol. Boom. An ice-cold chill instantly filled the sea. The boiling sea instantly stopped boiling in front of this cold chi. With Mo Yushi as the boundary. The seawater Mo Yushi was in was lukewarm. In front of Mo Yushi, the green-robed man activated the fire crow gourd. Millions of fire crows flew past, burning the sea and the sky. Everything was empty, the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. Behind Mo Yushi, however, was an area of 10,000 miles of ice, with countless amounts of cold air surging into the sky. As the cold chi soared into the sky, it rapidly condensed countless amounts of water vapor. Surging water descended from the sky, rushing towards the other side. Boom! The two extreme environments collided violently, causing the surrounding void to explode. Wah! 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 The angry cries of the fire crows could be heard. Croak! 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 Sounds of ice toads roaring could be heard. On the ice surface behind Mo Yushi, there were millions of white ice toads that were jumping forward one after another. Every time it jumped, it would jump high into the sky. The silver-white ice toad emitted waves of cold air around it, like bright moons rolling forward. Croak! Wah! Fire crows and ice toads, the two extreme animals, roared angrily at each other. Yan Chuan turned his head and saw another man carrying a large gourd behind the million ice toads. The man was in a green robe. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared coldly at number 1 who was controlling the fire crow gourd. Another gourd? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. The other 3 were also taken aback. They looked coldly at the green-robed man who had suddenly appeared. Ice-Toad Gourd, Emperor Min? In the distance, no. One who was controlling the Fire Crow Gourd suddenly frowned. Emperor Min? The green-skinned gourd on his back was called Ice-Toad Gourd? Humph. Emperor Min snorted coldly. His cold snort pierced through the void. Emperor Min had green hair and a prominent forehead bone. His eyes were gloomy and he exuded a cold, ominous aura. Evil creature, how dare you? My fourth brother and sixth brother were kind enough to open the seal for you. How dare you snatch the bodies of my fourth brother and sixth brother? Sovereign Min's voice was filled with a trace of coldness. In the distance, number one who was controlling the Fire Crow Gourd looked coldly at Emperor Min. Opened the seal out of goodwill? Ha ha ha, it won't be long before we can open the seal ourselves. Why do you need to meddle in our business? Goodwill? You just want to enslave us. Number one said coldly. Emperor Min looked coldly at number one and said, the body that you have snatched belongs to my fourth brother, Hooligan. My fourth brother loves cleanliness. When we get the body back, the other exchange beasts will be fine. As for you, you will die. Do you think that you can scare me with just a few words? Emperor Min. Do you think you are so great in the divine realm? Sooner or later, I will enslave you in the divine realm and we will take the bodies of all 7 of you. Number one said coldly. Emperor Min sneered coldly. I wanted to capture Mo Yushi. Now it seems like it's better to have you. Number one sneered. With just you? You can only get my fourth brother's body. You are still far from it. Treasure, come out. Emperor Min waved his sleeve. Croak. 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 Countless ice toads stomped their feet and charged toward the fire crows. Hooligan's body is not the only one here. I am here too. Number 108 Yen Chuan said coldly. Treasure, come out. Number one shouted again. Wah. 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 Millions of fire crows flapped their wings and charged forward. Boom. Boom. The fire crows and ice toads collided and the surroundings exploded. Yen Chuan and Mo Yushi, who were in the strange body underwater, were surprised. Mo Yushi immediately looked at Yen Chuan. Now they are fighting. Let's get out of here immediately. Yen Chuan did not want to see the result. The most important thing now was to leave immediately. Mo Yushi nodded. Along with Yen Chuan's body, he quickly moved in a certain direction. Behind them, there was an earth-shattering roar, but the two did not have the time to appreciate it. Outside Luoyang City. The Immortal slaying sword vs the Immortal flying saber. With a single collision, the void was shattered into countless pieces. The saber and the sword separated, and Jin Dayu escaped instantly. Jin Dayu looked at the Sha Di in surprise. Ancestor? Jin Dayu frowned. This was the second time that the Slayer had saved him. The sect leader of Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. The Sha Di swung his yellow robe and took a step forward. The Immortal slaying gourd, the Sha Di? The sect leader of Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The Sha Di instantly appeared in front of Jin Dayu and shielded him behind him. Evil creature? Ha, you exchanged the body of the sect leader of Tong Tian? If it were the sect leader of Tong Tian, he could still walk in front of me for a while. As for you, you don't have the murderous nature of the sect leader of Tong Tian. The Sha Di said coldly. Huh? The sect leader of Tong Tian stared at him. Jin Dayu called back the 3 dragons. He looked at the Sha Di with mixed feelings. Jin Dayu, thank you, thank you. Jin Dayu did not know what to say. This was the second time the Sha Di had saved him. The Immortal slaying gourd was the magic treasure of his second ancestor, Immortal Luya. However, it was the Sha Di's magic treasure. Were they not related? If not, why did the Sha Di save him twice? Let's go. Luoyang City is about to become a place of trouble. The Sha Di said lightly. Jin Dayu frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, Senior, are you my ancestor, Immortal Luya? No, let's go. We won't be able to leave in a while. The Sha Di said in a deep voice. Jin Dayu wanted to refute but did not know what to say. Jin Dayu looked at the Sha Di with mixed feelings and nodded. Yes, I will leave now. I won't be a burden to you. Let's go. Jin Dayu yelled. With the 3 dragons in tow, he quickly fled into the distance. After Jin Dayu left, Sha Di turned to look at Jin Dayu with a complicated look in his eyes. On the opposite side, the sect leader of Tong Tian looked at the Sha Di coldly with a sword in his hand. The sect leader of Tong Tian was on guard. He turned his back to Luoyang City. In Luoyang City, Wu Jiong looked gloomy. The Sha Di's arrival made everyone nervous. The Sha Di was ranked 3rd in the divine realm. He was also ranked 3rd in terms of strength. The sect leader of Tong Tian could at most fight with him but might not be able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, the Sha Di had changed his body. Although he had inherited everything from the Sha Di, he was still not the Sha Di and his strength was reduced. The Sha Di did not look at the sect leader of Tong Tian or Wu Jiong. Bastard, come out. The Sha Di shouted coldly. His shout reverberated through the entire Luoyang City. The formation of Luoyang City was activated and shook the city. At this moment, something happened in a hall not far from Wu Jiong. The door of the hall was still closed. A man in a blue robe with a huge blue gourd on his back walked through the door slowly. The door was still closed. However, the man in the blue robe seemed to have the ability to pass through walls. The door did not move at all when he stepped through. The man in the blue robe looked free and easy. The blue gourd on his back glowed faintly. Number 2. Wu Jiong called out respectfully. The man in the blue robe nodded. Number 2 walked to Wu Jiong and looked at the Sha Di outside Luoyang City. It's the Immortal slaying gourd. The Sha Di? Ha ha ha, are you here to deliver your body today as well? Number 2 said with a laugh. Bastard, you don't know what's good for you. The Sha Di's eyes turned cold. Above the sea in the distance, Emperor Min was fighting against number 1, number 72, and number 108. He was fighting against 3 beasts at the same time, and it was a draw. Yan Chuan's body? There's another guy. Humph. Emperor Min's eyes flashed with depression. Number 1 let out a long sigh. If not for number 108, it would be difficult for us to be on par with Emperor Min. Number 108 was anxious. Number 72 urged Luoyang again. Why aren't they here yet? Chapter 1449. 1 month later. In a hidden valley in a territory. Mou Shi, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, the 6 dragons, and the mutated Yan Chuan gathered again. How can this be? Jin Dayu exclaimed. The exchange beasts are even faster than the one that appeared in the Great Thousand World? Bai Qi frowned. The mutated Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, the one in the Great Thousand World back then was not mature. These exchange beasts have all matured. I should have discovered it back then. I should have stopped it. Mo Yushi's face was filled with regret. It was too late. No one knew how long it would take for the exchange to complete. If the exchange was completed by the time you stopped it, it might have killed me. The mutated Yan Chuan consoled her. Mo Yushi sighed softly. The exchange beast's divine abilities are too strange. Back then, I had already set up a sea of blood and a shield outside my body. Unfortunately, it still didn't work. This kind of exchange can penetrate any treasure or power. Only by using living beings to block it can we avoid it. The mutated Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Avoid it? That's right. Number 108 exchanged with me. Clearly, there are many exchange beasts in Luoyang. Next, carry some small creatures in your clothes, such as rats, lizards, and other animals. Even if you encounter an exchange beast again, the first to be exchanged will definitely be the rats in your clothes. The mutated Yan Chuan instructed. Yes. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu replied. But now, what do we do? Jin Dayu asked. The mutated Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. He looked at the starry sky and said, everything depends on strength. My body is still too weak. An ancient immortal's cultivation can't do anything at all. Just now, I've already asked Yushi to send a message to the Great Qin City. The Great Qin City has already sent a message to all the factory guards in the western outer continent, asking them to find the whereabouts of the scattered experts of the second era. Next, it's time for you to take action. First, capture a second era expert. I'll use the Great Cycle Star Formation to steal the power of the stars and strengthen this body. The mutated Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. At this moment, Mo Yushi suddenly took out a bunch of life tablets. The jade tablets shattered and Mo Yushi quickly read them. There's a letter from the Great Qin City. The West Outer Continent's factory guard sent news that Sha Di had turned Luoyang City upside down, but because there were too many experts in Luoyang City, he had to retreat. In the end, Emperor Min and the 3 exchange beasts also suffered great losses and went back separately. Mo Yushi said. The Slayer? He originally wanted to stop Luoyang City's exchange beast from going to the sea to help. Unfortunately, Emperor Min returned with nothing to show for it. Yan Chuan shook his head. Pa. Bai Qi quickly took out a batch of life tokens, which shattered one after another. Celestial Emperor, there's news. We've discovered experts from the second era. Bai Qi's eyes lit up. The 8 of you, go and capture them immediately. The variant body Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of people left. Only the variant body Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi were left in the valley. From now on, I'll follow you at all times to prevent any accidents. Mo Yushi said with a determined look in her eyes. Looking at Mo Yushi, the variant body Yan Chuan smiled. There was no need for words of gratitude between husband and wife. You should rest too. You were injured last time. Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and said. Okay. 10 days later. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the 6 dragons returned. Following them was a red-haired man who was tied up. Bastard, let me go. The red-haired man roared. The variant body Yan Chuan looked at the red-haired man coldly. Well done. Yan Chuan nodded. Celestial Emperor, when we were capturing this man, we met another person. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Oh. The former sage king of De Qi, Sun Wukong. Bai Qi gritted his teeth. If it were not for Sun Wukong's message, Yan Chuan and his group would not have gone to the west and would not have encountered such a calamity. Bai Qi still resented him. Him? The variant body Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. He was the one who took the initiative to look for us. However, there were 2 of them. One was a monkey and the other was a human. Monkey? The monkey's Sun Wukong was like a bodyguard to a human. He was extremely respectful to a human. When he saw us, he said that he wanted to meet you. At that time, I felt that I could not bring him back. Hence, the 2 Sun Wukong asked me to bring you a jade slip. He said that you will know everything after you read the jade slip. Bai Qi said solemnly. The variant body Yan Chuan took the jade slip. He read it carefully. As he read, his eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Mo Yushi asked curiously. It's the prime of Tong Tian. Ah. Beast swap. What a shocking plan. First, he swapped Sun Wukong's human body and killed the swapped body. Then, he immediately went to meet the Prime of Tong Tian. When the Prime of Tong Tian was not prepared, he immediately swapped bodies with him and prepared to kill Sun Wukong's human body. Unfortunately, the Prime of Tong Tian reacted quickly and escaped in an instant. Then, the variant body found Sun Wukong's demonic body. Sun Wukong's demonic body was powerful, but it was definitely not as strong as the beast-swapped bodies. So, he temporarily stayed close to the variant body to protect him. The variant body Yan Chuan explained. The Prime of Tong Tian escaped. Bai Qi asked in surprise. This might be the Prime of Tong Tian's calamity. It's because he trusted Sun Wukong too much. I didn't expect the beast swap. Bai Qi, go and bring them here. The variant body Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Jin Dayu, prepare to set up the cosmic star formation and deprive him of his astral energy. The variant body Yan Chuan said. No, what are you doing? Deprive me of my astral energy? No. The red-haired man cried out in shock. Yes. A few days later, Bai Qi returned with the demonic body Sun Wukong, the variant body Tong Tian, and a woman. The woman was none other than Princess Taiping of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Everyone flew over from afar. Above the starry sky, a beam of light shot down and headed straight for a valley. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. When they flew to the valley, they saw a huge array formation being set up. In midair, the red-haired man of the second epoch was unable to move. His astral energy was being extracted. Below him stood a green-robed man. Rumble. As his astral energy was being extracted, the green-robed man's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. His aura burst out, and his strength increased exponentially. As for the red-haired man, he became thinner. 6th Firmament of the Ancestral Immortal Realm. 7th Firmament of the Ancestral Immortal Realm. 9th Firmament of the Ancestral Immortal Realm. 10th Firmament of the Ancestral Immortal Realm. 11th Firmament of the Ancestral Immortal Realm. 12th Firmament of the Ancestral Immortal Realm. Princess Taiping shouted solemnly. Boom! The extraction of astral energy ended. In midair, the red-haired man was already on the verge of death. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. Below him, the variant body Yan Chuan grasped powerful strength again. Extraction of astral energy, the variant body Tong Tian said in surprise. Mo Shi had been guarding at the side. The variant body Yan Chuan sensed his body, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Take him away. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. Although he had regained his powerful cultivation level, Yan Chuan knew that compared to his original body, it was naturally much weaker. However, he still had a trace of power to protect himself. Sky Emperor, Tong Tian is here. Bai Qi called out. Yan Chuan turned his head and looked over. It was 2 Sun Wukong and 1 Princess Taiping. Yan Chuan immediately looked at the human Sun Wukong and immediately recognized Tong Tian. Tong Tian? The variant body Yan Chuan revealed a wry smile. You fell for it too. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my reputation to be ruined by a group of evil beasts. The variant body Tong Tian said with a wry smile. Yan Chuan nodded and turned to look at the demon Sun Wukong. It was still Sun Wukong. Then, he looked at Princess Taiping. As he looked, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Wu Jiong. The aura of the Princess Taiping before him was different from the Princess Taiping he knew back then. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Yan Chuan had only seen one person with such a heroic aura. It was Wu Jiong. Greetings, Yan Emperor. The variant body Wu Jiong said with a wry smile. The 3 of you, please. Yan Chuan said to the 3 of them. There was a pavilion not far away. Yan Chuan waved his hand, and everyone went to the pavilion. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu guarded the surroundings. In the pavilion, Yan Chuan, Mo Shi, Tong Tian, and Wu Jiong sat down. Sun Wukong stood respectfully behind Tong Tian. Mo Yushi looked at Wu Jiong, who looked like Princess Taiping, with a complicated look in her eyes. After all, she was her biological mother. Wu Jiong also saw Mo Yushi's expression, but she did not pursue the matter. What happened back then was already in the past. This time, she still had something to ask of him, so she naturally could not be too unreasonable. It seems that Martial Emperor was careless. That's right. In the great Zhou dynasty's heavenly court, there are very few people who can make you lower your guard and be alone with you. This Princess Taiping is one of them. Yan Chuan nodded. Wu Jiong smiled. Tong Tian said, "We saw you before you entered Luoyang that day. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient for us to speak at that time. Once we spoke, not only would we be blamed by them, but we would also be unable to protect ourselves." "I'm sorry. I understand." Yan Chuan nodded. "When I saw you escape that day, I knew that you would definitely look for the people of the Second Era. We waited for 2 nearby until I met Bai Qi and the others." Tong Tian said. "You guys are not bad. In the end, you escaped from your hands." Yan Chuan said with a smile. "Everything was a coincidence." Tong Tian shook his head. "Yes." Yan Chuan sighed. "What are your plans?" Tong Tian asked. "Take back my body." Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Tong Tian nodded, and Wu Jiong took a deep breath. "Emperor Yan." Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said. "I need your help." Wu Jiong said very directly. Mo Yushi's expression changed slightly, but Wu Jiong did not look at Mo Yushi from beginning to end, as if she did not want Yan Chuan to misunderstand. "Help?" "That's right. They did not kill the people of the great Zhou dynasty but imprisoned them. Because they want to revive the entire great Zhou dynasty, they need the system's personnel. They imprisoned them for interrogation. I need your help. Help me restore my country, help me take back my body because you have a way to deprive astral power." Wu Jiong said solemnly. "Help you restore your country? Take back everything?" Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong did not have much of a friendship. "Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. I was able to escape this time because of the Purple Cloud Palace path left behind by Teacher. I have a ball that connects to the Purple Cloud Palace. As long as you help me restore my country and take back everything, I'm willing to exchange it for this." Wu Jiong said solemnly. "Purple Cloud Palace? Earth?" Yan Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1450. Purple Cloud Palace? Earth? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's right. Yan Di used to be the first emperor, so he naturally understands the uniqueness of the Purple Cloud Palace. Not long ago, when I was swapped, I risked my life to grab the ball that leads to the Purple Cloud Palace and escaped. I'm sure Yan Di is also very interested in this. Wu Jiong laughed. You've returned to Earth? How is it now? Yan Chuan asked with a hint of curiosity. The world has changed. Things have remained the same, but people have changed. The entire social structure has undergone an earth-shattering change. The internal time is different from the external time, so I didn't dare to stay for too long. I only took a short look before returning. The mortals there are the purest of mortals, but they have grasped some wonderful uses of energy. It's incredible. Wu Jiong exclaimed. Oh. Without any cultivation base, these mortals controlled electricity and used it to do all kinds of strange things. They used the power of fire on some of the iron carriages, making them reach the speed of a Qi realm cultivator. They also created iron birds that flew in the sky and created iron fish that dived into the bottom of the sea, where people could ride on them. Wu Jiong recalled. They're all mortals? Yan Di asked solemnly. Yes, they're all mortals, and they used a very short time. Their creativity has reached the level of many virtuous sages, and their theories are extremely systematic. I don't know why teacher sealed this place, but at least it seems that a new mutation has occurred in the world of the Purple Cloud Palace. An unknown mutation. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Mutation? Yes, but their mutation is still very small. Teacher must have set it up for a purpose. I'll trade with you. What do you think? Wu Jiong stared at Yan Chuan seriously. Yan Chuan frowned and fell into deep thought. Yan Chuan clearly remembered that the transcendent of the greater thousand world, Zhong Shan, also came from Earth. The appearance of a variable made him the master of the greater thousand world, the people on Earth now. Back then, he dreamed of the Qin dynasty, which had countless people. Most importantly, Zhong Shan had also obtained a small ball back then, which also led to Earth. Wu Jiong also had one. It also led to Earth? And they were separated by two worlds. Earth, or the Purple Cloud Palace, has a big secret. Don't you want to study it yourself? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled. Research? Of course, I want to, but I need to have the capital to do so. Compared to the Purple Cloud Palace, what I want more is to take back everything that belongs to me. Oh. Yan Chuan stared at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong smiled bitterly and said, Teacher schemed countless times when he was alive. Even after his death, there must be countless unsolved schemes. I don't want to face teacher's things anymore. After looking at Wu Jiong for a while, Yan Chuan finally nodded and said, All right. I promise you, but you have to cooperate with me. Deal. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded. For the sake of fairness, I placed the small ball that leads to the Purple Cloud Palace in senior brother's hands. I believe that you have nothing to worry about. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Of course I believe in Tong Tian. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, the first step is still to raise our cultivation. Tong Tian said. Yes, I will search for the experts of the second epoch again and deprive them of their astral powers. I will raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Yan Chuan said. That would be great. Wu Jiong nodded. Also, Yan Di, because the officials of the Great Zhou Imperial Court were exchanged, my intelligence system is on the verge of collapse. Now, I can only control a small portion of the power, which is far from enough. This is also why I came to you. I hope that your spies can monitor the world. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Of course. Yan Chuan nodded. It's not that easy to take back our bodies. After all, only the exchange of bodies can be done with the exchange beasts. Even if we catch the exchange beasts, we can't exchange them back. Tong Tian said with a frown. Isn't it fine as long as they are willing to exchange? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Oh. Let's wait a little longer. Wait for a new opportunity, wait for our bodies to be separated from each other. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. It won't be long before the Ziwei celestial realm invades the Great Zhou Imperial Court. The people of Ziwei the Great will soon attack the Great Zhou Imperial Court. At that time, they will definitely be separated. That will be the best time. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. The Great Zhou Imperial Court. The exchange beasts snatched the bodies of the Great Zhou Imperial Court's leaders and guarded the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Inside a great hall. Number 1, with a flame gourd on his back, faced a group of exchange beasts. Wu Jiong ran away, Tong Tian ran away, and Yan Chuan also ran away. Their cultivation is low. We must find them as soon as possible. Number 1 said in a low voice. I have already sent people to track them down. Wu Jiong's body nodded. I'm not worried about Wu Jiong and Tong Tian. I'm worried about Yan Chuan. Send more people. Jin Daiyu and Bai Qi have both run away. I'm now worried that he will find the people of the second epoch and deprive them of their astral powers. That will cause trouble for us. Number 1 frowned. He won't. He won't leak it. Who would believe the words of a bunch of lunatics? Wu Jiong's body laughed. Yes. Number 1 heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. However, we can't be careless. Yan Chuan. Number 108, what do you think? Number 1 asked. Yan Chuan's body shook his head and said, I don't feel anything. That's the best. At least it means that the 2 Yan Chuans have their own thoughts. Number 1 nodded. Now that we have Yan Chuan, the outer east continent will be ours. The next step is to hunt down Mo Yushi's group. Tongtian's body said. Yes, everything must be done as soon as possible. Number 1 nodded. By the way, there's news from the front lines. The Ziwei Celestial Realm has sent troops to us. Commander Wenxiu. Wu Jiong's body frowned. Ziwei Celestial Realm? This group of people is the most troublesome. They don't have much strength, but they have the foundation of the second era. Even if they are exchanged back, they won't be able to connect to the power of the stars. This is why we didn't stay in the Middle Heaven continent when we left. Number 1 said in a low voice. Actually, it's not a big deal. If we exchange them, we won't be able to connect to the power of the stars. At the same time, they won't be able to do it. We'll just have to wait for the others to catch them after the exchange. Tongtian's body laughed. That's right. The Ziwei Celestial Realm is nothing to be afraid of. Wu Jiong nodded. Actually, I'm quite interested in the Great Emperor karmic rank. In that case, let's be tough. When we take down the Ziwei Celestial Realm, our territory will be bigger and will unify the world of the living as soon as possible. Number 1 said in a low voice. Okay. Everyone answered. Above the West Sea. Wen Chu led the army to attack the outer West continent, accompanied by Pejuan and Wu Chu. On an island in the West Sea. Master has already begun to head to the Celestial Longevity Realm. Let's take down the outer West continent as soon as possible. We can't lose to greed and the others. Wu Chu laughed. Of course. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court? Ha! Wen Chu snorted disdainfully. Report. A guard ran over quickly. What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Wen Chu asked in a low voice. Oh no, Great General Tian Tue, he. The guard said nervously. What's wrong with him? Pejuan shouted. He betrayed us. He surrendered to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The guard said nervously. Bam! Wu Chu kicked the guard away. Ridiculous. I supported Tian Tue. He's one of the 36 Big Dipper stars. He's only loyal to Master. How could he betray us? If you say any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wu Chu's fiery temper scared the guard so much that he trembled. Stop, Wu Chu! Wen Chu shouted. Wen Chu's face darkened. After all, this news was too strange. How could it be? He had personally appointed Tian Tue. Before he left, he was in high spirits and wrote a military pledge to take down 20 cities. But now, he had betrayed us? Wen Chu naturally did not believe it. Say it again. Wen Chu asked solemnly. Great General Tian Tue surrendered to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The guard said nervously. You're still talking nonsense? Wu Chu was angry again. No, I didn't. This is news from the front line. If it's from the front line, I wouldn't dare. The guard said fearfully. Wu Chu, calm down. Wen Chu shook his head. But, how could Tian Tue betray us? Wu Chu said anxiously. Something must have happened. It must be. Send someone to investigate quickly. Wen Chu said to a guard beside him. Yes. Also, pass down the order. All the attacking troops are to stop advancing. Everyone, wait for orders. Wen Chu ordered. Yes. The guard retreated. Wu Chu and Wen Chu looked at Wen Chu. Wen Chu, what do you think is going on? Pejuan frowned. I don't know, but the great Zhou heavenly court doesn't seem as weak as we thought. Wen Chu said solemnly. Then what should we do? Let's figure out the situation first, Wen Chu said solemnly. All right. The two nodded. Celestial Longevity Realm. Tianxiang Army Commander's residence. Qi Sha stared at the butler. Where's my fifth brother? Lord Qi Sha, I don't know where Master went. The butler looked troubled. What do you mean you don't know? Bastard, didn't my fifth brother tell you before he left? If you don't know, does anyone else know? Qi Sha said in a low voice. No, Master didn't say, nor did he tell anyone. The butler shook his head. That's strange. Fifth brother didn't tell me when he went out. I have good things, but no one is with me to admire them. Qi Sha shook his head and stepped out of Tianxiang Mansion. However, after walking for a while, Qi Sha's eyes lit up. Right, I remember now. That place? I saw fifth brother go there last time. At that time, Master called me, so I didn't go to take a look. Could it be? Fifth brother is hiding a mistress? Kakik, I want to take a look. Qi Sha suddenly became excited. Whoosh. Qi Sha quickly flew away from the city and headed for a distant sea. Whoosh. In the distance, Qi Sha landed at the entrance of a valley. It's here. Qi Sha looked at the valley excitedly. Should I give fifth brother a surprise? Hee hee. Qi Sha concealed his aura and quietly entered the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw a large group of people standing in the valley. At the center of the group was a man in a purple robe. The moment he saw the man in the purple robe, Qi Sha's pupils suddenly shrank. Great Emperor Ziwei? Qi Sha shouted in horror. Chapter 1451. Big Brother Tianfu, Fifth Brother Tianxiang? And those earthly fiends, what are they doing? What are you doing? Seven Kill's eyes widened. He hid in the corner and was filled with shock. Great Emperor Ziwei? Why is he here? He shouldn't be here. The two commanders of the Southern Dipper Army were listening to Great Emperor Ziwei. That's right. I need it now, immediately. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Yes. Tianfu and Tianxiang answered. My lord, it's been too long since the Second Era. I thought you'd forgotten about us. Tianxiang said with a smile. How could you forget? Haha. Tianfu laughed. Well, you've been hiding by Great Emperor Chongqing's side for so long. I'm glad you haven't forgotten. Don't worry, when we return to the Ziwei Celestial Realm, you'll still be my best commander. Great Emperor Ziwei promised. Thank you, my lord. What do you think of Great Emperor Chongqing? Great Emperor Chongqing? How can he be compared to my lord? I've tolerated him for many years, since the Second Era. Those who know him know that he's Great Emperor Chongqing, but those who don't would think that he's a bandit. If it weren't for our help, how could the Celestial Realm be established? Tianfu sneered. That's good. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded. My lord, when do we do it? Tianfu's eyes flashed coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei was about to speak, but he suddenly fell silent. My lord, what's wrong? Tianxiang asked. The corners of Great Emperor Ziwei's lips curled into a cold smile. In the distance, Seven Kill's expression suddenly changed. Shit, I've been discovered. Seven Kills wanted to run, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. Boom! A strong wind suddenly blew around Seven Kills. Tianfu and Tianxiang's expressions changed as they turned to look. Seven Kill's eyes widened, but he couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. He stared at Tianfu and Tianxiang in disbelief. It's that little bastard 7 kills? Tianfu's eyes turned cold. He's as wretched as Great Emperor Changsheng. Tianxiang said coldly. 7 kills looked at his 2 sworn brothers in disbelief. How could they say that about him? Fortunately, my lord discovered it in time. Otherwise, if news of today's incident was leaked, we would be in trouble. Tian Xiang immediately looked at Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, said Heaven's Mansion, we must seal the 7 murders immediately, or take them away from this place to prevent any unexpected events from occurring. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded. Greed, bring 7 kills to the Central Territory. Wait for me to subdue the Celestial Longevity Plane. Great Emperor Polestar instructed. Yes. 7 kills eyes widened. Subdue the Celestial Longevity Realm? Kill the Longevity Emperor? Kill the Longevity Monarch? No. Qi Sha screamed in despair in his heart. This was because it was not impossible. They were working together, and Great Emperor Ziwei was much stronger than Emperor Changsheng. Emperor Changsheng would definitely die. Was the Lord going to die? A look of grief and indignation flashed across 7 kills' eyes. He hated himself for being so useless that he had been instantly imprisoned by Great Emperor Ziwei. Thinking of his master's death, Qi Sha's eyes flashed with determination. Die. He roared in his heart. What? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Boom. 7 kills self-destructed. The entire valley exploded. After the huge explosion, Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. He reached out and pressed down, immediately suppressing the explosion to the minimum. However, the place where 7 kills was in ruins. 7 kills was dead, but his soul had entered the netherworld. What a heroic 7 kills. Emperor Changsheng's subordinate is actually so unyielding and loyal? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was ugly. How could this be? 7 kills is the most shameless person. He has always been a coward. Why would he choose to self-destruct? Tian Xiang said in shock. Yes, 7 kills is a coward. I didn't expect. Heaven's Mansion's expression also turned ugly. 7 kills is seeking death. For the sake of reincarnation, inform Emperor Changsheng. No, the operation must begin immediately. Great Emperor Ziwei said solemnly. Yes. Celestial Longevity Realm, Longevity Hall's entrance. Emperor Changsheng looked up at the starry sky. The 7 kills star emitted a scarlet light before dimming. What happened? 7 kills is dead? How is that possible? Emperor Changsheng said in shock. Men. Emperor Changsheng shouted angrily. In the underworld, 7 kills committed suicide and turned into a ghost, wandering the underworld in a daze. Suddenly, a reincarnation appeared beside 7 kills. Whoosh! 7 kills was sucked into it. 1 day later. 7 kills consciousness gradually returned. Wah! Wah! A series of heart-wrenching cries of a baby could be heard. 7 kills woke up and shouted desperately, but he realized that this was the only sound he could make. Wah! Master, look at how loud the young master's voice is. An old woman hugged 7 kills and cried out. He became a baby? This is bad. What should I do? The baby was in a dilemma. Ha, let me see my baby. Ha. A bearded man picked up the baby. He opened his mouth and was about to kiss him. 7 kills eyes widened. Help. Wah. Wah. Boom. A ray of astral power descended from the sky. 7 kills was immediately enveloped in light. Ah. Ghost. The old woman exclaimed. The baby's father also looked at the baby in his arms in shock. Whoosh. The baby, who was born a day ago, flew into the sky. My son, my son. The baby's father exclaimed. Go tell the master, go tell the master. Hurry, hurry. The baby flew quickly. Several days later. Outside the Longevity Palace in the Celestial Longevity Realm. The baby flew over with great difficulty. Outside the Longevity Palace, a huge purple barrier enveloped the entire Longevity Palace. The stars in the sky, the heavenly spirits, and the earthly fiends all lit up. Ha ha ha, Longevity the Arch, you have nowhere to go today. Great Emperor Ziwei's voice rang out. Boom! With a loud bang, the baby looked over. He saw Great Emperor Ziwei's 7 stars palm fiercely suppressing Longevity the Arch. Longevity the Arch looked up at the sky and saw the 7 kill star light up again. Ha ha ha, Qi Sha is alive again. Monarch Chongqing laughed. So what if he's alive? Even if he's reincarnated, how much power do you think a baby can unleash? Even the 7 kill star can only unleash the strength of an ancient immortal at most. A baby's body is weak and can't bear the burden. Just wait for me to refine you. Refine. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Boom. Countless purple lights rushed toward Longevity the Arch. Pfft. Longevity the Arch spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. 7 kills, I hope you're reincarnated in the Celestial Longevity Realm. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear me once you leave the Celestial Longevity Realm. Listen, 7 kills, run. I'm in trouble. Little brat, you must escape. Pfft. Longevity the Arch spat out another mouthful of blood. Woo 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 woo. Outside of Purple Sister, the baby was whimpering. In a valley in the western outer continent. The mutated body Wu Zhao and the mutated body Skirich felt their own power. Satisfaction flashed in their eyes. Depriving the power of stars. This is good stuff. The mutated body Wu Zhao's eyes flashed with desire. The mutated body Yan Chuan walked over. The battle between the exchange beasts and the Ziwei celestial realm has begun. Our chance is here. Let's go. Chapter 1452. Wen Chu Camp. Wen Chu, Wu Chu, and defeating armies were listening to the intelligence from the front. Marshals, since our army stopped advancing, Great Zhou has not made any moves. However, there is still no news from General Tian Tue. A guard said respectfully. Great Zhou Imperial Court? How cautious. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes. Tian Tue, that bastard, actually betrayed us. Wu Chu rebuked angrily. Everything is still unknown. Don't jump to conclusions too early. However, this Great Zhou Imperial Court is indeed stranger than what we know. Wen Chu said. Then what do we do now? Just wait like this? Wu Chu said unwillingly. Yes, if we don't get any results, we won't be able to answer to the Lord in the future. Defeating armies frowned. No, this is the best answer. Wen Chu shook his head. Wen Chu, you are too cautious. There is nothing wrong with being cautious. If we don't deal with Tian Tue and advance rashly, there might be a second or third Tian Tue. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes. All right. Wu Chu and defeating armies nodded. Reporting. A guard quickly entered the main hall. Marshals, this is a letter of challenge from Great Zhou's Marshal de Renjie. The guard handed over a letter of challenge respectfully. Oh. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes and took the letter of challenge. Wen Chu opened the letter of challenge and read it carefully. Battle of Songjiang Mouth? And Tian Tue as the vanguard? Humph. Wen Chu snorted coldly. Good, Tian Tue really betrayed us. He actually became the vanguard of Great Zhou Imperial Court. Songjiang Mouth? Humph, I will skin him alive. Wu Chu glared. Wen Chu, are we going? Defeating armies asked. Yes, why not? This time, we must find out why Tian Tui betrayed us. Wen Chu said solemnly. That's right. Defeating armies nodded. However, Great Zhou Imperial Court must be prepared for this letter of challenge. Inform the right minister immediately and ask Zhu men to come and help. Wen Chu said. Ah. The right minister and Zhu men are responsible for guarding Ziwei Palace. With the three of us, who in the world can do anything to us? Defeating armies said in surprise. There must be something fishy about this. I don't want to fail miserably at such an easy task. Let the giant door come over. Wen Chu said seriously. Good. Luoyang City. In the midst of a series of discussions. Wen Chu agreed. Wu Jiong's body asked in a deep voice. That's great. The towering figure smiled. Number 1 with the fire crow gourd on his back laughed coldly. We are not like the exploding beast or the sky-swallowing tail beast. We hid the moment we appeared and gathered information about the world before we dared to make a move. Wen Chu, Pajun, Wu Chu. The three of them were connected to the stars, and all of them had a cultivation of the 15th heavenly layer. This time, he was going to exchange the three of them. The Western Expedition Army of the Ziwei Celestial Realm will be completely crippled. Yes. Everyone nodded. I've already searched the entire Songjiang estuary. None of them can leave this time. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Number 1 looked at Wu Jiong and said, you should continue to guard Luoyang City. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court is our foundation. We cannot afford to lose it. All right. Wu Jiong nodded. Number 7 and number 108, which are Tongtian's strength, Yan Chuan's strength, and my fire crow gourd, they will not be able to escape even if they take them head-on. Moreover, we planned this beforehand. Number 86 exchanged for Tian Tui. With Tian Tui, we can cripple Wu Chu. The other two are no longer a threat. Number 1 said in a low voice. That's right. After crippling 3 army commanders, the Ziwei Celestial Realm strength will be greatly reduced. Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Let's wait for the battle at the Songjiang estuary in a month. Number 1 said in a low voice. Outside the west, in a valley. Mo Yushi, mutated body Yan Chuan, mutated body Wu Zhao, and mutated body Tong Tian stood in a pavilion. Jin Dayu reported the information he had gathered. The battle at the Songjiang estuary? Yan Chuan said with a frown. The battle at the Songjiang estuary? That's against Zhang Pejuan, Wu Chu, and Wenxiu. The exchange beast will definitely send experts. Tongtian's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Luoyang will definitely be empty. We can take the opportunity to take back Luoyang. Wu Jiong's eyes lit up. No. Yan Chuan immediately shook his head. Oh. Wu Jiong looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. Everything will wait for the next news. If my body participates in the battle at the Songjiang estuary, we will go there. If my body is in Luoyang, we will go to Luoyang. Yan Chuan said. But there will definitely be a large number of experts at the Songjiang estuary. How will you take it back? Wu Jiong immediately disagreed. Mo Yushi also looked at Yan Chuan worriedly. I don't care. I must be the first among the three of us to take back my body. Yan Chuan said stubbornly. Yan Chuan had a secret method, but it was not up to him to exchange bodies. Only the exchange beast had the final say. Would the exchange beast be foolish enough to exchange bodies with him? Of course not. Therefore, every method of changing back to a new body was rare and valuable. A method might be useless the next time it was used. Yan Chuan was naturally unwilling to let Wu Jiong benefit from the method he had painstakingly thought of. Tong Tian did not say anything. Wu Jiong raised his brows. After all, in Wu Jiong's eyes, going to Luoyang was to take back his body. Other than Tong Tian, Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong were on guard against each other. Wu Jiong, I will help you restore your country, but not now. I have my own demands. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. But when the time comes, a group of experts will surround your body. How will you take it back? Wu Jiong frowned. You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have my own methods. Of course, I don't need your help this time. If you want to go to Luoyang yourself, I won't stop you. However, if you want Yu Shi to help you, it's clearly impossible. Yan Chuan shook his head. Wu Jiong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the past few days, Wu Jiong had not harassed Imo Yu Shi because he wanted to let Imo Yu Shi lower her guard and make her feel guilty. When the time came, he would take advantage of Imo Yu Shi again and have Imo Yu Shi sacrifice her life to help him take back his body. However, Yan Chuan had clearly seen through this. Go to Luoyang himself? Without Imo Yu Shi's powerful assistance, going to Luoyang would be useless. Alright, junior sister, let's do it one by one. Since Yan Chuan has a plan, let's let Yan Chuan take back his body first. Besides, we might be going to Luoyang this time, Tong Tian said, trying to smooth things over. Alright. Wu Jiong went with the flow. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the West Continent, Song River mouth. The Song River separated the two shores. Large armies stood on both shores. The commanders of the two armies of the Great Zhou Imperial Court and the Purple Micro-Celestial Realm met for the first time. On one side stood Wenxiu, Wuxiu, Pejuan, and Juman, the four Purple Micro-Celestial Realm army commanders. Behind them was a raging army. On the other side stood Di Renjia, Yan Chuan, Tong Tian, and Number 1. There were also some officials with serious expressions. There's an additional Juman? For 15th heaven? Number 1 carried the fire crow gourd and frowned. It's fine. If nothing goes wrong, everything is within our range. Tong Tian sneered. Number 1 nodded. At this moment, Di Renjia was the leader. Di Renjia looked coldly at Wenxiu's group. Wenxiu star? Ha! Di Renjia's body sneered. Di Renjia? Tong Tian? Yan Chuan? Wenxiu squinted at the group in the distance. Yan Chuan, Tong Tian has joined the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Why? Does the Great Jin Imperial Court also want to join the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Wenxiu sneered, trying to provoke him. However, Yan Chuan was no longer the Yan Chuan of the past. How could he be provoked? Instead, he sneered, Wenxiu, you'd better take care of yourselves first. Where's that bastard Tiantue? Didn't he want to be the vanguard? Ask him to come out. Wuxiu took a step forward and shouted. Wuxiu? You're really hot-tempered. Yes, Tiantue was right to abandon the darkness and join the light. He's the vanguard of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Moreover, his first challenge is his former superior, Wuxiu. Wuxiu, do you dare to fight? Di Renjia laughed. How dare a traitor like him challenge me? Come on. Ask him to come out. Wuxiu glared. Tiantue is willing to be the vanguard. He chose the battlefield himself. Do you see the star directly above us? Di Renjia laughed. Whoosh. Everyone looked up. He saw that there was indeed a lonely planet in the starry sky above. There was a desert on the planet, and there was only one person standing at the foot of a mountain on the planet. Tiantue? Wuxiu's eyes suddenly widened and flashed with anger. Wait. Wenxiu frowned and looked at the star. The giant gate said, there's no ambush. There's only Tiantue. Wenxiu, wait here. I'll go and capture that traitor. Wuxiu shouted. Wuxiu, be careful. I feel that something's wrong. Wenxiu said. Don't worry. I taught Tiantue everything. I won't lose, Wuxiu said in a low voice. With that, he took a step forward and rushed into the star. The star was far away. The experts could see above the star but could not hear what the person above said. Wuxiu reached the 15th heaven and arrived at the star in a short time. Boom! Wuxiu landed, kicking up a large amount of dust on the star. Tiantui, why did you betray the Lord? Wuxiu immediately scolded. Tiantui, who was not far away, immediately shouted, I didn't. I'm loyal to the Lord. The sun and moon can testify. Ha ha ha, the sun and moon can testify. Did I wrongly accuse you? Wuxiu glared. My lord, I have my difficulties. Why don't you believe me? Tiantui immediately shouted. Why should I believe you? If you have your difficulties, why don't you tell us? Why did you tell Wuxiu? You've already betrayed us? Do you think your sophistry is useful? Wuxiu immediately scolded. I've followed my lord since the second era. Don't you understand my character? The sun and moon can testify to my loyalty to the Lord. How can I betray him? Tiantui said in despair. Wuxiu frowned slightly and his heart wavered. After all, he had brought Tiantui up. How could he betray him? If my lord doesn't believe me, then I can only apologize with my death. After all, my life was saved by my lord back then. Tiantui said bitterly. As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the purple mansion. No. Wuxiu's expression suddenly changed. Pust. The long sword stabbed into Tiantui's chest and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreating to a corner. Apologize with his death? Wuxiu immediately panicked because he already believed that Tiantui was wrongly accused. Tiantui. Wuxiu felt a wave of regret. Why did he suspect his own subordinate? How could Tiantui be judged as the Lord? Exchange. The seriously injured Tiantui suddenly shouted. Chapter 1453. Exchange. Tiantui, who was seriously injured, suddenly shouted. What? Wuxiu was surprised. Wuxiu thought he had wronged Tiantui and felt guilty. He did not expect that Tiantui was just trying to trick him into sympathizing with him. But wasn't the price too high to pay? Seriously injuring him? Wuxiu was a peerless powerhouse after all. He immediately used his magic weapon to protect himself and activated his shield. But it was too late. A green light suddenly emerged from Tiantui's body and rushed into Wuxiu's body without any hindrance. Huh! Wuxiu was stunned and desperately urged his astral power. Time seemed to be frozen. The next moment. Buzz! Wuxiu regained his freedom. Just as he was about to take down Tiantui in anger, he suddenly found himself standing in front of him as if he was looking into a mirror. That's me? Wuxiu was slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha. Wuxiu's body laughed wildly. Puff. Wuxiu spat out a mouthful of blood and realized that he had become Tiantui. Exchange beast? You're the exchange beast? Wuxiu exclaimed. At this moment, Wuxiu finally understood why. It was the exchange of Deluan, Tiantui, and himself. Exchange beast? It's too late. Wuxiu, I'm Wuxiu now. Die. Wuxiu's body laughed. No. Wuxiu covered his wound and quickly dodged. Boom. A sandstorm rose. But neither of them could mobilize the astral power. Wuxiu's strength was not high at this moment, but Wuxiu's body was fleeing in panic. Wen Chu, Pajun, Ju Men, be careful. This is a trap. They're the exchange beast. This is a trap. Wuxiu covered his wound and flew downward. But his current cultivation could not be compared to before. His speed was astonishingly slow. Wuxiu's body chased after him. The two moved slowly downward. What are they doing? Ju Men frowned. Wu Chu is chasing after Tian Tui. That's nothing. But why are they so slow? Pa Jun was also surprised. Wen Chu was also extremely puzzled. The two people in the starry sky were too strange. Di Renjia and the others' eyes lit up. They succeeded in the starry sky. Next were the people in front of them. The first exchange beast carried the fire crow gourd on its back and was about to step forward. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the northeast. Yen Chuan. Boom! A loud roar reverberated throughout the two armies. Almost everyone raised their eyebrows and looked towards the northeast. However, he saw a black shadow rushing over from the northeast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The black figure was wrapped in a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly, but he was emitting a faint black aura. Who are you? Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. The others also revealed a trace of doubt. Number 1, who was about to take a step forward, suddenly stopped. It's me. Can't you sense it? The black-robed man said indifferently. As he spoke, he took a slight step forward. Boom! In an instant, a sea of blood suddenly appeared. The roaring sea of blood soared into the sky. To the northeast was a vast sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, there were countless waves of blood that carried the black-robed man out of the sea. Boom! An extremely dark aura assaulted his face. Blood Sea Theurgy? Number 108's expression changed. The faces of Number 1 and the others also darkened. Even Wen Chu and defeating armies on the opposite side narrowed their eyes. Blood Sea? In today's world, other than Yen Chuan's Blood Sea, there was only the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea. The Nether River Patriarch, who used to be known as Yen Zizai, was Yen Chuan's bloodline ancestor. Moreover, the Xuanwu Emperor's compromise not long ago showed how powerful the Nether River Patriarch was. Come out. Let me see how much your Blood Sea Theurgy is better than mine. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Number 108's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Number 1's exchange beast narrowed his eyes and said, Go and see. Don't worry. Other than the Snake Clan, others have always been at a disadvantage to us. We have never been at a disadvantage to others. Okay. Number 108 nodded. Boom. As he stepped forward, a sea of blood suddenly appeared under Number 108's feet. The sea of blood rushed toward the black-robed man's sea of blood. Boom. The two seas of blood collided with a loud bang. The third form of the Blood Sea Theurgy? Unfortunately, you're still a little lacking. But it doesn't matter. Come with me. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Go? Where to? Number 108 asked, puzzled. Why? Do you still miss this place? Come with me. These small fights won't amount to anything. The black-robed man said indifferently. Small fights? Not far away, defeating armies' face sank. Ju Men was also extremely unhappy. This was the Battle of the Songjiang Estuary. A group of 15th Heaven powerhouses had gathered. Was this a small fight? Wen Chu waved her hand and stopped defeating armies and Ju Men. Wen Chu shook her head and said, That's the Nether River Patriarch. Don't touch him for the time being. Number 1's exchange beast also narrowed his eyes. Number 108 shook his head. Why are you looking for me? I've already set up the 10 halls formation. I'm preparing to rebuild heaven and earth in Wuji and completely get rid of the surveillance of fate. Come with me. Use the Blood Sea Theurgy to fuse with the 10 halls formation. I'll be more relaxed. The black-robed Nether River Patriarch said indifferently. As soon as the Nether River Patriarch finished speaking, everyone's face stiffened. Rebuild heaven and earth in Wuji? Wen Chu's face suddenly changed. Not far away, the group of exchange beasts' pupils also shrank. Rebuild heaven and earth? That was rebuilding heaven and earth. Compared to what the Nether River Patriarch had said, their battle here was nothing but child's play. Number 108's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. If this was true, how strong would the Nether River Patriarch be? Turning his head, number 108 looked at number 1. Number 1 nodded solemnly, as if giving instructions to number 108. Number 108 suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. He turned his head to look at the Nether River Patriarch. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. The exchange beasts were not stupid. Everything before them was just what the Nether River Patriarch said. They still needed to verify whether it was true. Nether River Patriarch. Number 108 said in a low voice. Why? Have you thought it through? Then come with me. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. No, I don't know if what you said is true. So, please prove it. Number 108 said solemnly. Oh. Prove it? The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. Yes. If you have the ability to rebuild heaven and earth, then my strength is naturally nothing to you. Only the blood sea mystique is what you need? Number 108 said in a low voice. That's right. Then please prove it. I'll use my full strength. I hope you can take it. If you can defeat me, I'll go with you immediately. Number 108 said solemnly. That's fine. Your mystique was taught by me. Do you want to try it too? The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly. That's for the best. Blood Sea Mystique, third form, explode. Number 108 shouted. Boom. A surging sea of blood rose with a loud rumble. The boundless blood sea rushed into the sky and surged toward the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. Third form? The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly. Boom. The Nether River Patriarch's blood sea also rose sharply. The two blood seas clashed. Your blood sea isn't that great either. It's about the same as mine. No, it's still a little weaker than mine. Number 108 sneered. At this moment, the void in front of number 108 suddenly twisted, and then a light wheel appeared. Buzz. A small cat suddenly appeared on the light wheel. Meow Meow had suddenly appeared. Meow, Yen Chuan. Meow suddenly shouted. Meow. Number 108's face suddenly darkened. His expression was uncertain. Meow, Yen Chuan, you didn't call me when you were fighting. Meow, Meow, I love fighting. Meow suddenly shouted. Number 108's eyes turned cold as he pointed at the Nether River Patriarch. Meow Meow, attack him. Number 108 shouted. Meow, okay, no problem. Watch me. Meow immediately said excitedly. Its body swayed, and it teleported in front of the Nether River Patriarch. It stretched out its claws and was about to pounce. Boom! A wave of blood washed over Meow. Just as the wave of blood was about to drown Meow, the Nether River Patriarch's right hand instantly pierced into it. Boom! The wave of blood exploded, and the Nether River Patriarch instantly caught Meow in his hand. Little beast, you dare to be impudent in front of me? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Meow. Boom. The Nether River Patriarch crushed Meow with one palm. Blood and internal organs burst out. The wave of blood engulfed the organs. The faces of the surrounding cultivators sank. Meow's 14th heaven cultivation was not a secret. It was even more clear to the exchange beasts that paid attention to information. However, the Nether River Patriarch just reached out and crushed her. She died just like that. Number 108's face turned unsightly. The Nether River Patriarch said indifferently, your blood sea is indeed good. However, it is only the third form. Let me show you what the fourth form of the Blood Sea is. The fourth form? Number 108 was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, while number 108 was certain that it was the Nether River Patriarch, he still had doubts. That was why he sent Meow to test him. However, Meow was crushed to death in the blink of an eye. This made number 108 even more certain of his decision. Yan Chuan had only grasped the third form of the Blood Sea. If there was a fourth form, the person before him would undoubtedly be the Nether River Patriarch. Blood Sea, rise! The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Rumble. 3,000 huge pillars slowly emerged from the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea. The pillars shot into the starry sky. The moment the pillars appeared, a surging violent aura surged over. As soon as the 3,000 pillars appeared, streams of blood-colored energy flowed between them. Wherever the energy touched, everything would be destroyed. Number 108's sea of blood instantly exploded upon contact with the blood-colored energy. Rumble. Number 108's Blood Sea looked like it was about to collapse and vanish. What? Number 108 exclaimed in shock. Blood Sea. Mine is the true progenitor. How could your Blood Sea stand a chance against mine? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Rumble. Number 108's Blood Sea seemed to be unable to resist at all. Number 108's expression changed drastically. Indeed, the Nether River Patriarch was too strong. He was defeated just by standing there without moving. Yan Chuan had two great mystiques, the universe in the palm and the Blood Sea. Since he couldn't use the universe in the palm, the Blood Sea was the strongest. However, the Blood Sea couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Nether River Patriarch. Right, there was also the glove. Take another one of my palms. Number 108 shouted. A huge white astral palm shot out and tore through the void, instantly appearing above the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea. Rumble. Above the Blood Sea, the 3,000 blood pillars suddenly surged with blood-colored energy. Rumble. The astral palm exploded. Even the glove's power couldn't do anything to the Blood Sea. Number 108 looked at the Nether River Patriarch in shock. Rumble. The Nether River Patriarch stomped his foot, and the Blood Sea enveloped number 108. Alright, that's enough. You inherited those tricks from me. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me, the Nether River Patriarch said calmly. Hiss. In the distance, there were gasps from both sides of the battlefield. Everyone saw Yan Chuan's astral palm clearly. It's definitely the power of a 15th tier heaven. Ju Men exclaimed. That's the cultivation method that Ju used to pluck the stars? Defeating armies exclaimed. So effortlessly. The Nether River Patriarch didn't even move, and he neutralized Yan Chuan's killer move? Wen Chu frowned. On the other side, the heaven-reaching body and the number 1 exchange beast both revealed looks of envy. Too strong. The Nether River Patriarch was too strong. It wasn't that the Nether River Patriarch used some powerful technique, but that he didn't use anything at all. Yes, the Nether River Patriarch didn't even make a move, and the victory was sealed. How strong was he? With just the Blood Sea mystic power, he was invincible. Rumor had it that the Blood Sea mystic power was only one of the weaker techniques of the Nether River Patriarch. His strongest technique was naturally the heaven-piercing Nether River. The Nether River Patriarch also had the Avicii and Yuan killer swords. The Nether River Patriarch also had, one could see the big picture by looking at the big picture through a tube. If the weak techniques were already so strong, what about the strong ones? Let's go. Stop dawdling. The Nether River Patriarch said impatiently. The sea of blood swirled, and number 108 was pulled closer. Number 108 confirmed everything, and he was extremely excited. The power to create a world? The Nether River Patriarch? What's wrong? The Nether River Patriarch seemed to have noticed number 108's abnormality. Nothing. I'm just going to show you something. Number 108 smiled. Oh. The Nether River Patriarch was puzzled. Shing. Number 108 pulled out a long sword and stabbed it into his chest. What? What are you doing? The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom. A wave of blood crashed into number 108, stopping him from stabbing himself with the long sword. What are you trying to do? The Nether River Patriarch grabbed number 108's hand. When he grabbed number 108's hand, the Nether River Patriarch shuddered. No, you're not Yen Chuan. You actually. The Nether River Patriarch seemed to have discovered something unbelievable. Number 108's expression changed drastically. The Nether River Patriarch was so powerful that he could discover his abnormality. Break. His other hand stabbed towards his chest again as if he was going to kill himself. Just at this moment, a thought suddenly rushed over. Boom. It was the consciousness of zombie Yen Chuan from the great Qin city of the underworld. Zombie Yen Chuan's consciousness rushed over as if he was going to snatch this body from number 108. His hand that was about to commit suicide suddenly slowed down. Ah! Number 108 was caught off guard, and his head hurt. You're not Yen Chuan. What are you? The Nether River Patriarch grabbed number 108's right hand and yelled. The Nether River Patriarch grabbed with his other hand. Number 108's expression changed drastically. It's too late. It's too late to destroy Yen Chuan's body. Forget it. When I become the Nether River Patriarch, I'll be able to capture Yen Chuan easily. Exchange. Boom. A ferocious energy rushed out of number 108's body toward the Nether River Patriarch. In an instant, the two of them were connected. What? The expressions of Wen Chu, defeating armies, and the others in the distance changed. Good. The heaven-reaching body in the distance cheered loudly. Done. Done. Hum. The light was instantly cut off. The black-robed man and number 108 successfully swapped bodies. Chapter 1454. Hum. The light was cut off instantly. The black-robed man and number 108 successfully swapped bodies. The sixth god in the world swapped beasts. Defeating armies' eyes widened. The giant gate was also surprised to see Yen Chuan and the Nether River Patriarch above the Blood Sea. Wen Chu, on the other hand, suddenly quivered and looked up at Wu Chu and Tian Tui who were falling from the sky. No! Wen Chu suddenly shouted. On the other side, Di Renjia and the others were delighted. Nether River Patriarch's strength finally belonged to their side now. Above the Blood Sea. Number 108 Yen Chuan's body was swapped with the black-robed man, Nether River Patriarch. Ha 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 ha, Nether River Patriarch. Now, everything you have is mine. The black-robed man suddenly laughed. Opposite him. Yen Chuan's body, which had been swapped, suddenly twisted his neck. Yen Chuan's body suddenly sneered. Finally swapped back. What? What cultivation is this? Nether River Patriarch, why is he only at the 12th heaven? The black-robed man suddenly exclaimed. Yen Chuan's body suddenly rushed toward the black-robed man and reached out to grab him. What? The black-robed man suddenly exclaimed. Boom! Yen Chuan's body suddenly grabbed the black-robed man's neck and squeezed hard. Instantly, countless restrictions appeared in his palm like a huge net and enveloped the black-robed man's body. In an instant, the black-robed man could not move. What's going on? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. The black-robed man's hat suddenly flipped open. The one in the hat was not Nether River Patriarch at all. It was Yen Chuan's appearance. Yen Chuan? Di Renjia and the others in the distance suddenly exclaimed. That person was originally an official of the Great Zhou dynasty. Later on, his body was taken over by a swap beast. Later on, he was swapped for Yen Chuan. Now, he was swapped back. This is impossible. The swap beasts in the surroundings suddenly exclaimed. Is that the real Yan Chuan? Did Yan Chuan impersonate the Nether River Patriarch and take back his body? This was impossible. Yan Chuan had been swapped, how could he be so powerful? And the Blood Sea? The fourth form of the Blood Sea? Tong Tian exclaimed. Meow. With a meow, Meow suddenly rushed out of the sea of blood. Yan Chuan, my acting is not bad, right? Meow exclaimed proudly. However, Yan Chuan turned his head to look in the direction of the beasts. Evil creatures, just you wait. I will be back. Yan Chuan said coldly. Go. Boom. The surging sea of blood rushed toward the south. Where do you think you're going? The heavenly reaching body shouted, then charged forward. He chased after Yan Chuan and his group. Who? The sea of blood dispersed. 3 figures suddenly appeared where the sea of blood was originally. Mo Yushi, the white-robed silver-eyed Yan Chuan, and a black-robed man holding a white longsword. It was the heaven-mending sword. The man was the Great Accomplishment Heavenly Court's heaven-mending pavilion's pavilion master, Dugu Wudi. Yan Chuan held the restricted swap beast in his hand. He still felt that it was not safe, so he quickly took out a box and put it inside. Meow. Mo Yushi transformed into a huge black phoenix. Meow, Yan Chuan, and the silver-eyed Yan Chuan landed on its back. It grabbed Dugu Wudi in its claws and quickly spread its wings to fly high. The previous scene. Mo Yushi was a 15th layer celestial. The Dark Phoenix had the Netherworld's Yin Qi and was responsible for creating the powerful aura of the Nether River Patriarch. It confused everyone. Dugu Wudi was Yan Chuan's nephew in this life. He also had the Blood Sea ability, but he rarely revealed it. He was a secret force of the Great Accomplishment Heavenly Court, so there were very few people in the world who knew about Dugu Wudi. Meow, Yan Chuan, my little hat is amazing, right? It's all thanks to me this time that he was able to hide inside and teleport you here with him. Last time I called him, he ignored me. Meow immediately took credit and tattled. Alright, let's leave this place first. Meow, it's all thanks to you this time. Yan Chuan nodded. Of course, Meow Meow exclaimed. But you and the invincible Dugu worked really well together. You used the Blood Sea to envelop the 3,000 heavenly Daos and used the heavenly Dao cycle. If I hadn't known beforehand, I would have been fooled. Also, why didn't you tell me about such a fun thing until now? You didn't tell me about the heaven-devouring beast last time either. Meow grumbled. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Now was not the time to be conflicted. Instead, he stood on Mo Yushi's back and turned to look at the Tong Tian body that was chasing after them. Stop. The Tong Tian body shouted and swung the Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword. A purple sword aura shot toward Yan Chuan and the others. It instantly tore apart a large area of the void and arrived before them. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. He stretched out his right palm and used the hand of Dao. Boom! A huge energy palm shot out and went straight for the energy sword. Boom! The void instantly shattered into countless pieces. The Tong Tian body's attack could not do anything to Mo Yushi and the others. Exchange Beast number 1 raised an eyebrow and wanted to give chase. However, if he did, there would be no expert here. Tong Tian, remember to save number 108. Don't let him fall into Yan Chuan's hands. Exchange Beast number 1 shouted into the distance. In the distance, the Tong Tian body shouted. On the other side, Wen Chu had already figured out what was going on. Defeating armies, hurry up and save Wu Chu. Wu Chu has also been swapped by the Tong Tian body. The one being chased is Wu Chu, hurry up and save Wu Chu. Wen Chu shouted. Ah. Defeating armies' expression changed. Earlier, he was only surprised by Yan Chuan and the exchange beast. After all, in defeating armies' eyes, they were both his enemies. It would be best if both sides were injured. Now that he heard Wen Chu's words, he suddenly remembered the abnormality in the sky. Wen Chu, be careful. It's a trap. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Whoosh! Defeating armies shot into the sky. Where are you going? Treasure, let's go out. Exchange Beast number 1 shouted. Boom! Rolling fire crows rushed into the sky. Giant Gate, help defeating armies and save Wu Chu. Wen Chu shouted. Okay. Boom! The giant door rushed out. Officers and soldiers, listen up. Wen Chu shouted, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. There are signs of beast swapping on the other side. You have to get close to them before you can do the swapping. If you're prepared, you can evade the swapping. Yes. The 3 armies replied. Kill. Wen Chu waved his right hand. Roar. Kill. The entire army charged forward. Di Renjie's expression sank as he shouted, kill. Roar. Great Zhou's army also charged forward. In an instant, the battle at Songjiang Pass officially began. Rumble. Underworld, Great Qin City, ZZ, Lu, and Zhao Afang looked at zombie Yan Chuan, waiting for Yan Chuan to speak. Zombie Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne, motionless. He held a life tablet in his hand. It was an animal that Miao had brought over. It was Miao that had been crushed by the Nether River Patriarch not long ago. The shattering of the life tablet was a signal to zombie Yan Chuan. They cooperated and attacked at the same time. As expected, they finally succeeded in deceiving everyone. After a while, whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan opened his eyes. How is it? Lu asked anxiously. Did it succeed? Zhao Afang asked anxiously. It's back? ZZ asked worriedly. Zombie Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, it's finally back. That's great. All the girls were overjoyed. Lu Gang, send a message to all the factory guards in the West Outer Continent. Everything will be restored to normal, zombie Yan Chuan said again. Yes. Not far away, Lu Gang answered. The Right Minister was one of the 9 commanders under Great Emperor Ziwei. The Right Minister stood on the square of the main hall with a subordinate following behind him. My lord, Lord Wenxiu already has Wuxiu and Pejuan. Why does he still need help from the Giant Gate? Is the Great Zhou Heavenly Court really that strong? A subordinate asked in confusion. 15th Heaven. That was 15th Heaven. In the past, 13th Heaven was enough to rule the world. But now, 3 15th Heaven and a group of 14th Heaven could not do anything to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court? The Right Minister did not speak. Instead, he focused his vision and looked at the mouth of the River Song. Everything was strange until Yan Chuan exchanged with the Nether River Patriarch. The Right Minister's pupils shrank. Exchange beasts? Exchange beasts? No wonder Wenxiu values it so much. The Right Minister exclaimed. Grand Master of Heaven? And that gourd? Fire Crow Gourd? What a powerful Fire Crow Gourd! The Right Minister exclaimed. My lord, did something happen? Oh no, it seems that the Great Zhou Heavenly Court has more than one exchange beast. Wuxiu is in trouble. Inform the Lord immediately. Tell him that the attack on the Great Zhou Heavenly Court is obstructed. All the commanders need to return to help. The Right Minister shouted. But the Lord is dealing with Emperor Changsheng. The Lord knows what to do. You don't need to make any arrangements. Go. Yes. The Right Minister stood in front of the Ziwei Palace with a gloomy expression. The appearance of the exchange beasts was too surprising. Exchange beasts? How many exchange beasts did the Great Zhou Heavenly Court have? How many peerless powerhouses did they have? The battle at the mouth of the river Song was getting more and more intense. There was only one true powerhouse on the Great Zhou side, and that was the first exchange beast with the fire crow gourd. It was fighting against Juman and Wuzu alone. On the other side, Grand Master of Heaven was chasing after Yan Chuan and the others. Yan Chuan stood on the Black Phoenix's back with a cold gaze. They were both 15th heaven, but Grand Master of Heaven was much stronger than Mo Yushi. Boom! 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 Yan Chuan frowned as he swung his sword again and again. Meow, Yan Chuan, don't you have the 3,000 heavenly Dao? Why don't you use the cycle of the heavenly Dao to deal with him? Meow shouted anxiously. The cycle of the heavenly Dao has its drawbacks. It can only encircle an area. Emperor Rosefinch didn't stay in Xianying last time because he was in a hurry to leave, Yan Chuan explained. Besides, it's not the right time to deal with Grand Master of Heaven now. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Why? I think Luoyang has received the news. The fire crow gourd isn't the only one with the gourd. There seems to be another powerhouse with a blue-skinned gourd. If we fight for too long, the powerhouse with the blue-skinned gourd will definitely come out of Luoyang. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. You mean Sha Di and the others with the gourds? Why didn't they appear? Didn't Sha Di and Emperor Min fight with them last time? Why is there no news? Also, isn't there Meng Sansheng? He also has a Hong Meng gourd. Why is there no news about him? Meow asked curiously. I don't know. He must be delayed by something. Yan Chuan was puzzled. Stop right there. The heaven-reaching body shouted. The Black Phoenix continued to fly crazily. At this moment, the void in front of the Black Phoenix twisted slightly. As it twisted, a huge light shadow seemed to appear. In the light shadow was an extremely beautiful woman. Her upper body was beautiful, but her lower body was a long snake tail. Meow. That's Jichen. No, wait. Jichen is dead. Is this the same clan as her? The Snake Clan? Meow Meow said in shock. Chapter 1455. In the light, there was an extremely beautiful woman. Her upper body was beautiful, but her lower body was a long snake tail. Meow. That's Jichen. No, Jichen is dead. Is this the same clan as her? The Snake Clan? Meow said in surprise. Human head and snake body. Buzz. The distorted void shook violently. Suddenly, the light faded, and a spatial rift appeared. A large number of heavenly demons flew in the rift. Then, a woman flew out from the rift. It was the woman shown in the light earlier. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman, and her lower body was that of a snake. The woman waved her snake tail and stood in front of everyone. Boom! Everyone stopped abruptly. The Snake Clan? The expression of Tong Tian, who was chasing after Yan Chuan's group, changed drastically. Human snake? Silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes glowed with silver light as he looked at the woman in the distance. Meow, wasn't the Snake Clan exterminated a long time ago? Meow was also surprised. They were not exterminated. They entered the heavenly demon realm. Yan Chuan shook his head. The woman scanned everyone as soon as she came out. Yan Chuan of the Great Jin Heavenly Court? You're really powerful. You pretended to be the Nether River Patriarch and almost fooled me. The woman chuckled. I haven't asked for your opinion. Yan Chuan frowned. I'm Snake Spirit. I've heard about you for a long time. The woman with the human head and snake body spat out her snake tongue and smiled. Snake Spirit? Have you heard of Nvaiwa and Jichen? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Of course, Nviwa was the king's woman. Unfortunately, she went to the Great Thousand World and died there. You must know, right? As for Jichin, it's a pity. Forget it, we're from the same clan, so I won't talk about them. This time, the people from the heavenly realm went to my clan to look for the king. I just happened to see this scene. This woman is really lawless. Snake Spirit said. As he spoke, he swung his snake tail in front of him and said with a smile, Yan Xuan, in the future, I will come to Xianyang as a guest. A strange look flashed through Yan Xuan's eyes. I haven't asked, how did you hear about me? It's all because of that girl, Meng Rongrong. She talks about you all the time. Hee hee. What? Do you not welcome me in Xianyang? The snake spirit smiled charmingly. Ha, Xianyang welcomes you anytime. Yan Xuan nodded. If that's the case, then it's settled. Now, I'm going to collect this exchange beast. Do you guys want to leave first? Snake Spirit said. Everyone looked at Yan Xuan, but Yan Xuan didn't say anything courteous. After all, although the Snake Spirit's tone was kind, he did not know if it was true. Okay, goodbye. Yan Xuan said. Let's go. Yan Xuan said again. Ming. The black phoenix spread its wings and flew away quickly. The snake spirit was stunned for a moment, then smiled strangely. Snake Spirit turned around and looked at the heaven-piercing body. Hee hee, what number is this? Let me guess, exchange beast number 7? Right? Why don't you recognize me? Snake Spirit said with a smile. The heaven-piercing body felt his scalp go numb. It's you, Snake Spirit. The heaven-piercing body's expression was extremely unsightly. Hee hee hee, I thought you forgot. It was not in vain for me to seal you back then, Snake Spirit said with a smile. You, what do you want? The heaven-piercing body still had some fear. What do I want? Nothing. Look at you, it wasn't easy for me to seal you. Why did you run out again? Doesn't this mean that I'm useless? Snake Spirit moved closer. This was done by the people of the deity world. The heaven-piercing body took a step back. That group of Calabash kids? Okay, I don't blame you. Be good and come back with me. Snake Spirit took another step forward. No, I'm not going back. Snake Spirit, you've locked us up for so many years. Have you had enough? The heaven-piercing body suddenly roared. Locking you up is for your own good. Go. Snake Spirit laughed. No, bastard. I'm not afraid of you. Snake Spirit, I'm no longer number 7. I'm now the sect leader of Tongtian. I'm Tongtian. You can't do anything to me. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, I'll cut you down with my sword. The heaven-piercing body roared. Although his tone was tough, it was filled with a trace of fear. In the distance, Yan Chuan's group quickly disappeared into the horizon. However, Yan Chuan's group did not continue to escape. Instead, they found a hidden valley and looked at Snake Spirit and the heaven-piercing body from afar. Meow, this exchange beast seems to be very afraid of Snake Spirit. Meow said. It's more than afraid. It's as if he's afraid of snakes and scorpions. Mou, she said solemnly. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan frowned and looked into the distance. Dugu Wudi, on the other hand, bowed to Yan Chuan. Heaven Emperor, since you're safe, I'll take my leave. Dugu Wudi said. Okay, Wudi. Thank you very much. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Heaven Emperor, please don't say that. It's my duty. Dugu Wudi said. Looking at Dugu Wudi, Yan Chuan could only nod helplessly. I'll take my leave. Dugu Wudi said. Then, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the forest. In the distance, Snake Spirit approached the heaven-piercing body step by step. The heaven-piercing body was nervous at the beginning, but it gradually became irritable. He, why do you still want to attack me? Or do you still want to exchange my body? Why don't you try? I'll get closer to you. He. Snake spirit continued to press forward. Don't come over. The heaven-piercing body retreated another 1,000 feet. What's wrong? Don't run. Snake spirit flew forward again. Immortal slaying sword. The heaven-piercing body suddenly stabbed at snake spirit. Boom! A ferocious sword energy shot forward and arrived in front of snake spirit in an instant. However, the sword energy strangely missed snake spirit and stabbed 100 feet away from her. Ha, I've finally killed you. The heaven-piercing body laughed. Meow's eyes widened in surprise. Kill my ass. Is the heaven-piercing body stupid? He didn't even stab snake spirit. Yan Chuan and the others also had strange looks on their faces. The heaven-piercing body seemed to have gone mad. He had stabbed with his sword, but it had missed. He, I didn't hit you. Why don't I get closer to you? Snake spirit laughed and flew toward the heaven-piercing body again. What? Impossible. How can you not hit me? The heaven-piercing body exclaimed. In the distance, the silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes shone with silver light. There's a strange fluctuation of special particles around snake spirit's body. This fluctuation seems to be affecting the exchange beast. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Fluctuation of particles? I don't feel any fluctuations of magic power. She was puzzled. It's not magic power. It's a special kind of particle. Because of this fluctuation, the heaven-piercing body's sword did not hit it. The source of this particle is snake spirit's eyes. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan explained. Eyes? Meow. Meow looked over. Wow, there are small circles in snake spirit's eyes. The circles are expanding. Meow exclaimed in surprise. In the distance. He, come again. Stab again. I'll stand here and not move. Snake spirit flew over with a smile. The heaven-piercing body continued to stab, but it was to no avail. Every time he stabbed with the immortal slaying sword, he deviated more and more. Don't come over, you devil. The heaven-piercing body roared in horror. You're too tired. Too tired. Sleep for a while. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Snake spirit said softly. In mid-air, the heaven-piercing body seemed to be really tired. It slowly closed its eyes and struggled to open them. But as if it was too tired, it gradually closed them completely. The heaven-piercing body went limp. Meow, it fell asleep. Meow exclaimed in surprise in the distance. Is this hypnosis? The heaven-piercing body of the 15th heaven was hypnotized. Yan Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, the snake spirit was placed in an extremely dangerous position in Yan Chuan's mind. This hypnosis power was too strong. That was the heaven-piercing body. Snake spirit was about to reach out to grab the heaven-piercing body. Boom! A gust of wind blew. A blue figure appeared in an instant and quickly pulled the heaven-piercing body far away. Wake up! There was a loud shout. Buzz! The heaven-piercing body suddenly quivered and woke up immediately. What's going on? What's going on? The heaven-piercing body exclaimed. Then, he saw the snake spirit and suddenly quivered. Number 2, fortunately, you came in time. The heaven-piercing body said doubtfully. The one who had just saved the heaven-piercing body was a man in a blue robe. The man carried a blue calabash on his back. He was the 6th brother of the divine realm who had fought Sha Di in Luoyang City not long ago. Yes, fortunately, I came in time. You were almost hypnotized by her again. The man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. But just now. The heaven-piercing body still had lingering fears. Well, don't worry about it. This kind of hypnosis comes from the power of the soul. Your power of the soul is far weaker than the snake spirit's. Even if you have the strength of the heaven-piercing body, you can't use it in front of her. The man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. Yes. The heaven-piercing body could only accept the fact humbly. After saving the heaven-piercing body, the man in the blue robe turned to look at the snake spirit. Snake spirit, why didn't Fushi come to catch us personally this time? The man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. The snake spirit looked at the man in the blue robe with bright eyes. The sixth brother of the divine realm's calabash. He, so besides the fourth brother, sixth brother Yulin was also hypnotized. He. Sixth brother Yulin, this calabash can make you invisible, right? The man in the blue robe's face darkened. This is the unreal calabash. Unreal calabash? Invisibility? That's about right. He, I'll bring you back. Won't I be able to humiliate those calabash boys in the divine realm? The snake spirit said excitedly. You're not qualified. Yulin said in a deep voice. Is that so? Then let's try it. I'm coming. The snake spirit immediately pounced on Yulin. Yulin's face darkened. He turned around, grabbed the heaven-piercing body, and shot in a direction. I'll hold the snake spirit back. You go back and help number one. Yulin shouted. Yes. The heaven-piercing body replied. Boom. The two of them quickly separated in two different directions. The snake spirit flew toward Yulin quickly. The two of them quickly disappeared from the sight of Yan Chuan and the others. In the valley, Yan Chuan, Yin Tong, and Yan Chuan were all frowning. Mo Shi was accompanying Yan Chuan. Miao, on the other hand, was tilting her head and looking into the distance. The snake clan can hypnotize people? Why couldn't Jichen do it back then? Snake spirit? What a strange name. Chapter 1456. A sea at the junction of the West Outer Continent and the Annan Outer Continent. Boom. 3 streaks of light flew past, forming 3 huge trenches on the surface of the sea. Tan Lang, the commander of the First Army of the Ziwei Celestial Realm, flew at the front, followed by Lian Zhen and Lu Xiyuan. The 3 of them were aggressive, their eyes fixed on the chaotic battle at the mouth of the Song River. The Great Zhou Celestial Court? I was too careless. I didn't expect there to be a beast for exchange. Wu Chu is already in trouble. Tan Lang said. I hope Wen Chu can hold them off for a while longer. Lian Zhen, who was dressed in black armor, said. Our master also realized that something was wrong and asked us to come immediately. But if that's the case, the Temple of Immortals. Lu Xiyuan, who was dressed in a green robe, frowned. Now that the situation is settled, it's useless for us to stay in the Temple of Immortals. Besides, with the help of Tianfu and Tianxiang, it's only a matter of time before Emperor Changsheng is refined. Besides, who can compare to our master in this world? Emperor Changsheng can't even protect himself now, Tan Lang said. Yes. Lu Xiyuan and Lian Zhen nodded. You too, speed up. Wu Chu is in trouble. Ju Men, Junpajuan, and Wen Chu can't have any more accidents. Tan Lang shouted. Okay. The 3 of them were connected to the starry sky. Suddenly, a surge of astral power rushed down, and their speed soared again. Boom! The 3 streaks of light rushed toward the mouth of the Song River. In a valley in the West Outer Continent. There was a group of halls in the valley. When silver-eyed Yan Chuan arrived, he immediately chose a hall to cultivate in seclusion. Miao, on the other hand, was curious about everything. She stood on Yan Chuan's shoulder and looked around. Both Wu Zhao and Heaven Piercing looked at Yan Chuan in amazement. Congratulations, Yan Di, for getting your body back. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said, envy flashing in his eyes. Congratulations. Tong Tian said with a smile. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. This is just the beginning. Next, it's time for our counterattack. The variant body Wu Zhao and the variant body Heavenly Sovereign both nodded. Beside Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi was holding a big box. Yan Chuan, what do we do with this exchange beast? Mo Yushi asked. Bai Qi, pierce his shoulder blade and lock him up. Yan Chuan instructed. Understood. Bai Qi replied. Not long after. Beast number 108 was chained up and hung up. At this moment, number 108 was in an extremely sorry state. His eyes were filled with boundless regret. He regretted not looking at the situation clearly before swapping. At this moment, Yan Chuan and the others each used a spell to condense a projection in front of the 108 exchange beast. Evil creature, do you still recognize us? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yan Chuan. Number 108 roared in grief and indignation. Roaring is useless. Yan Chuan said coldly. I hate it. I hate it that I didn't kill you at all costs. Roar. Number 108 roared in grief and indignation. When Sovereign Min had appeared, he had used the Ice Toad Gourd to fight the Fire Crow Gourd. At that time, in order to help number 1, he had thought that Yan Chuan would not be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, he had not pursued Yan Chuan. Enough. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Number 108's grief and indignation paused. You know why I'm interrogating you now. Tell us, where did you come from? How many exchange beasts do you have? Who did you exchange for? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. You want me to tell you? Don't even think about it. Number 108 shouted immediately. Yan Chuan smiled coldly. That's not up to you. Bai Qi, you're in charge of the interrogation. I need to know everything about the exchange beasts. Yes. Bai Qi replied. 3 days later. Bai Qi brought a list to Yan Chuan. Heaven Emperor, the exchange beasts have been revealed. There are a total of 108 beasts. They were all born in the heavens and earth and were sealed by the Snake Clan. When the 4th Brute Luo and the 6th Jade Lin of the deity world unsealed the seal, number 1 and number 2 exchanged beasts and seized their bodies. They went into hiding and gathered information about the Great Zhou Imperial Court, leading to the current situation. Bai Qi said solemnly. Oh. Only 108 beasts? Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. Now, only the ancestor immortals of the Great Zhou Empire and the supreme beast of the Great Zhou Empire have been exchanged. The others are all imprisoned in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Bai Qi handed over the list. Yan Chuan looked at it carefully. After a while, Yan Chuan handed the list to Wu Jiong. West Sea Dragon Palace? I was wondering why Ancestor Qing didn't listen to orders. So he was also exchanged. Wu Jiong's face darkened. Since I promised to help you restore your empire, you're not the only one who can recover. Go to the West Sea first and save your officials. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong nodded in satisfaction. Huan Sinan Continent, Longevity Hall. Boom. Outside the Longevity Hall, the huge purple barrier disappeared. Great Emperor Ziwei stood in the center of the Longevity Hall. In front of him stood the Longevity Emperor and the 5 commanders of the Longevity Celestial Realm, Tianfu, Tianxiang, Tianliang, Tianji, and Tiantong. Tianfu and Tianxiang's eyes shone brightly, but the Longevity Emperor, Tianliang, Tianji, and Tiantong's eyes were slightly empty. There was also a group of earthly fiend star experts in the hall. Most of them had a hollow expression. Greetings, my lord. Almost everyone bowed to the great Emperor Ziwei. Even the Longevity Emperor was extremely respectful to the great Emperor Ziwei at this moment. The great Emperor Ziwei looked at the Longevity Emperor with satisfaction in his eyes. Nanda Longevity, what are your thoughts now? The great Emperor Ziwei asked. I have no thoughts. I am loyal to you, my lord. I will do my best until my death, the Longevity Emperor said solemnly. Ha 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 ha. The great Emperor Ziwei laughed in satisfaction. The entire Longevity Hall was filled with respectful gazes. Good. Longevity, you are still the Longevity Emperor. Tianfu, Tianxiang. The great Emperor Ziwei looked at the two spies among the commanders of the Longevity Celestial Realm. Yes, my lord, the two said excitedly. The two of you are to assist the Longevity Emperor and the other commanders with all your strength, the great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Assist, no, monitor. Tianfu and Tianxiang instantly understood. Yes, my lord, the two answered. Longevity Emperor, the great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Yes, my lord, the Longevity Emperor said with empty eyes. The Outer South Continent's Kong Huang Tian, the ruler of the Outer South Continent, is a thorn in my heart. I order you to mobilize the power of the entire Longevity Celestial Realm. Do whatever it takes to pacify the Outer South Continent, destroy the Kong family, and unify the Outer South Continent. The great Emperor Ziwei said solemnly. Yes, your majesty. Emperor Chongsheng replied with a hollow look in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. The great Emperor Ziwei laughed in satisfaction. With a wave of his sleeve, the great Emperor Ziwei led his subordinates and flew towards the north. The Longevity Emperor's eyes were empty as he led his subjects out of the Longevity Hall. They stood in the square of the Longevity Hall and watched as the great Emperor Ziwei left. Farewell, my lord. The Longevity Emperor said respectfully. At the side, the eyes of Tianfu and Tianxiang flashed with a strange light. The great Emperor Ziwei was too powerful. He had refined the Longevity Emperor? No, he had refined the Longevity Emperor's thoughts and made him loyal to the great Emperor Ziwei forever? With that, the Celestial Realm's power had expanded to 3 continents. After destroying the great Zhou Imperial Court, the Longevity Emperor would destroy the Kong family. Soon, more than half of the world would fall under the great Emperor Ziwei's control. The great Emperor Ziwei was indeed a man of great talent and bold vision. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan was constantly paying attention to the news from all over the world. Regardless of whether it was the Netherworld or the Yang Realm, all sorts of important news came to him. In the upper study, Lu Gang, Yifeng, Li Si, Zhang Yi, Shang Yang, and the other important subjects all frowned. Zombie Yan Chuan held the information that Lu Gang handed to him. Celestial Emperor, I also thought it was unbelievable at first, so I sent a letter and confirmed it repeatedly. Only then did I confirm it. Lu Gang said with a frown. The Celestial Realm declared war on the Kong family? Zombie Yan Chuan put down the information in his hand and frowned. Yifeng frowned and said, Celestial Emperor, according to the information you provided, the Longevity Emperor is from the Eastern Orthodox faction. He's not someone who likes to fight. Yes, this declaration of war came too strangely, Celestial Emperor. Why do we still need to send people to investigate? Li Si nodded. Lu Gang, send people to continue investigating. Zombie Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Gang answered. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent, Imperial Palace. The Kong family patriarch, Peacock Zi, had an anxious look on his face as he waited in front of the Imperial Palace with a group of elders. Creak. The door of the palace opened with a bang. Old Ancestor, the Celestial Realm declared war on our Kong family. The Longevity Emperor even sent someone to deliver a letter of challenge. Peacock Zi said with a worried look. Although Peacock Zi was also an expert among the ancestral immortals, he was far from being able to face these old monsters of the Second Era. He did not dare to make such a big decision on his own and immediately reported to Kong Huang Tian. In the palace, Kong Huangtian sat cross-legged. Swish! Kong Huangtian reached out and grabbed, and the letter of challenge in Peacock Z's hand flew into his hand. Kong Huangtian frowned and read it. After reading for a while, Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes. Longevity Emperor? What a big appetite. I have underestimated him. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Peacock Z asked worriedly. Taking a deep breath, Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes and said, "It's good that he came. I received all the gifts from Chao before he died, and now I have comprehended the 16th heaven. I just need a stepping stone to break through to the 17th heaven. Longevity Emperor, don't disappoint me." Break through to the 17th heaven? Peacock Z and the others were shocked. After cultivating to the ancestral immortal realm, every heaven after that was incomparably difficult. Yet, the old ancestor had broken through again and again. And now, he had reached the limit of the 16th heaven. Peacock Z and the others were overjoyed. The second era? What was the second era? That Emperor Rosefinch, Emperor Qing Long, and the other emperors were only at the peak of the 15th heaven. Although they were stronger with the help of the Emperor Karmic Realm and reached the 16th heaven, so what? The old ancestor had already surpassed all of them. If the old ancestor succeeded, wouldn't he be the strongest in the world? Chapter 1457. Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei sat on the dragon throne. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, Lian Zhen, and Zhu Men stood in front of him. There was also Tian Tue, who was exchanged with Wu Chu. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Tian Tue. "My lord, we fell into Great Zhou's trap." Wu Chu was exchanged. Defeating armies had a bitter expression. "Wu Chu, with your strength, you were still exchanged." Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Wu Chu said with a bitter expression, "My lord, the beast was disguised as Tian Tue. I didn't expect it. I was careless. Please punish me, my lord." "Punish? What's the use of punishing you now?" Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. "Yes." Wu Chu didn't dare to speak. "Of course, you can't be blamed for this." Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath. "Thank you, my lord. However, since you know about the beast exchange, you just have to be careful." "Great Zhou? All of you, enter the front lines and kill. Push the war forward with all your might. There can't be too many beasts. With your cultivation, you should be able to avoid the beasts and help Wu Chu get his body back." Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. "Yes." Tan Lang, defeating armies, and the others answered. "Go, inform Wenxiu to attack with all our might. Kill." Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. "Yes." The legion commanders answered. Then, they quickly flew out of Ziwei Palace with Wu Chu and headed toward the front lines. After Zuofu watched the legion commanders leave, he looked at Great Emperor Ziwei and said, "My lord, the beast exchange is extremely cunning, and there are many of them. I'm worried that something might happen to them." "It's fine. I'll stay here and watch them march into the Great Zhou Celestial Court. No matter how careless they are, with my power, I can save them instantly even if they are billions of miles away." Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. "Yes." Zuofu nodded. In the Yang realm, on an island above the West Sea. On the island stood Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, Wu Zhao, Tong Tian, and Miao. "This is the West Sea?" Yan Chuan said in a low voice. At a glance, there were dragons flying above the sea. This was a paradise, the nest of the dragons. Whoosh! Suddenly, a group broke out of the sea. It was Bai Qi and his group. "Celestial Emperor, we caught a few dragons and found a place. Everyone is locked up in the cold serene valley." Bai Qi said. "Let's go. Don't alarm the exchange beast for now. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded and quickly followed by Qi and the others into the ocean. The group of people were all very powerful. Along the way, they encountered some dragons. Miao teleported and appeared in front of their heads, knocking them out. All the way to the bottom of the sea. Although it was heavily guarded, it still depended on who was going to break through. In front of Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The group arrived at the frigid serene valley smoothly. After taking care of the guards. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, you two stand guard outside the valley. Be careful. Yan Chuan instructed. Yes. Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, mutated body Wu Zhao, mutated body Tong Tian, and Miao entered Sea Valley. There were some palaces in Sea Valley, but unfortunately, these were all prisons for prisoners. There were a large number of shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dragon guards around. Whoosh! The mutated body Wu Zhao waved his hand and the guards quickly fainted. Quang! He pushed open the door of the prison. Who is it? An angry shout came from the prison. The prison guards frowned and looked over. Ice seal. The mutated body Wu Zhao's eyes turned cold. Ka 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 ka. Along the way, all of the prison guards were frozen. Whoosh. In the prison, the sound of chains could be heard. Who is it? A weak voice sounded. Princess Taiping? No, you, are you exchanging beasts? I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. The Celestial Arch will not let you off. Roar. In the prison, angry and fearful voices could be heard. Everyone looked over. There were 100 single cells in the prison. In each cell, there was a person with a chain pierced through their shoulder blades and hung up miserably. Their bodies were full of scars from whips. Some of them had their flesh removed, revealing their white bones. The mutated body Wu Zhao's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists and was filled with anger. My beloved subjects, I am late. The mutated body Wu Zhao said in a deep voice. In the prison, there was suddenly silence. Everyone looked at the mutated body Wu Zhao with ecstasy and fear. Because no one was sure if the person in front of them was Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao immediately walked in front of a prisoner, tore open the chains with his hands, and rescued a prisoner. At this moment, Wu Zhao did not use any spells. He only used his flesh body to tear them apart one by one. While tearing, Wu Zhao kept talking to the other party. I recognize your eyes. You're Wan, Girl, you've suffered. I promised you that I would give your Shangguan family eternal riches and honor, but I couldn't do it. Instead, I let you suffer here. Wu Jiong said gently. Celestial Arch, you are the Celestial Arch. Wan welcomes the Celestial Arch. The mutated body Shangguan Wan was rescued and immediately knelt down, her eyes flashing with endless excitement. Wu Zhao patted the mutated body Shangguan Wan's head and went to another person. You are Di Renjia, right? I gave you the Kong Long Jian to protect you for life. Unfortunately, I encountered a beast for exchange this time. I didn't expect it. Wu Zhao sighed slightly. The mutated body Di Renjia also recognized Wu Zhao. Celestial Arch, it is already my greatest fortune to be able to follow you. Di Renjia bowed excitedly. Celestial Arch? In the prison, there was a burst of cheers. Wu Zhao was the spiritual pillar of the great Zhou dynasty. With Wu Zhao around, even if everyone had lost their bodies, their fear was gone. Wu Zhao saved everyone while comforting them. He saved everyone and also won over the hearts of his subjects. Yan Chuan and the others took a look and left the hall. They left Wu Zhao to do his own thing. Yan Chuan, what do we do now? Mo Yushi asked. Use this place as the battlefield and seize the body. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. The dragon race's supreme martial ancestor should soon receive news of this place. As long as he comes, everything will be easy. First, occupy the dragon race, then use the dragon race to attack the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. After waiting for a while, Wu Zhao comforted everyone in the Great Zhou Imperial Court, including the mutated body ancestor. We will get back what we lost. This is just the beginning. Wu Zhao said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone responded as they healed. In just half a day, the West Sea Crystal Palace received the news. Qingzu sat on the dragon throne with a group of dragon kings in front of him. Supreme Martial Ancestor, the Great Zhou Imperial Court actually has a beast for exchange. How mysterious. Not long ago, the battle at the mouth of the Song River confused our spies. A dragon king said with a frown. Yes, master. Is the Great Zhou Imperial Court completely at odds with the Purple Micro-Celestial Realm? The Purple Micro-Celestial Realm is fiercely attacking the Great Zhou Imperial Court. We are the Great Zhou Imperial Court's beasts. Do we need to participate? Qingzu frowned and nodded. Not for now. Do your own thing. Yes. By the way, Father, why are there always screams coming from the cold serene valley? Even when I pass by there, the 3 dragon kings guarding it won't let me go. A youth said with a frown. Qingzu raised his eyebrows. It's not something you care about. Don't ask. No one is allowed to go near the cold serene valley. But, Father, can't I go too? The youth frowned. You can't. Qingzu shouted. The youth felt wronged. Reporting, Supreme Martial Ancestor, bad news. A turtle demon ran into the Crystal Palace. What's wrong? Qingzu asked in a deep voice. Supreme Martial Ancestor, bad news, bad news. Something happened in the cold serene valley. What? Qingzu's body widened his eyes. A group of shrimp soldiers patrolling there suddenly found an empty area with some corpses on the ground. They immediately came back to report. Prime Minister Turtle said. Bastards. A bunch of trash. Qingzu's eyes were filled with anger. He rushed straight to the main hall and rushed towards the cold serene valley. The group of dragon kings froze for a moment before following him. Qingzu's body was the strongest after all. He was the first to reach the valley. In the valley, there were a large number of corpses. Bastard, nothing must happen to the prisoner. Qingzu's body said anxiously. At this moment, a grey-robed man slowly walked out from the prison cell not far away. It's you? Qingzu's body exclaimed. It's me. Bastard, you dare to desecrate my body? Humph, unfortunately, you're not me. How can you understand the dragon race better than me? Do you think this cold serene valley is an ordinary valley? The grey-robed man sneered. Oh. This is a huge treasure that I refined meticulously. Formation, rise. The grey-robed man shouted. Boom. In an instant, the entire valley was shrouded in rolling black fog, blocking everything from the outside world. An extremely huge aura suppressed Qingzu's body. The huge aura suppression, even Qingzu's body couldn't stand it. The grey-robed man held a small silver ball in his hand. The small ball showed the entire scene of the valley. What is this? This is the main hub of the entire valley. Thousands of arrows piercing the heart. The grey-robed man shouted. Boom. Suddenly, countless long arrows rushed out from the black fog. Qingzu's body's face changed, and he wanted to dodge. Ka. The surrounding void seemed to be frozen, and Qingzu was instantly unable to move. Ong. Qingzu's body roared wildly, and his body turned into a huge dragon. Ka. But the power of space grew stronger, and the huge dragon was instantly unable to move. Boom. 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 About 100,000 long arrows shot over, piercing into the huge dragon's body with extremely powerful force. In an instant, the huge dragon was pierced into a huge hedgehog. The arrows pierced through the body. He was instantly unable to move. How could this be? Qingzu's body was heavily injured and said in shock. His body was pierced with 100,000 holes, and he was about to be killed by the grey-robed man in the blink of an eye. He wanted to struggle, but at this moment, his vitality seemed to be rapidly draining away. It's useless. This valley is my strongest treasure. How can you break free? The grey-robed man controlled the hub in his hand and said. Qingzu's body stared at the grey-robed man, and a look of desire flashed in his eyes as he looked at the hub. It's indeed a good thing. Unfortunately, you're too stupid. You still haven't learned your lesson. Qingzu dragged his dying body and said. What? The grey-robed man was slightly taken aback. Exchange. A ray of light shot straight to the grey-robed man, connecting with Qingzu's body and exchanging. Boom! The light dissipated, and the grey-robed man suddenly revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, Qingzu, you've already been deceived by me once, and this time, you actually fell for it again. Ha ha ha. While laughing, the grey-robed man quickly studied the Sea Valley hub, the sphere in his palm. Ka ka ka. The sphere in his palm suddenly shattered. And the surrounding black fog also instantly disappeared. Boom! Boom! Several figures suddenly appeared around Qingzu, and they quickly healed Qingzu's body. What? The grey-robed man's face changed. Boom! A huge force descended from the sky, and the grey-robed man was instantly pressed down. Ha 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 ha! Qingzu laughed loudly. The group of dragon kings chasing behind suddenly saw Qingzu's body pierced, and their faces changed drastically. How dare you! Let go of Jizun! The group of dragon kings cried out in alarm. Stop! Qingzu endured the pain and shouted. Supremacy, are you alright? Father, how are you? The group of dragon kings cried out in alarm. Qingzu quickly recovered from his injuries amidst the pain. I'm fine, but there's an exchange beast among you. Do you want me to find you, or do you want to stand out yourself? Qingzu stared at the group of dragon kings. What? The dragons were puzzled. Only one dragon king's eyes flickered at this moment. Qingzu, the mutated body Wu Chui, and the mutated body Tong Tian looked at the group of dragon kings warily. They were looking for other dragon kings among them. As for Yan Chuan and the others, they forcefully restrained the exchange beast that they had just captured. The crisis of the West Sea Dragon Palace was finally resolved. 3 days later, the other exchange beast was also captured. That was because there was a supremacy of the dragon race. Everything was much easier. In a hall. The crisis of the dragon race has been resolved, but the crisis of the great Zhou dynasty still exists. The mutated body Wu Chui said in a deep voice. What should we do now? Qingzu frowned. It's definitely not feasible to go to Luoyang now. No one will believe us. In that case, Qingzu, send a letter of challenge to the exchange beasts. Wu Chui said in a deep voice. But will that work? There's a group of peerless experts among the exchange beasts. Qingzu said worriedly. It's fine. As long as we deceive the exchange beasts, no matter who it is, it will only be beneficial to us. The enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. What's there to be afraid of? The mutated body Wu Chui said in a deep voice. Yes. Qingzu nodded. 3 days later, the void above the West Sea distorted intensely. After the distortion, a huge hole appeared again. Countless heavenly demons emerged from the hole, accompanied by a woman. It was Fuxi's disciple, Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong walked out of the heavenly demon world, and the hole behind her slowly disappeared. The countless heavenly demons also gradually scattered. Meng Rongrong frowned slightly as she looked at the boundless sea. Master said that he divined that Yan Chuan is in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ha! Right now, the exchange beasts of the western outer continent are roaming freely. Yan Chuan, nothing must happen to you. Chapter 1458. In a territory of the western outer continent. In a pile of ruins, a large number of corpses were strewn all over the place. The soldiers of the Ziwei Celestial Realm and the Great Zhou Imperial Court were constantly collecting their corpses. Obviously, a great battle had ended. In a commander's camp of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, a group of exchange beasts gathered. Tan Lang, Pajun, Zhu Men, Lu Xiyuan, and Lian Zhen, 5/15th heavens are in charge of the attack, and Wen Chu is in charge of the rear. Great Emperor Ziwei wants to fight to the death with us. We came out a little too late. Even if we control the Great Zhou Imperial Court now, it's still difficult to defend the country. Yes, Great Emperor Ziwei is too overbearing. Fortunately, number 1 and number 2 exchanged for 2 from the heavenly realm. Otherwise, we almost couldn't hold on this time, said the heavenly body. Huang Luo and Yulin nodded with their gourds on their backs. Ever since we were schemed against by Yan Chuan, it seems that everything has been going wrong for us. Number 1 said in a low voice. Report. A loud shout came from outside the hall. Come in. Number 1 called out. Soon, a guard said respectfully, My lords, the Celestial Emperor asked me to deliver this invitation letter as soon as possible. The guard handed over a card. Beast number 1 immediately took it and began to read it. As he read, his eyes turned cold. Ancestor? A letter of challenge? Number 1's eyes widened. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Number 1 immediately handed over the letter of challenge, and everyone quickly read it. You may leave. Number 1 said. Yes. The guard immediately retreated, leaving behind a group of exchange beasts. Number 96 and 97, those 2 idiots. Number 2 said coldly. Not necessarily, there's another possibility. Number 1 said in a low voice. Oh. Yan Chuan? The heavenly body's eyes widened. Yes, it's very likely that they're behind this again. Number 1 said in a low voice. They're haunting us. The heavenly body said in a low voice. What do we do now? One of the exchange beasts frowned. The key now is to kill those imprisoned people immediately. Otherwise, it will become more and more troublesome in the future. Number 1 said. I'll go. The heaven-reaching body said in a deep voice. Number 1 looked at Tong Tian's body and nodded. That's good too. Judging from the few times Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi attacked, they can't defeat you. Number 2 and I have to guard against another attack from the Ziwei Celestial Realm. If you go and something happens, you can escape quickly. Don't worry, the heaven-reaching body replied. The heavenly body brought the 2 exchange beasts and headed towards the West Sea Dragon Palace. Underworld, Great Qin City. Lu Gang reported to zombie Yan Chuan, Heavenly Emperor, someone has come out from the beast exchange camp. It's a heavenly Tong Tian physique and 2 great Zhou officials. It seems like they are also here to exchange beasts. Sure enough, with the Ziwei Celestial Realm attacking, Huang Luo and Yulin won't dare to leave at will for the time being. Otherwise, if the people of the Ziwei Celestial Realm seize the opportunity, they will definitely inflict serious damage to the group of exchange beasts or disrupt the foundation of the Great Zhou dynasty. The heavenly master body is the best candidate. Zombie Yan Chuan nodded. The zombie Yan Chuan knew about it, and so did the human Yan Chuan in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Heavenly Tong Tian? Mo Yushi frowned as she looked at Yan Chuan in the human body. Heavenly Tong Tian physique said in a low voice, that exchange beast doesn't know how to use my body, and the power he displayed wasn't strong, especially the celestial slaying sword. Once he loses it, his power is only on par with defeating armies. That's good, Yan Chuan said with a serious gaze. However, the celestial slaying sword has been refined by me for countless years. It even absorbed the essence of the celestial culling sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial ending sword. The power of this sword is too ferocious. Heavenly Tong Tian Physique frowned. No. Yan Chuan suddenly squinted his eyes. Oh. I have a way to restrain it, Yan Chuan said with a frown. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Wang. 3 long swords suddenly appeared in the void. Whoosh. The 3 swords suddenly transformed into 3 human figures. The Grand Emperor Sword, the Jade Emperor Sword, and the God Sword. Yan Chuan's Emperor Sword. Just them? Heavenly Tong Tian Physique was puzzled. One had to know that the 3 swords had learned from the celestial slaying sword. How could they block it? Look. Yan Chuan pointed at the 3 of them. Supremacy is the extreme, yin and yang are the 2 modes. The Grand Emperor Sword emitted a mysterious yellow light. Jade is clear and transparent, revealing one's nature. The Jade Emperor Sword emitted a gentle white light. The superior is the inferior, and the inferior is the superior. The God Sword emitted a black-red light. The 3 swords surrounded Heavenly Tong Tian Physique and formed a chaos element formation. An extremely sharp aura rushed towards Heavenly Tong Tian. This is the one turning into 3 pure ones? No, it's even sharper than the one turning into 3 pure ones. Heavenly Tong Tian Physique exclaimed. How is it? Can it deal with the celestial slaying sword? Yan Chuan asked. It doesn't deal with it. It seems like it exists specifically to counter the celestial slaying sword. How do you know this formation? Heavenly Tong Tian Physique exclaimed. Hong Jun taught it to me back then. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Teacher? Heavenly Tong Tian Physique fell into deep thought. Miao, who was at the side, said in surprise, Miao, could it be that Hong Jun predicted this day and purposely taught you the method to counter the celestial slaying sword? Can he see the future? It must be a coincidence. But isn't this good? See the future? Miao didn't mean it, but Yan Chuan, Heavenly Tong Tian Physique, and Wu Zhao all fell into deep thought. Hong Jun. That person who was almost forgotten by the world. Did he really predict this day long ago? If so, this person was too scary. The 3 of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. They hoped that it was a coincidence. Above the West Sea, Meng Rongrong entered heaven and earth from the heavenly demon realm. Looking at the boundless sea, Meng Rongrong frowned slightly. Master said that he calculated that Yan Chuan is in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Sigh, now that the exchange beasts of the western outer continent are rampant, Yan Chuan, nothing must happen to you. Meng Rongrong was about to enter the West Sea when suddenly, a huge aura rushed over from afar. Boom! A black shadow suddenly appeared. Its figure paused, and a violent gale immediately set off monstrous waves in the sea. Under this immense pressure, the seawater parted to form a deep trench in both sides. Vaguely, some palaces could be seen below. Behind the black shadow were 2 men in official robes. Ancestor Cheng, get out here. The black shadow shouted. Boom! The rolling sound waves rushed to the bottom of the sea. Countless dragons couldn't even raise their heads under this aura. Sect leader Tong Tian? Meng Rongrong's expression changed in the distance. She saw that at the entrance of the palaces, Yan Chuan brought a group of people out of the sea. Yan Chuan? Meng Rongrong's eyes lit up. However, Yan Chuan didn't see Meng Rongrong. Instead, he stared at the body of Tong Tian. Yan Chuan? It's indeed you. You're really haunting me, the body of Tong Tian said coldly. 3 deities. Yan Chuan shouted. Xing! The Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor instantly rushed into the sky and slashed at the body of Tong Tian. With a plan in mind, Yan Chuan naturally didn't waste any more words with the body of Tong Tian. After all, they might have become the focus of many people at this moment. The exchange beasts might be here, so they had to end the battle quickly. Xing! Once the three swords were unleashed, they instantly emitted a dazzling light. You're courting death. Immortal extermination. The immortal extermination sword instantly slashed over, and an aura that could destroy everything in the world rushed towards the three swords. The extreme is the extreme, the two modes of yin and yang. The jade is clear, and the heart is clear. The top is the bottom, and the bottom is the top. Boom! The three swords burst forth with three sword flows that rushed forward and merged into one. Boom! The collision of the sword Dao caused the void to shatter. Instantly, the immortal extermination sword left his hand. Extreme. Jade. Go. The three swords each shouted loudly, forming a formation with a bang, instantly surrounding the immortal extermination sword in the center. Wang. The immortal extermination sword resisted and instantly became incomparably vast. It went up into the 9 heavens and down into the 9 underworlds. The 3 deity swords also quickly became bigger. Boom! The 3 swords trapped the immortal extermination sword in the center. What? The supreme immortal extermination sword's expression changed. On the other side, Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi leaned against each other. Mo Yushi placed her finger on Yan Chuan's back and closed her eyes. Yan Chuan's body emitted a golden light that shrouded himself and Mo Yushi. Meow. Meow's eyes widened. Wasn't this the same scene that Yan Chuan used to capture defeating armies? Back then, Yan Chuan used the power of Meow's 14th heaven birth chart to trap defeating armies. Now that he used the power of Mo Yushi's 15th heaven birth chart, it was naturally stronger than before. As a result, Yan Chuan's strength instantly reached the 15th heaven birth chart. This required Mo Yushi to completely let go of her body and mind so that Yan Chuan could use her strength. Mo Yushi and Yan Chuan were deeply in love. Naturally, she would not reject opening her heart to Yan Chuan. Boom! Yan Chuan's hair suddenly turned red. The vast sea beneath his feet instantly turned into a sea of blood. A huge cypress tree soared into the sky. When Yan Chuan stretched out his right hand, the cypress tree suddenly spun. Buzz! The stars in the netherworld and the world of the living lit up in an instant. All the stars in the shallow star layer instantly lit up. Hundreds of stars in the deep star layer suddenly lit up as well. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan shouted softly. A huge black hole suddenly appeared behind the supreme immortal extermination sword. Whoosh! The supreme immortal extermination sword was instantly sucked into Yan Chuan's palm. What? The supreme immortal extermination sword's expression changed. Yan Chuan's eyes were cold. Astral force. Boom! In the palm, almost all the stars in the netherworld and the world of the living rushed towards the supreme immortal extermination sword. Bastard! The supreme immortal extermination sword shouted in horror and punched out. Boom! Billions of stars, including the giant stars in the deep star layer, also rushed over with rolling force. In an instant, the supreme immortal extermination sword shattered the supreme immortal extermination sword's energy shield. The immense force hit the supreme immortal extermination sword's body and caused him to suffer severe internal injuries. Pfft! The supreme immortal extermination sword spat out a mouthful of blood. Without the immortal extermination sword, you can't break my universe in the palm. Accept your fate. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Astral force. Boom! The second wave of astral force came crashing down. The starlight shone brightly. In an instant, it alarmed almost all the powerhouses in the world. This was not the first time. Yan Chuan had attracted the stars in the sky. The great emperor of Ziwei, Golden Emperor, Kong Huangtian, Pajuan, and the group of exchange beasts all turned their attention to the West Sea. The sound of the collision of the stars in the West Sea was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the world of the living. Chapter 1459. Universe in the Palm. Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He had heard of it many times before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Stars revolved around the palm, connecting the vast starry sky. This mystic technique was too strange. Number 1 and Number 2 suddenly saw the scene in the distance, and their expressions suddenly changed. Number 7 has been captured? Number 2 said with a gloomy expression. Universe in the palm? I underestimated this ability. It can actually trap Number 7? The key is that the immortal slaying sword is trapped. What should we do now, Number 1? Number 1's expression was gloomy. Watch the other exchange beasts. Don't let anything happen. I'll go save Number 7. Number 1 said in a low voice. What? If you go now and defeating armies and the others attack, I can't stop them alone. Number 2 said with a frown. If they attack, take all the exchange beasts and immediately flee to Luoyang. Abandon this territory. Number 1 took a deep breath and said. Huh? Number 2 said in surprise. If our beast exchange alliance is broken, what's the use of having the Western Outer Continent? As long as we're all here, we'll conquer the world sooner or later, Number 1 said solemnly. All right. Number 2 nodded. Number 1 took a step forward and rushed out with the fire crow gourd on his back, shooting toward the West Sea Dragon Palace. On the other side, Wen Chu's camp. Wen Chu, Huang Lao has left. Di Renjie's camp is empty. Should we make a move now? Defeating armies immediately said. The Ziwei Celestial Realm army commanders looked over. Huang Lao had indeed left with the fire crow gourd on his back. Everyone's eyes lit up. No. Wen Chu's eyes turned cold. Oh. Huang Lao is heading toward the West Sea Dragon Palace. He's going to find trouble with Yan Chuan. Let him go. Let's not move. Wen Chu said in a low voice. Huh? What's the gain or loss of a territory? I want to see through this great Zhou celestial court. Exchange beasts? How many exchange beasts does Great Zhou have? Wen Chu said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone nodded. Above the West Sea. Yan Chuan used Mo Yushi's fate and the power of the stars in the sky to form a universe in the palm to trap the body. Without the immortal slaying sword and without the murderous nature of the heavens, this body was not much different from defeating armies. Boom! Once again, the stars collided. Under the tremendous force, the heaven-reaching body was once again heavily injured. His bones shattered, and he couldn't withstand the impact at all. He could only barely withstand it with the power of his heavenly fate. On the other side, the mutated body Wu Zhao took Cheng Zhu and quickly captured the two exchange beasts. Miao, so miserable. Miao looked at the body in Yan Chuan's palm and said. At the side, Skirich smiled bitterly. Yan Chuan, just kill me. Huh, you want me to hand over this body? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I'll snatch Tongtian's soul and fate. At worst, I'll reincarnate. I'll just take everything of Tongtian and start all over again. Ha ha ha. The exchange beast continued to speak stubbornly. Reincarnation? You really dare to dream. Do you think that you can still reincarnate after entering the universe in the palm? You think your soul can escape from my palm? You're too naive. Yan Chuan said coolly. Huh. So what if Tongtian doesn't have a body? His thoughts are still there, and his murderous nature is still there. He can refine a body. Do you think it's difficult? Without this body, he's still Tongtian. Do you want to see? Yan Chuan sneered. As he spoke, he faced Tong Tian with his palm facing the mutated body. Boom! Tong Tian's body suddenly emitted a towering sword intent that shot into the starry sky. The sword intent tore through the void and pressed forward. It was extremely ferocious. Tong Tian? You're Tong Tian? How is that possible? When I swapped bodies with you, you were just an ancestral immortal. You're at the 12th ancestral immortal realm? Tong Tian's body exclaimed. I can refine another immortal vanquishing sword. As for you, just wait to be completely destroyed. Tong Tian's body said. Boom! The stars collided again, and Tong Tian's body was severely injured again. More than half of his bones were instantly distorted. No! The exchange beast roared. One more time and this body of yours will completely crumble. Astral power. Yan Chuan shouted again. In the palm, Tong Tian's body suddenly revealed a look of panic. If he could reincarnate and cultivate again, none of this would be a big deal. However, Yan Chuan was too ruthless. Did he want to destroy his soul? He looked at Tong Tian's body that was at the 12th heaven in the outside world. A look of struggle flashed in the exchange beast's eyes. I'll go all out. At least there's still a chance of survival. Exchange. When the billions of stars collided with Tong Tian's body and Tong Tian's body exchanged. Boom! The billions of stars suddenly stopped. Buzz! After the exchange, ha 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 ha. Tong Tian suddenly laughed out loud. He was finally back. Although his body was severely injured, his body was still in good condition. Without any hesitation, the exchanged beasts started to exchange with Yan Chuan again. Exchange. The exchange beast said with a ferocious expression. As long as he exchanged with Yan Chuan, everything would be solved. However, at this moment, Yan Chuan stretched out his other hand, and there was a mouse in his palm. The mouse stood in front of Yan Chuan. Boom! The light connected with the mouse. No! The exchange beast knew something was wrong the moment he saw the mouse, but everything was too late. Squeak! Squeak! The exchange beast's body that had just been seized revealed a trace of wretched squeak. Only the mouse in Yan Chuan's other hand showed a look of despair. It's the second time. Do you think I will make the same mistake again? Yan Chuan sneered faintly. Crack. 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 Countless restrictions suddenly appeared in his palm and quickly sealed the mouse. To be safe, he even took out a box to put the mouse in. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian's seriously injured body flew out from his other palm. Shing! The 3 emperor swords in the distance suddenly loosened. Swish! Zhu Xian's sword instantly rushed straight to Tong Tian. Ha ha ha, Zhu Xian, I'm back. Open the original power that I sealed and help me recover. Tong Tian laughed at Zhu Xian's sword. Buzz! Rolling power poured into Tong Tian's body. On the other side, Sun Wukong's human body, which was occupied by the mouse's consciousness, did not know what to do at this moment. Swish! Sun Wukong's monkey body instantly appeared. He turned into 100 feet huge monkey demon. Roar! Opening his mouth, the monkey body swallowed the human body in one bite. Yen Di, this time, thank you. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Unfortunately, your body. Yan Chuan said regretfully. This is already the best. Sun Wukong shook his head. Tong Tian recovered from his injuries. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi also gently separated. Recovered? Mo Yushi said with a sigh. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice, yes, we are constantly exchanged back. As one grows and the other dies, the exchange beasts are also getting weaker. Not good, that fire crow gourd is coming again. Mo Yushi looked into the distance and stared. Let's go. Wu Jiong said. Yan Chuan nodded. Just as they were about to leave, Yan Chuan suddenly stopped. Because Yan Chuan saw Meng Rongrong in the distance. Rongrong? Yan Chuan said in surprise. Whoosh. Meng Rongrong quickly flew over from the distance. Yan Chuan. Meng Rongrong said happily. Quickly leave with me. Yan Chuan immediately pulled Meng Rongrong away. It's okay, there's no need to leave. Meng Rongrong smiled. She frowned and looked at Meng Rongrong. Her expression changed for a while, but she did not say anything in the end. The rogue will be here soon. Yan Chuan said. I guessed as much, but it's okay, someone will help you block the first exchange beast. No, even if the second exchange beast comes, someone will help you block it. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Yan Chuan said doubtfully. It's coming, the rogue will be here soon. She said anxiously. Meow, I see it too. Meow exclaimed. The rogue will be here soon, why are they still not leaving? The variant body Wu Jiong revealed a surprised expression. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong did not disappoint Yan Chuan. Snake spirit, why are you still not coming out? There was no movement in the surroundings. Meng Rongrong frowned. Snake spirit, master asked me to help you. If you don't come out, I won't care anymore. Don't blame me when the realm of the gods gets more. Rongrong, you're wrong. I'm doing this for you. After a long separation, don't you want to spend more time alone? A charming voice came from a distant island. Meng Rongrong. There were so many people, how could this be called spending time alone? Boom. Suddenly, a powerful explosion came from afar. A strong wind swept past, and a man in a green robe appeared in the air. The rogue with the fire crow gourd on his back appeared. The rogue looked at everyone coldly. Whoosh. In the distance, on the island, a figure flashed past. It was the snake spirit that suddenly appeared in front of Yan Chuan and the others. This must be the first exchange beast. Back then, the king sealed you. Snake spirit said. Fushi. The first exchange beast's eyes were cold. Yulin must have mentioned me to you. Unfortunately, he ran away the last time he saw me. AI. Snake spirit said regretfully. The first exchange beast's face was gloomy. Snake people, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Get out of the way. You're not qualified to take me down. Is that so? Not necessarily, but what you said makes sense. How can a girl like me do such a rude thing at this time? Isn't that right? Snake spirit looked at another island in the distance. Everyone's face sank. There was someone hiding in the West Sea? Yan Chuan and the others looked at the island with a gloomy face. Sure enough, a purple-robed figure flew out from the island with a huge purple gourd on his back. The Grand Mist Gourd, Meng Sancheng? Meng Sancheng? Yan Chuan suddenly called out. Why was he targeted by so many people all of a sudden? The sect leader of Tong Tian, who was shrouded by the god-slaying sword, had recovered a lot from his injuries. He approached Yan Chuan and looked at everyone coldly. Whether it was the exchange beast, the snake spirit, or Meng Sancheng, everyone was extremely alert at this moment. Whoosh! Meng Sancheng stood in front of Yan Chuan and looked coldly at the first exchange beast. Evil beast, how dare you take over my fourth brother's body? Meng Sancheng snorted. That's right. Snake spirit laughed. Chapter 1460. The sudden appearance of Snake Spirit and Meng Sancheng caused the atmosphere above the West Sea to become extremely tense. In Di Renjia's camp, Beast Number 2 held the unreal gourd with a solemn expression. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes as he gripped the armrests of his dragon throne tightly. It was as if he was about to leave at any moment. This was no longer a conflict between Beast Number 2 and Yen Chuan. This was because there were two other forces involved in this matter. Clearly, Ziwei the Great had heard of these two forces. The Snake Clan? The legendary realm of the gods? Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. In the sky above the West Sea, Meng Sansheng stood in front of Yen Chuan and looked coldly at Beast Number 1. Bastard, how dare you take over my fourth brother's body? Humph. Meng Sansheng snorted. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Snake Spirit laughed. Beast Number 1 looked at Meng Sansheng with a frown. Although they hadn't fought yet, he knew that none of the 7 great masters in the realm of the gods were simple. At least, he was one of them now. Just by obtaining the body, he could take over more than 1/15th heaven. Another one appeared in front of him. That wasn't the main point. The main point was the snake spirit beside this person. Although he was arrogant just now, Beast Number 1 was still very wary of Snake Spirit. This was the Snake Clan that sealed all the beast numbers. Looking at Yen Chuan, Tong Tian, and Mo Yushi not far away, Beast Number 1 frowned deeply. For a moment, he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. After all, Yen Chuan had captured a few beast numbers. He had to save them. Beast Number 1 was conflicted. Yen Chuan also narrowed his eyes as he looked at Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng. Yen Chuan didn't believe that these two people would suddenly show mercy and help out of kindness. He didn't have a clear relationship with them. Even if Meng Sansheng was ZZ's grandfather, Yen Chuan still didn't believe that he would help him. However, the people from these two great powers had sent their own people here. Why? Yen Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi's eyes were also filled with confusion. The mutated martial artist looked at the Grand Master of Heaven with a solemn expression. A great battle was about to break out. Not only was the battle on the verge of breaking out, but Great Emperor Ziwei of Ziwei Palace also seemed to be ready to strike at any moment. Just when the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the ground. The seawater of the entire West Sea instantly churned. The West Sea shook, and the void trembled. Boom! 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 The tremors continued, and the violent tremors seemed to have come out of nowhere. The originally hostile crowd's faces suddenly changed. What's wrong? Snake Spirit looked at the sky in surprise. Meng Sansheng and Beast Number 1 also looked around in surprise. Meow, what's going on? An earthquake? Isn't the timing of the earthquake a little too coincidental? Meow exclaimed. No, it's not an earthquake in the West Sea. It's an earthquake everywhere. Mo Yushi's expression suddenly changed. What? Wu Jiong's face sank. Tongtian's injuries had healed a lot. He also quickly turned his head to look around. Yes, the West Outer Continent, the Southwest Outer Continent, the Northwest Outer Continent, the Middle Outer Continent, the East Outer Continent, the South Outer Continent, and the North Outer Continent. What happened to the world? Tong Tian asked in surprise. An earthquake? Yen Chuan's face darkened. Beast Number 1 also looked around in surprise. At Beast Number 2's place, there was also a commotion among the other beasts. What happened to the world? Why was there such a huge earthquake? Did it cover the entire Yang realm? In the South Outer Continent, Kong Huangtian stepped out of the Imperial Palace. In the Southeast Outer Continent, Golden Emperor flew into the sky and looked around. In the Middle Outer Continent, Great Emperor Ziwei also quickly walked out of the Ziwei Palace. He flew into the sky and looked down at the world. What happened? Great Emperor Ziwei was also surprised. While everyone was still in shock, a series of loud noises suddenly came from the outer South Continent. Roar! 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 Countless dragon roars came from all the territories under the Yang realm. Under the ground, there seemed to be waves of dark golden energy surging towards the north. Boom! Boom! Like a surging river, the rolling dark golden energy quickly surged towards the north. In Xianyang City, Gigu Z's expression changed. It's luck. The world's luck? Rumble. Xianyang City trembled. Sir, this is bad. The first dragon vein is trembling. A feng shui master rushed over. The first dragon vein. The capital of the Yang realm, Xianyang City, was located on top of the first dragon vein. At this moment, the dragon head trembled as if it was about to turn its body and head towards the north. Notify all the feng shui masters in the Yang realm to enter the Yang realm. Gigu Zi shouted. Yes. Minister Lu, calm the people. I'll lead everyone in the Imperial Astronomer to activate the first dragon vein and stop the eastern outer continent's luck from flowing away. Gigu Zi shouted. Yes. Lu Bui replied. Boom. Under Gigu Zi's command, the huge dragon head under his feet suddenly stopped. Roar. The first dragon vein let out a long roar and quickly stabilized its body. It stopped the flow of luck. Those who cultivated merit gathered luck. Those who cultivate and accumulate yin virtue will accumulate merit. Those who cultivated feng shui controlled luck. Luck was something that feng shui masters gathered. But now, the world's luck was madly converging towards the north. Almost all the feng shui masters looked towards the north in horror. The billowing luck seemed to have crossed through time and space and flowed towards the outer north continent. Gradually, 3 gigantic black gold dragons converged in the outer north continent. Wherever the black gold dragon passed, countless mountain peaks quickly rose from the ground. The billowing black and gold dragons moved towards the Qinglong realm, towards the place where Emperor Qinglong was cultivating in seclusion. Roar! Roar! The 3 black gold dragons enveloped the entire Azure Dragon Palace within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Countless subordinates of Emperor Qinglong looked around in shock. Boom! The palace where Emperor Qinglong was cultivating in suddenly exploded, revealing Emperor Qinglong's figure. Emperor Qinglong was holding a long sword in his hand. The long sword trembled, causing the surrounding luck to gather. Under the vast aura of the long sword, Emperor Qinglong's subordinates were all forced to kneel down. Emperor Qinglong? That sword? Emperor Ziwei looked towards the north in shock. Kong Huangtian of the outer south continent stared at the long sword. Emperor Huangjin, Snake Spirit, Meng Sansheng, No. 1, No. 2, Mo Yushi, and Tong Tian all stared at the sword in Emperor Qinglong's hand. Emperor Qinglong stepped on the emperor altar as if he was doing the final step of refining. Roar! The long sword in Emperor Qinglong's hand suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Under the dragon's roar, it seemed to have turned into a black and golden dragon in Emperor Qinglong's hand. As it opened its mouth, it crazily absorbed the 3 black and gold dragons that were formed from the world's luck. That is? Snake Spirit exclaimed in surprise. Only a Dharma treasure of the first era can mobilize the world's luck like this. His Dharma treasure is in the first era, and his body is the world's luck. The luck of the 4 realms is his body. Is this the Dharma treasure of the past? Meng Sansheng's eyes flashed with desire. The sword of momentum? Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Mo Yushi quickly used a spell to condense an image of the scene in the outer north continent and showed it to Yan Chuan and Miao. At this moment, Beast No. 1 also took a deep breath. Taking advantage of everyone's shock, it took a step and flew away. Whoosh! Beast No. 1 quickly fled. At this moment, Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng no longer had the mood to chase after the beast. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by the sword of momentum. In the netherworld, everything was still calm. However, all the great emperors seemed to have sensed something and walked out of their respective halls. At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, Patriarch Nether River slowly walked out. Although they were separated by the yin and yang realms, Patriarch Nether River seemed to be able to see through them. The sword of momentum? Heh, you old guys from the first era can't sit still anymore. In the Yang realm, at the entrance of Ziwei Hall, Great Emperor Ziwei looked at the outer north continent with rapt attention. The sword of momentum? I was wondering why Great Emperor Qing Long had been in seclusion during this period of time. So it's because of this sword? The sword of momentum that he tricked from a transcendent being? It's indeed a good treasure. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes, and a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. Previously, he was still somewhat interested in the beast exchange, but the sudden appearance of the sword of momentum distracted Great Emperor Ziwei. Compared to this sword of momentum, everything else was nothing. Outer North Continent. Rumble. The surging luck was quickly devoured by the sword of momentum. Countless luck was swallowed, and the sword of momentum suddenly trembled. It transformed from its original black golden dragon form into a sword form again. The sword form became 20 feet long and flew around Great Emperor Qing Long whoosh. In an instant, after emitting thousands of dark golden rays of light, it merged with Great Emperor Qing Long. The light faded, and the sword of momentum disappeared. Great Emperor Qing Long looked at his hands excitedly and waved them. Rumble. With a wave of his hand, huge mountains suddenly rose from the ground and instantly extended to the edge of the entire territory. He flipped his hands. Whoosh. Countless mountains instantly collapsed. Desertification. Boom. With a soft shout from Great Emperor Qing Long, millions of miles of land instantly turned into a desert. Grow. Countless trees instantly grew on the desertified land, and the desertified land instantly disappeared. From now on, the land is under my control. I am the Lord of the land. Great Emperor Qing Long said excitedly. The surrounding subordinates gradually came back to their senses. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Countless congratulatory voices sounded, and Great Emperor Qing Long became more and more excited. That idiot Tiangang, he doesn't even know how to use such a huge treasure. Great Emperor Qing Long laughed. All around the world, countless ambitious and ruthless people looked at Great Emperor Qing Long with envy in their eyes. Great Emperor Ziwei, in particular, had a look of determination in his eyes as he said, "Assistant left and right." "Yes, my lord." "Increase the number of scouts around Great Emperor Qing Long. I want to know all of Great Emperor Qing Long's movements. Remember, all of them." Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. "Yes, my lord." The two answered. Great Emperor Ziwei was a little excited. He took a deep breath and looked away from the North Outer Continent. He turned his head to look at the West Ocean again. The West Ocean was calm. Whether it was Yan Chuan, Beast Number 1, the Snake Spirit, or Meng Sansheng, they had all disappeared at this moment. Everyone was gone. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't continue to search because he already had a new target. Chapter 1461. Outer South Continent. In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace, Kong Huangtian looked at Emperor Qing Long of the Outer North Continent. Sword of momentum? Is this a type of omen? Kong Huangtian frowned. Peacock Z and Blind Kong stood beside him. Peacock Z didn't understand, but Blind Kong frowned slightly and said, "Ancestor, is this gathering of the world's luck related to the momentum? Legend has it that in the first era, didn't he already transform into the world's luck? Perhaps the unification of the four worlds is imminent and he sensed the aura of fate." He gradually woke up from his muddle-headedness. This is just the beginning. He gathered the luck and reappeared. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. What about Emperor Qing Long now? Emperor Qing Long wants to use the sword of momentum to control the world's luck. However, his momentum has already ascended. Before he awakens and revives, all his strength can only be reduced to a tool for others. His resistance won't be as strong as it was in the first era. If Emperor Qinglong continues like this, there are only two outcomes. One is to refine all the luck and control all the power of the first era's momentum. The other is to be revived by a momentum. Kong Huangtian said. Ah. Blind Kong and Peacock Z's expressions changed. Momentum must have sensed that the final day is getting closer and closer, so it gradually regained its consciousness. There's not much time left. I have to speed up and break through to the 17th heaven as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will also become their stepping stone, Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Blind Kong and Peacock Z didn't dare to say anything. Peacock Z, send someone to send a message to Emperor Chongsheng. 3 months later, the battle in the Eternal Domain will be decided. The loser will lose a continent. Kong Huangtian took a deep breath and said. Yes. Peacock Z replied. Eternal Domain? Not long ago, the heaven-devouring beast caused a ruckus there. That place has become a pile of ruins. There are no living creatures stationed there. It's the best battlefield. Blind Kong nodded. Exchange Beast number 1 left the West Sea. As it looked at Emperor Qinglong of the outer North Continent, it was thinking about something. Looking at Emperor Qinglong's grand aura, for a moment, it was jealous and greedy. Not long after, the first exchange beast returned to the camp. Boom! At this moment, the earthquake had already stopped. Other than a group of 15th heavenly layer powerhouses, no one else knew what had happened. Number 1, what do we do now? Number 2 frowned. We don't want this territory anymore. Number 1 said solemnly. Oh. Let's return to Luoyang immediately. Yan Chuan, Skirich, and the others are definitely going all out to take revenge. Now that the Naga clan and the Celestial Realm have joined the fray, let's go back first and prevent anything from happening to number 9. We can't let them attack us again. Number 1 said solemnly. All right. The group of exchange beasts greeted each other for a while before quickly abandoning the battlefield and heading for Luoyang. As soon as the beasts left, Wen Chu and the others in the distance received the news. They left? Greed asked in a low voice. Everyone looked at Wen Chu. This is a heaven-bestowed territory. How can we not take it? However, just in case there is a trap, let the army slowly advance. Wen Chu said. All right. The legion commanders replied. The variant body Wu Zhao, Skirich, and Mo Yushi led a group of people to the Phoenix clan's gathering place to capture the exchange beasts there. Just as number 1 had guessed, everyone was preparing to attack and capture the exchange beasts one by one. Yan Chuan, Meng Rongrong, Snake Spirit, and Meng Sansheng arrived at the interior of the western outer continent, at a stronghold of the Great Jin Factory Guard. It was the valley where they had been deprived of astral power. As soon as they entered the valley, Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng instantly looked at a closed main hall. What a strange energy fluctuation. Snake Spirit looked at the main hall strangely. Who's inside? Meng Sansheng also asked strangely. My other body. Yan Chuan didn't hide anything. Inside the main hall, the silver-eyed Yan Chuan sat cross-legged. 3,000 heavenly Tao were circulating rapidly in the main hall. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes were suffused with silver light, as if he was trying to deduce something. Yan Chuan led everyone into another main hall. Everyone had just sat down. Boom! Several streams of light rushed in from the outside world. Ha ha ha, we made it in time. Skirich was the first to enter the main hall. Mo Yushi and the variant body Wu Zhao also entered the main hall. The variant body Wu Zhao didn't want to miss this opportunity, so the Phoenix clan quickly settled it with all their might. Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng sat down. No one spoke. They drank tea and waited for Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Snake Spirit, who didn't care about anything, and smiled bitterly. What's going on? Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Mo Yushi's expression changed slightly, but she didn't say anything. Meow, that's right. Why are you all here? Meow Meow asked curiously. This time, Master asked me to come. She wants to ask for your help. Meng Rongrong said softly. Snake Spirit immediately corrected him. It's not helping, it's cooperating. Meng Rongrong glanced at Snake Spirit, but Yan Chuan ignored her. Yan Chuan trusted Meng Rongrong more. What's the matter? Exchange beasts? Yan Chuan asked. Yes, this time, Master and the God Realm have reached an agreement to divide all the exchange beasts. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Divide? Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. The variant body Wu Zhao also showed a look of dissatisfaction. Why? My snake clan needs 88. We need 64 of them. Snake Spirit said. My God Realm needs 49, 77. Meng Sanxing said. What do you mean? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing didn't speak again, but threw the problem to Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong was sandwiched between two sides, one was her lover, and the other was her master. At this moment, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. There are a total of 108 exchange beasts, but you two want 113. Heh, how are you going to divide them? The variant body Wu Zhao sneered. It doesn't matter, my snake clan already has 3. Snake Spirit said with a smile. Meng Sanxing also said, my God Realm also has 2. Moreover, my 4th brother and 6th brother's strength are not enough for you. We need to cooperate. Cooperate? Heh, can't you go by yourselves? Why come to us? Wu Zhao sneered. Meng Sanxing's eyes turned cold, but he didn't flare up. Meng Rongrong immediately said, the exchange beasts have strange abilities, so although the Snake Clan and the God Realm can defeat them, we can't catch all of them. They can escape without a trace, so we need to cooperate with you. Your intelligence network is comprehensive and can lock onto all the exchange beasts, so we have to rely on your strength. Oh. So that's the case, there are also things you can't do. Wu Zhao sneered. Wu Zhao originally wanted to keep some of the exchange beasts, after all, the exchange beasts' abilities were too heaven-defying. Even if they couldn't use them for themselves, they would still be useful. Moreover, the Snake Clan and the God Realm cared so much about the exchange beasts. Yan Chuan didn't refute, but asked curiously, I want to know, why? Snake Spirit immediately said, there is no why, King has already said that as long as you help us, when the 4 realms unite, my Snake Clan will help you resolve a crisis. The same goes for the God Realm. Meng Sanxing said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong ignored Snake Spirit and told the truth, because they are divine beasts, and the exchange beasts are a very special kind of divine beasts. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong in confusion, not understanding this explanation. Rongrong. Snake Spirit immediately shouted, wanting to interrupt Meng Rongrong. However, Meng Rongrong still ignored him and continued to say to Yan Chuan, the top 10 divine beasts in the world are not only ranked. Just like the karmic rank of heaven and earth, the top 10 divine beasts have a special identity and another name. What? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing both frowned and wanted to stop Meng Rongrong, but Meng Rongrong ignored them. Variable. Meng Rongrong said. Variable? Top 10 divine beasts? Meow. Meow widened its eyes. Variable? Yan Chuan also looked serious. Wu Jiong was even more surprised, but after the surprise, his eyes shone brightly. Yes, the number of Dian is 50, and it uses 49, one of them is to escape. And one of them is the variable, and the variable is the top 10 divine beasts. Back then, Master began to seal the explosive beast, the identical beast, and the swallowing sky tail beast in order to seal this variable for use in the final battle against fate. The variable is unpredictable, it can change into thousands of things. Meng Rongrong explained. Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing sighed. Since she had already said it, it was useless to stop her. The variable is sealed for the battle? Yan Chuan frowned. Wu Jiong's eyes shone. This was the first time he heard that the top 10 divine beasts had such a background. Divine beasts? No wonder they were so different from demonic beasts. Each of the top 10 divine beasts had a divine ability that defied the natural order. Yan Chuan, the Snake Clan and the realm of the gods are determined to win, they. Meng Rongrong didn't know how to explain. Heh, exchange beasts, if you can catch them, go catch them yourselves. Wu Jiong didn't want to give up the exchange beasts. Because once they agreed, they would have to hand over all the exchange beasts. Yan Chuan, on the other hand, was deep in thought. The number of Dian is 50, and it uses 49, one of them is to escape. Yan Chuan remembered that Bai Huang seemed to have mentioned that everything in the world, including the 3,000 heavenly Tao and fate, was within these 49. These 49 were also called the fixed number. The number of Dian was the most perfect thing. Unfortunately, there was nothing perfect. Heaven and earth were the same. One of the things that escaped was that heaven and earth were actually incomplete. Taiji was also incomplete. One of the reasons was that there were variables. The variable of the fixed number equals the number of Dian. The top 10 divine beasts? Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan, waiting for Yan Chuan's final decision. Her eyes flashed with determination, as if she would stand on Yan Chuan's side no matter what Yan Chuan decided. Tongtian's attitude was indifferent. Mo Yushi naturally supported Yan Chuan. Miao also supported Yan Chuan. Only Wu Jiong's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why should he give the exchange beasts he caught to the realm of the gods and the Snake Clan? Chapter 1462. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan. Although Yan Chuan and Skirich had a good relationship, Skirich should have his own considerations. However, not long ago, it was Yan Chuan who helped him get back his body. Skirich also gave up this consideration and was ready to listen to what Yan Chuan had to say. Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing stared at Yan Chuan. Except for Wu Jiong, the others were Yan Chuan's people, so they naturally listened to Yan Chuan's decision. Even Wu Jiong understood at this moment that he couldn't persuade the two forces with his current strange body. He hoped that Yan Chuan could unite with him. After all, the exchange beast was a variable. Although he didn't know how to use it, how could he give up the treasure in his hands to others? Therefore, everyone's eyes were focused on Yan Chuan, waiting for Yan Chuan's decision. Yan Chuan didn't speak, but looked outside the hall, at the hall where the silver-eyed Yan Chuan was. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan was sitting cross-legged in the hall. There were a lot of restrictions around it, so that people outside couldn't check inside. Around the silver-eyed Yan Chuan was the 3,000 heavenly Tao cycle. There was another person in the hall. It was the exchange beast that had been exchanged for Yan Chuan's body not long ago. At this moment, it was chained by a lot of chains and couldn't move. The exchange beast was dying. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes were shining with silver light as he continued to deduce. While he was deducing, he controlled the 3,000 heavenly Tao to condense power and slowly form a new energy body. Bang! As soon as the new energy body was formed, it broke apart with a bang. I wanted to use the 3,000 heavenly Tao to deduce the exchange beast, but I was still a little short. So this is the problem. Variable? Since it's a variable, the 3,000 heavenly Tao can only deduce part of it, and the other part needs my silver eye to deduce. It's much easier to point it out. Once I deduce everything about the exchange beast, I can arrange it at will. 1, 10. As long as the deduction is successful, I can create the exchange beast at any time. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan gradually formed a net-like object in front of him. There were more and more filaments in the net, as if he was building a new exchange beast. In the other hall, everyone was waiting for Yan Chuan's answer. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and turned to look at the snake spirit and Meng Sansheng. I can give you the exchange beast, but your promise. Yan Chuan? Wu Jiong asked anxiously. With Yan Chuan's personality, how could he compromise? Chuan stared Meng and Meng Sansheng. The two of them were slightly stunned. They didn't expect Yan Chuan to be so easy to talk to. Zhou Chuan Chuan. Zhou Heavenly Zhou Imperial Zhou Chuan, the Snake Clan, will help you once, even if the king does it himself. As long as it's within our power, we, the Snake Clan, will do our best. Meng Sansheng said solemnly. As long as it's within the power of the God world, the 7 brothers of the God world are willing to help you. Meng Sansheng affirmed. Good. Yan Chuan answered. This is a jade talisman. As long as you break it, the Snake Clan will come immediately. Meng Sansheng took out 2 jade talismans. Meng Sansheng handed the jade talismans to Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong's face was gloomy. He didn't want to accept it, but the situation was already decided. There was no turning back. After a slight grumble, he could only accept it. This is a jade talisman from the God world. As soon as you break it, the God world will come immediately. Meng Sansheng also handed over 2 jade talismans. Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong accepted them. Seeing Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong accept the jade talismans, Meng Sansheng smiled again. That's good. I hope it'll be soon. You two stay here first. We'll contact our subordinates. Yan Chuan said. All right. Meng Sansheng nodded. After settling everyone down, Yan Chuan looked at Wu Jiong and said, Emperor Wu, I'm sorry. I'll make the decision for you. You're right. With the strength of the great Zhou dynasty, we still can't fight against these 2 great forces. The God world and the Snake Clan are rumored to be either from the First Era or the Second Era. They have a strong foundation. Wu Jiong sighed. If Hong Jun was still alive, perhaps the result would be different. The most important thing now is to help you restore your country. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Teacher? Wu Jiong frowned. My men have received news that the exchange beasts have all returned to Luoyang City. Now, to help you restore your country, we'll start from the bottom. We'll exchange the exchange beasts for your people one by one and push them to your body. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Okay. Wu Jiong nodded. All the exchange beasts have been locked down by our spies. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Oh. A cold light flashed in Wu Jiong's eyes. Although Wu Jiong knew that there were spies in the great Zhou dynasty, just like how he had planted his own spies in the great Zhou dynasty, he didn't expect the great Zhou dynasty to have locked down all the exchange beasts. Yan Chuan didn't mind Wu Jiong's cold gaze. My spies are all servants. They have no power or influence and can't take them down one by one. You'll need to use the forces under your control. Wu Jiong nodded. Taiping, come in. Soon, a woman who looked like a palace maid entered the hall. Mother. The woman said with a strange expression. The woman was Princess Taiping, who had been exchanged. At this moment, her body was occupied by her mother. She felt an indescribable sense of disharmony. We want to divide and destroy the exchange beasts. We know that you have planted a force in the great Zhou dynasty, right? Wu Jiong said solemnly. Plop. Taiping immediately knelt down. For a moment, Taiping panicked. Mother, please forgive me. Mother, please forgive me. I was foolish. Taiping begged for mercy. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said, Taiping, I know you want to learn from me and usurp the throne. Unfortunately, your ability is still far from enough. How can we not know about your people? We just didn't care about them and wanted to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. We can let bygones be bygones if you help the officials return to their positions. Yes. Thank you, Mother. Princess Taiping was so shocked that she broke out in cold sweat. Yan Chuan nodded and said, That's the best. As long as we deceive one of the exchange beasts to exchange for one of your officials, we can use that official to deceive the other exchange beasts. It won't be long before we capture all of the exchange beasts and your officials return to their positions. Okay. Wu Jiong nodded. With systematic intelligence and an exquisite plan, the capture of the exchange beasts officially began. Wu Jiong and Princess Taiping gathered Princess Taiping's subordinates and secretly carried out the plan to usurp the throne. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Outer North Continent. Qinglong Hall. Emperor Qinglong sat on the dragon throne. His subordinates were constantly reporting to Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong's strength had greatly increased this time. Almost all of his subordinates were ecstatic. They seemed to have found a place to vent their past grievances. My lord, the heavenly court of Great Zhen is getting stronger. Emperor Rosefinch went there previously and returned in a sorry state. Yes, my lord. Hundreds of our brothers are still being held captive in Xianyang. My lord, please save our brothers. Emperor Qinglong's expression became more and more solemn as his subordinates continued to plead. The memory of being chased away by Yan Chuan was still vivid in his mind. Not only was it a humiliation, but he also failed to save his subordinates. Yes, my strength has greatly increased. It's time to save the Golden Dragon and the others. Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. My lord is wise. His subordinates were delighted. My lord, I feel that it's not a good time to go to Xianyang and Great Qin. A fox-headed official shouted. Oh. Everyone looked at the fox-headed official. My lord, Xianyang and Great Qin are still strange. No one knows what unknowns there are. Of course, I'm not doubting my lord's ability. I just have a better choice. Let's hear it. Yes, my lord. The Tongtian sect leader intercepted my lord in the past. Now, Yan Chuan is still in the western outer continent. My lord, you can capture Yan Chuan there and use him as a hostage to save our brothers. Moreover, by capturing Yan Chuan, you can let Yan Chuan enjoy the humiliation we suffered. If you have time, my lord can even teach the Tongtian sect leader a lesson. The fox-headed official said in a deep voice. Before the Azure Dragon Emperor could say anything, all of his subordinates became excited. That's right. If we capture Yan Chuan, won't that help us vent our anger? Yan Chuan is in the western outer continent, not the home ground. His strength is definitely not as strong as when he was in Xianyang. My lord, capturing him now is a piece of cake. My lord, you're so thoughtful. Everyone sighed, and the fox-headed official smiled. Emperor Qinglong nodded in satisfaction. That's for the best. Send people to the western outer continent to look for Yan Chuan's whereabouts. Yes. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper Study. Zombie Yan Chuan was facing a group of important officials. Lu Gang, have you sent people to the factory guards? Zombie Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, we sent them. However, the Longevity Emperor ignored us. Lu Gang frowned. Oh. Ignored us? Yes, the factory guards couldn't meet the Longevity Emperor at all. Even when they mentioned the Celestial Emperor's name, the Celestial Longevity Realm's army commanders ignored them. Lu Gang frowned. Celestial Longevity Realm? What's going on? Didn't the Eastern Orthodox faction have no ambition? Why did they suddenly challenge Kong Huangtian? Kong Huangtian was also very direct. He even adjusted the time of the battle. In 2 months, the two of them will fight. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. I don't understand either. However, the factory guards are still trying to find ways to meet the Longevity Emperor. Lu Gang said. Continue to pay attention. The factory guards will continue to find ways to meet the Longevity Emperor and report to me as soon as possible. Zombie Yan Chuan said. Yes. Lu Gang answered. Chapter 1463. As time went by, Wu Jiong's premeditated plan of capturing the exchange beasts became faster and faster. None of the exchange beasts that Yan Chuan had locked onto could escape. Number 1 and number 2 exchange beasts, what should we do? Yan Chuan looked at Meng Sansheng. Don't worry. Leave these two to the celestial realm. Snatch 4th brother and 6th brother's bodies? Humph. Meng Sansheng said coldly. That's for the best. Yan Chuan nodded. There are still 10 exchange beasts outside. When will you give them to us? Snake Spirit smiled. I'll give them to you when I catch all of them together. Are you worried that I won't have them? Yan Chuan said lightly. He, why would I? Snake Spirit laughed. Although she looked like she had Yan Chuan in the bag, her tone was not too harsh. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with an apologetic look. Rongrong, you go back to the valley first. Guard my other body there. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong and said. Meng Rongrong nodded. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, you two go back as well. Give all the exchange beasts to my other body first. Once my other body is released, I'll distribute them to the Serpent Clan and the Celestial Realm. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu answered. Then, he quickly left with Meng Rongrong. The exchange beasts were captured one by one and sent to Silver-Eyed Yan Chuan. In the great hall where Silver-Eyed Yan Chuan was, more and more exchange beasts were hanging. One by one, they were hung up for Silver-Eyed Yan Chuan to quickly deduce. In Silver-Eyed Yan Chuan's palm, the simulation was becoming more and more perfect. Luoyang City. Exchange Beast number 1 gathered a group of exchange beasts. Something's wrong. Exchange Beast number 1 frowned. The exchange beasts were puzzled. It's already been 3 months. It's been too peaceful. Yan Chuan's group actually didn't pass by this place? Beast number 1 asked in a low voice. They must be plotting something. Beast number 2 said in a low voice. I don't have any news either. Wu Jiong's body said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan is too cunning. If we weren't tricked by Yan Chuan last time, we wouldn't have to be so careful now. Number 2 said in a low voice. The group of beasts nodded their heads. However, some of them had cold looks on their faces. Number 39? Why hasn't he come yet? Wu Jiong's body frowned. Number 39 was the exchange beast for Shengguanwan, At this moment, he was leading a group of black-robed men in a hurry. When the guards saw him, they all bowed. The Celestial Emperor has given the order. You can all leave. Shengguanwan, shouted. Yes. The guards retreated one after another. Shengguanwan, quickly led everyone to the front of the hall. Everything is here, Meng Sansheng. Shengguanwan looked at Meng Sansheng. Okay. Meng Sansheng quickly took out a huge gourd from his black robe. It was the Hong Meng gourd. Treasure, please accept. Meng Sansheng shouted as the mouth of the gourd faced the hall in front of him. Boom! A fierce suction force rushed straight out. Crash! Suddenly, the entire hall was quickly sucked into the mouth of the gourd. In the hall, the expressions of the experts changed. Not good. Break! Number 1 yelled. Boom! Under a huge force, the hall was broken out. A group of exchange beasts flew out one after another. However, the suction force of the Hong Meng gourd was too strong. Ordinary people couldn't resist it at all. Only number 1, number 2, and Wu Jiong's bodies flew out. Ha ha ha, Wu Jiong's body, look at me. Snake spirit suddenly flew out. Wu Jiong's body didn't dare to hesitate at this moment. Boom! Wu Jiong's great Dao soared into the sky. His body merged with the great Dao to protect himself. However, Snake Spirit's eyes hypnotized him again. During the hypnosis, Wu Jiong's body paused slightly. Treasure, please accept. Meng Sanxing shouted again. Boom! Wu Jiong's body was instantly sucked into the gourd. Bastard, how dare you! Beast number 1 and beast number 2 suddenly shouted. Boom! Boom! 2 streams of flowing light rushed over and crashed into beast number 1 and beast number 2. They were Sha Di and Emperor Min, the other 2 people in the divine realm who were carrying large gourds. Boom! The sky above Luoyang City was filled with explosions. Countless guards rushed over quickly. However, Sheng Wanwan, and Princess Taiping said quickly, back off. Yes. It's you? You're working together? Beast number 1 shouted. We've got all the beasts. Now, only you 2 are left. Let's see where you can run to. Sha Di said coldly. No, this is impossible. How can this be? There are more than 100 of us. Beast number 2 exclaimed. Unfortunately, you're too stupid. Sha Di said coldly. Treasure, please turn around. Swish. The immortal slaying flying knife instantly slashed at beast number 2. Invisibility. Swish. The immortal slaying flying knife went through beast number 2 as if he didn't exist. You want to escape in front of me? Humph. Sha Di snorted. Swish. Sha Di chased after beast number 2. Emperor Min carried the ice-toad gourd and chased after beast number 1. Everyone lifted their black robes and looked at Meng Sanxing's Hong Meng gourd. The Hong Meng gourd had sucked in the entire hall. Now, it was spitting people out one by one. They were all people who had exchanged their bodies back. At this moment, they were all looking at the mutated warriors excitedly. Meng Sanxing, there are 8 more beasts in your gourd. You need to exchange bodies for Wu Jiong. After that, go to the previous valley and take all the beasts. They're all there. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Sanxing. Okay. Meng Sanxing nodded. A trace of relief flashed in the eyes of the mutated martial artist. Although they had just caught the beasts, Wu Jiong had ways to get his body back. With the cooperation of Yan Chuan, Wu Jiong, the Divine Realm, and the Snake Clan, everything went smoothly. The great Zhou dynasty was almost restored. Yan Chuan, this is Master's Purple Cloud Palace. You fulfilled your promise. As the judge, I'll give it to you. Tong Tian said. As he spoke, he took out a small golden ball. As soon as the ball appeared, Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing were puzzled. Wu Jiong looked at the small ball with a trace of reluctance, but also a trace of relief. Yan Chuan took it. After taking it, he immediately checked it. It was a small transparent ball. Looking inside, one could see a star in the center. Surrounding this star were 9 planets. Is this the solar system that Zhong Shan mentioned? 9 planets? That's Earth? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. What? Tong Tian was puzzled. Nothing. Yan Chuan shook his head. With a flip of his hand, he carefully put away the ball. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the south. Tong Tian, Mo Shi, and the others quickly looked over. It's the Eternal Domain. Kong Huangtian is fighting the Eternal Emperor. Mo Shi immediately said. In the end, the 2 of them still started fighting? AI. Yan Chuan sighed. He felt helpless. The Eternal Emperor was his good friend, and Kong Huangtian had saved his life back then. Moreover, they were related by blood. Now, the two of them were fighting? Yan Chuan felt that it was a pity. At the same time. Underworld, Great Qin City. The Great Qin City was filled with multicolored light and auspicious qi. Outer East Continent's Great Qin Dynasty. Everything was peaceful. However, at that moment, a ray of light flew over from the south. It was a baby. The baby's face was filled with anxiety and grief. Yan Chuan, you have to save Master. The baby flew as it mumbled to itself. Chapter 1464. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Outside the palace, a baby looked anxious. Stop. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Great Qin City? A city guard suddenly stopped the baby. I want to see the Yama Emperor, quick, the baby said anxiously. See the Celestial Emperor? There are many people who want to see the Celestial Emperor every day. The guard sneered. Astral power, the baby shouted. Boom! A beam of starlight descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the baby. I'm 7 Kills, the commander of the Celestial Longevity Realm's 6th Army. Quick, go and report this to the Yama Emperor. I have something important to tell him. If you delay it, you'll be held accountable, the baby shouted angrily. Astral power. This could not be faked. He was an expert of the Second Era. 7 kills? Although it did not look like it, the Great Qin City guards were carefully selected. Naturally, they would not make trouble for no reason. Although they did not report it to Yan Chuan, they immediately reported it to the higher-ups. The news quickly reached Yan Chuan. Zombie Yan Chuan was also worried about the Celestial Emperor. When he suddenly heard that a baby called 7 Kills had come, he immediately agreed to meet him. The baby was quickly sent to Yan Chuan. Looking at the baby, Yan Chuan was slightly stunned. 7 kills? This guy was 7 kills? Yama Emperor, you have to save the master. Only you can save the master now. 7 Kills immediately begged. Yan Chuan's expression became serious. What happened to the Celestial Emperor? Also, how did you become like this? 7 Kills immediately described what had happened. After hearing the story, Yan Chuan immediately understood everything. No wonder the Celestial Emperor's temperament suddenly changed. It turns out that he was controlled by the Celestial Emperor. Yan Chuan said with a gloomy expression. In the current world, I don't know who to look for. Only the Yama Emperor has a good relationship with the master. Please help. 7 Kills pleaded. I know that it's very difficult to become enemies with the Celestial Emperor. I only hope that the Yama Emperor can awaken the master's thoughts. For the sake of... 7 Kills kept pleading. The baby's weak body was about to kneel down. Yan Chuan immediately floated up, and a force stopped 7 Kills from kneeling. It's Emperor Eternal Life's fortune to have a subject like you, Yan Chuan said. His trust in you has not been wasted. Don't worry. Even if we don't count our friendship, I won't watch him sink into oblivion when he saved me in the Eternal Domain. Stay here for now. My other body will go save him. Yes, thank you, Emperor Yan, thank you. 7 Kills said gratefully. In the realm of the living, in the Ziwei celestial realm. Ziwei the Great sat on the dragon throne, but his gaze was fixed on the south, watching the great battle in the Eternal Domain. Beside him stood the left assistant minister and the right assistant minister. Kong Huangtian and the Longevity Immortal Emperor finally started their battle. I wonder what the final result will be. Zhua Fu frowned. Kong Huangtian's cultivation is at the 16th firmament. He is the strongest person in the 3rd epoch. Even some of the great emperors of the 2nd epoch might not be his match. Great Emperor Polestar said solemnly. That's just the other great emperors. Kong Huangtian is definitely inferior to Master. Yu Bai laughed. Great Emperor Polestar did not comment. It would be best if the longevity Immortal Emperor wins. However, what if Kong Huangtian wins? Zhua Fu asked again. Kong Huangtian is not that strong, right? Apart from Master, the longevity Immortal Emperor is also one of the strongest great emperors, Yu Bai said with a frown. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, I will win. Great Emperor Polestar said with a smile. Zhua Fu and Yu Bai's eyes lit up. Master is wise. The two of them praised. Indeed, even if Kong Huangtian won, so what? He must have paid a heavy price. At that time, Great Emperor Polestar would not have to pay a heavy price to destroy Kong Huangtian. From the moment the battle between the longevity Immortal Emperor and Kong Huangtian began, half of the Annan continent and the outer South continent were already in Great Emperor Polestar's pocket. Longevity Immortal Emperor versus Kong Huangtian. The intense tremors instantly attracted the attention of all the experts in the world. In the outer North continent, in front of Qinglong Palace, Great Emperor Qinglong led his subordinates and looked towards the south. The peacock spreads its feathers and covers the world. Great Emperor Qinglong looked at the distant eternal domain with a grave expression. Master, is Kong Huangtian really that strong in the eternal domain? He can fight against the longevity Immortal Emperor? A subordinate asked curiously. That's right. The peacock's feathers can cover the entire eternal domain. He can easily deal with the longevity Immortal Emperor's attacks. Kong Huangtian is indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the Third Era. Great Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. He's that powerful? The subordinate exclaimed in surprise. Report. At this moment, another subordinate suddenly ran over. What's wrong? Great Emperor Qinglong asked curiously. Master, our spies sent news from the outer West continent. Yan Chuan has appeared in the Great Zhou Imperial Court's Luoyang city. The subordinate reported. Luoyang? Yes, Luoyang. Other than Yan Chuan, Tong Tian, and a group of people carrying gourds are also there. The subordinate said. Great Emperor Qinglong looked towards the south and then towards the southwest. That's good. We will go to Luoyang now. Great Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Master, are we not going to wait for the battle between Kong Huangtian and the longevity Immortal Emperor to end? There's no need. The eternal domain is in chaos. We can only see the general situation. It's better not to look. Since Yan Chuan and Tong Tian are gathered in Luoyang, we will capture them now. Otherwise, he will be gone again. Great Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Yes. All of you, guard Qinglong Palace well. Wait for our return. Boom. As he spoke, Great Emperor Qinglong soared into the sky and flew towards the outer West continent. Outer West continent, above a vast sea. Mo Yushi transformed into a black phoenix and flew towards the eternal domain with Yan Chuan. Meow, this trip is dangerous. Don't come with us. Yan Chuan shouted from the back of the black phoenix. Meow, I want to go. You don't bring me along every time. Meow said pitifully. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Forget it. Meow had spatial abilities. If there was danger, she could escape in an instant. Yan Chuan, we left in such a hurry just now. What happened? Mo Yushi flew quickly with Yan Chuan. The longevity Immortal Emperor is being controlled. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. He didn't fight Kong Huangtian willingly. His mind is being controlled by Great Emperor Ziwei. He has become Great Emperor Ziwei's puppet. I have to stop this battle as soon as possible. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Stop. The longevity immortal emperor doesn't care about his family anymore? She said worriedly. Last time, when we were in danger, he came without hesitation. This time, he is in danger. I have to help him. Yan Chuan said with certainty. But how can we stop this? Both of them are at the 16th heaven. She said worriedly. There will be a way. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. While Qing Long was rushing towards the outer west continent, Yan Chuan, Shi, and Miao had already left for the Eternal Domain. Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei was watching the battle in the Eternal Domain. Suddenly, a subordinate came forward. My lord. Great Emperor Ziwei was puzzled. Great Emperor Qing Long has left the Qing Long celestial realm. The subordinate said. Oh. Great Emperor Qing Long's eyes lit up. Just now, news came from the outer north continent. Great Emperor Qing Long is heading southwest. He might be going to the outer west continent. The subordinate said. Pay close attention to Great Emperor Qing Long's whereabouts. Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath. With that, Great Emperor Ziwei stepped down from his dragon throne and walked to the plaza. The left and right advisors followed behind him. He came out on his own. That's good too. Now that he's out of the Qing Long celestial realm, you can forget about going back. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed. Great Emperor Ziwei scanned his surroundings as if he was looking for Great Emperor Qing Long himself. However, the world was too big. Without a fixed target, looking for Great Emperor Qing Long was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't find him at all. With a wave of his hand, the dragon throne flew out of Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei was sitting in the plaza of Ziwei Palace. He looked at the Eternal Domain while looking for Great Emperor Qing Long. After nearly 2 days, Shi brought Yan Chuan to the Eternal Domain at an extremely fast speed. This was the second time they were here. The last time, they were swallowed by the sky-devouring tailed beast, which then brought chaos to the entire Eternal Domain. At this moment, Yan Chuan, Shi, and Miao stood outside the Eternal Domain. The seawater around the Eternal Domain surged with monstrous waves. Just like that day, the Eternal Domain showed signs of collapsing again. A sea of fire and a sea of fog enveloped the Eternal Domain. Dazzling sword lights shot out in all directions from within. Outside the Eternal Domain, a large number of peacock feathers floated, covering everything inside. Not far away, there were 2 distinct groups of soldiers standing on 2 sides. On one side were the heroes of the outer southern continent led by Peacock Z and Blind Kong. On the other side were the commanders of the celestial longevity realm led by their subordinates. Both sides were waiting for the final result. Yan Chuan's arrival came as a slight surprise to both parties. Miao, Yan Chuan, what do we do now? Miao asked. Come, let's go in. Yan Chuan said. Miao. Miao and Shi answered. The 3 of them charged into the thick fog and peacock feathers shrouding the battlefield. The experts of the Kong family and the celestial longevity realm were stunned. Although they wanted to stop them, it was too late. Yan Chuan and Shi had already disappeared into the fog. Outer Western Continent, Luoyang City. With Tongtian's help, Wu Jiong quickly regained control of his body. Demon, you demon. The beast, who had been beaten back to its original form, possessed a palace maid and screamed at Wu Jiong in horror. Humph. Wu Jiong snorted. Treasure, please accept. Meng Sanxing shouted. The last beast was sucked into the primordial gourd. Farewell. Meng Sanxing said. With that, Meng Sanxing stepped away. He went towards the valley where silver-eyed Yan Chuan was. Junior sister, congratulations. Tong Tian smiled. Wu Jiong sighed and smiled bitterly. What's there to congratulate? Everything has returned to the beginning. Yan Chuan left in a hurry. I wonder how things are over there. Tong Tian took a deep breath. Wu Jiong looked indifferent. She did not care. At this moment. Boom! A grand aura rushed into Luoyang City. Is this the aura of the Azure Dragon Emperor? Tongtian's expression changed as he stood in the hall. Chapter 1465. Outside the West Continent, in a small valley. Meng Sanxing flew into the valley with the Hong Meng gourd on his back. A group of people had already gathered in the valley. Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the 6 dragons. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and Meng Rongrong were guarding a large hall. He, Rongrong, let me go in and take a look. I felt strange that day. I can't see through this hall. Snake Spirit laughed. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said, Snake Spirit, you have already obtained the exchange beasts. You should go back. Aren't there still some in the hall? Snake Spirit laughed. Not only could she not see through the palace, but she could also feel a surge of pressure coming from outside the palace. One must know that she, the Snake Spirit, did not have an ordinary cultivation base. Even with her current strength, she could still feel a sense of threat. Just how strong was that thing inside? Ding! Meng Rongrong plucked the zither in her hand, and a golden light shot towards Snake Spirit. Fushi Zither? You want to use the treasure of my snake clan to deal with me? Snake Spirit said in a deep voice. Snake Spirit, you have crossed the line. Meng Rongrong said coldly. Snake Spirit was conflicted. She hated Meng Rongrong for not standing on her side. Ha, Snake Spirit, since you are not willing to take these exchange beasts, then the divine world will take them first. You can wait. Meng Sanxing laughed. Outside the hall, the bodies of the exchange beasts were lying everywhere. Each of them had a dazed expression, as if they were crippled. Of course, for Meng Sanxing and Snake Spirit, as long as they were not dead, they would be fine. Who said I don't want them? Snake Spirit shouted. In that case, take your exchange beasts and leave first. Meng Sanxing said in a deep voice. Snake Spirit frowned and looked at Meng Sanxing. Then she looked at Meng Rongrong. Humph. She stretched out her hand and grabbed a group of exchange beasts. She waved her hand in the air. Boom! The heavenly demon realm opened, and Snake Spirit led the group of exchange beasts into it. Snake Spirit left. Meng Sanxing also turned to look at the hall. Meng Rongrong, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu looked at Meng Sanxing with vigilance. Don't worry. Although I'm curious about this palace, it's not to the extent of turning against you. I'm waiting for Yan Chuan to hand over the exchange technique. Meng Sanxing said in a deep voice. Bai Qi and the others nodded. Inside the main hall. The 3,000 heavenly Dao circulated rapidly. There were 30 bodies occupied by exchange beasts hanging around. Each of them had a dazed and crazy expression. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, in front of silver-eyed Yan Chuan. Gradually, a strange blue object was formed. The blue object was in the shape of a human brain. The countless fine lines on it were dazzling. The blue brain seemed to be emitting a large number of thin threads. Some stretched towards the 3,000 heavenly Dao, and some stretched towards the 30 exchange beasts. As time passed, the blue brain became more and more complex, with more and more patterns on it. The exchange beast is actually in the form of a human brain? Soon, it will be perfected very soon. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes shone with silver light. Luoyang City. Boom! A majestic aura rushed towards Luoyang City. This is the aura of Emperor Qinglong. In the main hall, the Tongtian sect leader's expression changed. Emperor Qinglong? Wu Jiong's face darkened. The two of them quickly stepped out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, Luoyang's array formation was activated. A large number of experts gathered in front of Taiji Palace. Everyone was on guard against the sudden arrival of a powerful aura. A man in a green robe flew in the air. He looked down from above, his eyes cold and incomparably arrogant. The Tongtian sect leader raised his eyebrows. He also had a grudge with Emperor Qinglong. In the past, he helped Yan Chuan to retreat from Emperor Qinglong in the Netherworld. Emperor Qinglong later occupied his training ground. However, Wu Jiong was puzzled. Emperor Qinglong, may I know why you are here? Wu Jiong asked in a deep voice. Wu Jiong. Heh, where is Yan Chuan? Emperor Qinglong said arrogantly. Yan Chuan? The Tongtian sect leader raised his eyebrows, but Wu Jiong's expression changed. The two of them had different thoughts. To the Tongtian sect leader, he was friends with Yan Chuan and owed him a favor. As for Wu Jiong, he was completely emotionless. Even if Yan Chuan helped him restore his country, it was just an exchange of benefits. Emperor Qinglong, I might have to disappoint you. Yan Chuan has already left. The Tongtian sect leader said. What? Emperor Qinglong's face darkened. He had traveled billions of miles from the North Outer Continent, but he learned that Yan Chuan had already left. Where did he go? Emperor Qinglong shouted. Ha, how would I know where he went? The Tongtian sect leader shook his head. Emperor Qinglong narrowed his eyes. Do you believe that I will destroy Luoyang City immediately? Emperor Qinglong said coldly. Boom. As he spoke, the ground around Luoyang City shook violently. The Tongtian sect leader frowned and said, Emperor Qinglong, Yan Chuan is not here at all. Humph. Speak. Emperor Qinglong shouted. Rumble. As he shouted, the ground outside Luoyang City shook violently again. Roar. Roar. The wails of the dragon vein came from underground. Emperor Qinglong wielded the sword of force, so he had a unique advantage in controlling the dragon vein. The feng shui masters of Luoyang City could not fight against him at all. Even the array formation of Luoyang City shook violently. Whoosh! The Tongtian sect leader stepped out of Luoyang City. Emperor Qinglong, if you want to know where Yan Chuan is, follow me. The Tongtian sect leader said coldly. As he spoke, he flew into the distance, trying to lure Emperor Qinglong away from this place. Emperor Qinglong smiled coldly and did not leave. Instead, he looked at Luoyang City. Yan Chuan is still in Luoyang City, isn't he? Huh, Yan Chuan, are you going to be a coward too? Emperor Qinglong shouted coldly. Rumble. The ground outside Luoyang City churned rapidly. The huge earthquake broke through the array formation and shook Luoyang City. Wu Jiong's face darkened as he flew out of Luoyang City. Emperor Qinglong, Yan Chuan is over there. Wu Jiong quickly pointed in a direction. Emperor Qinglong's face turned cold. At this moment, Wu Jiong's eyes turned green. He could see into the distance if he used his eyesight. Wu Jiong was pointing at another territory, the valley where silver-eyed Yan Chuan was. Junior sister? The Tongtian sect leader immediately shouted angrily. Yan Chuan had just helped you restore your country, and you betrayed Yan Chuan? The Tongtian sect leader's anger immediately made Emperor Qinglong curious. Emperor Qinglong looked in the direction Wu Jiong was pointing at and quickly confirmed a valley. Although he did not see Yan Chuan, he saw Yan Chuan's subordinates and Meng Sansheng. As expected, Yan Chuan's subordinates are all there. Emperor Qinglong's eyes lit up. On the other side, the Tongtian sect leader looked at Wu Jiong angrily and flew towards the valley. Whoosh! The Tongtian sect leader instantly flew far away. Emperor Qinglong also wanted to capture Yan Chuan as soon as possible. He instantly flew towards the valley where silver-eyed Yan Chuan was. Luoyang's crisis was resolved in an instant. Wu Jiong stood in mid-air and looked into the distance with a cold smile. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace, Emperor Ziwei looked at the southern continent. Oh. Yan Chuan Mo Shi, Xuan Miao. How did they enter the Eternal Territory? Emperor Ziwei frowned as he looked towards the south. Reporting, my lord, the Azure Dragon Emperor has appeared. A subordinate ran over. Oh. Where? Emperor Ziwei's eyes lit up. In Luoyang City. Emperor Ziwei quickly used his eyesight to look towards the west. It really is Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Ziwei locked his gaze on Emperor Qinglong as a sinister smile flashed across his face. Chapter 1466. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's gaze was locked on Great Emperor Qinglong in the West Outer Continent. Left assistant, right assistant, inform Tan Lang and the rest to follow me to capture Great Emperor Qinglong. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. Yes, the two answered. Boom. Great Emperor Ziwei rushed out of the square of Ziwei Palace and headed straight for the West Outer Continent. In the blink of an eye, Great Emperor Ziwei reached the horizon. Left assistant stared in Great Emperor Ziwei's direction. Right assistant quickly ordered someone to send a message to Tan Lang and the rest with his life token. Wen Chu camp. Wen Chu was commanding the army to head towards the West Outer Continent when the news suddenly came. Wen Chu's expression changed. Summon all the army commanders. Yes. Soon, Tan Lang and the rest were gathered at Wen Chu camp. Our Lord has sent a letter. We're ready to follow our Lord to capture Great Emperor Qinglong. Wen Chu said. Oh. Everyone's eyes lit up. Their eyes were filled with excitement. After all, the West Outer Continent was already in the bag. The Southwest Outer Continent and the South Outer Continent would soon fall into the hands of the Ziwei Celestial Realm. If Great Emperor Qinglong did the same as Great Emperor Changsheng, 6 of the 9 continents in the Yang realm would belong to the Ziwei Celestial Realm. Half of the Yang realm would belong to the Ziwei Celestial Realm. After stabilizing for half a day, the Ziwei Celestial Realm would be able to crush 3 continents with the power of 6 continents. Lu Cun, stay behind to protect Wen Chu, Pajuan, Ju Men, and Lian Zhen will follow me to assist our lord. Tan Lang said. Yes. Everyone answered. Left assistant, right assistant, where are the letters? Tan Lang looked at Wen Chu. I don't know, but they will be soon. Left assistant, keep your eyes on our Lord. As soon as our Lord stops, you will immediately send a letter to us. Wen Chu said. That's good. Tan Lang nodded. Great Emperor Qinglong rushed towards the valley where silver-eyed Yan Chuan was. Tong Tian was anxious, but in terms of speed, he was slower than Great Emperor Qinglong. Boom. Great Emperor Qinglong increased his speed and quickly shook Tong Tian off. Emperor Qinglong, stop right there. Sovereign Skirich shouted anxiously. Suddenly, he attached himself to the Immortal Extermination Sword and turned into a stream of light, greatly reducing the gap between the two of them. In the valley, Meng Sanxing waited patiently as the snake spirit picked up the remaining beasts and stored them into the Hong Meng gourd. Meng Rongrong, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the dragons waited patiently. Meng Sanxing frowned and looked to the west. In the distance, 2 streaks of light shot over, one after the other. Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes. Bai Qi and the others also saw Meng Sanxing's abnormality and turned their heads to look. Everyone focused their vision and finally saw 2 streams of light flying towards them. Be on guard. Bai Qi shouted. Bai Qi took out his saber while a huge golden bell floated above Jin Dayu's head. Just as he took out his weapon, the green stream of light in the distance had already arrived. Boom! A green figure appeared with a loud bang. The figure paused for a moment, and a huge storm rushed straight toward them. Under the impact of the storm, the surrounding mountains were instantly razed to the ground. The original valley became a bare hill, and the palace that everyone was guarding was located at the top of the hill. Emperor Qinglong? Jin Dayu's expression changed. Meng Sansheng also narrowed his eyes. Master, master. One of the 6 dragons pulling the carriage, the golden dragon Kong, immediately shouted excitedly. How dare you! Bai Qi shouted and slapped the golden dragon Kang's body. Boom! The golden dragon Kang's body suddenly emitted countless rays of golden light. Instantly, the golden dragon Kang's body softened and fell to the ground. The golden dragon Kong was at the 14th heavenly layer. Logically speaking, Bai Qi shouldn't have been able to subdue him in one move. Unfortunately, in order to prevent the golden dragon Kong from betraying them, he had already placed many restrictions on his body. Bai Qi only activated these restrictions. Bastard! Emperor Qinglong shouted angrily. Boom! Ferocious aura surged towards Bai Qi. Roar! Bai Qi stepped forward and the golden body of killing instantly covered his body. A ferocious killing intent soared into the sky and resisted Emperor Qinglong's ferocious aura. Master, save me! The golden dragon Kong cried out as he lay on the ground. Bai Qi turned his head and looked at the golden dragon Kong. Humph, Kong golden dragon, it's your fortune that the heavenly emperor didn't kill you and gave you a chance to redeem yourself. From the moment you were captured, your life belonged to the heavenly emperor. You only have one master, and that is the heavenly emperor. In Great Zhen, all traitors will be killed. Bai Qi's words contained a monstrous killing intent that rushed into the golden dragon Kang's mind. The golden dragon Kong trembled and didn't dare to say anything. Ha ha ha, how dare you! You don't know what death is. Emperor Qinglong Kang's face darkened when he heard Bai Qi's shout. Bai Qi raised his head and looked at the sky with a murderous expression. Even though he knew that he was no match for Bai Qi, he didn't show any fear. Humph. Little thing, you can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to be impudent in front of me? Emperor Qinglong Kong shouted coldly. Boom! Once again, a yellow dragon-shaped energy appeared around Emperor Qinglong Kong. Roar! The dragon-shaped energy roared and pounced towards Bai Qi. Wherever the dragon-shaped energy passed, the void shattered. Most importantly, its aura seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. Even before the dragon arrived, Dragon Wu and the other dragons couldn't stand it. The ferocious aura rushed towards Bai Qi's golden body of the path of slaughter. Roar! Bai Qi roared and slashed with his saber. Boom! The saber of the path of slaughter and the dragon-shaped energy collided. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the ground to churn. Bai Qi's face darkened as he struggled to withstand the dragon-shaped energy. Break! Tong Tian's sect leader's shout suddenly sounded from afar. A beam of purple light shot straight towards him. Boom! The dragon-shaped energy exploded with a loud bang. The pressure on Bai Qi and the others instantly decreased. Boom! Tong Tian arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. He held the celestial slaying sword and looked coldly at Emperor Qinglong Kong with Bai Qi and the others. Tong Tian? The Azure Dragon Emperor looked coldly at Tong Tian who had followed them. Meng Sansheng stood at the side. He looked coldly at the main hall that everyone was guarding. Inside the main hall, silver-eyed Yan Chuan was quickly deducing. The brain-shaped beast was becoming more and more perfect. Gradually, the blue brain that was deduced trembled slightly as if it was about to come alive. In the main hall, the way of heaven circulated faster and faster. Soon, he would be able to deduce the exchange beast successfully. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan also knew about the situation outside the main hall. Hence, the deduction became faster and faster. Whoosh! Gusts of wind surrounded the brain-shaped beast. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the blue brain suddenly shot out a dazzling blue light. The blue light instantly lit up the entire main hall. It even penetrated the formation and shot out of the main hall. Phew, success. This is the beast that I created? Silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Outside the main hall, Emperor Qing Long glanced at Meng Sansheng. Seeing that Meng Sansheng was hiding far away, Emperor Qing Long did not pursue him. Instead, he looked at the main hall. Yan Chuan is inside, right? Come out. Emperor Qing Long said coldly. Emperor Qing Long, if you want to see the Heavenly Emperor, wait a little longer. Bai Qi shouted. Wait a little longer? What's in the main hall? Emperor Qing Long's eyes narrowed. That's none of your business. Bai Qi said. I'm here to catch Yan Chuan. Wait for him. Emperor Qing Long sneered. Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light shot out from the main hall. The blue light shot out in all directions. This is... The Azure Dragon Emperor was slightly taken aback. Meng Sansheng, who was not far away, was also confused. This was because the light looked strange. Emperor Qing Long stretched out his hand and slammed it down. Break. In the void, a huge palm appeared instantly. The 5 fingers of the palm suddenly turned into 5 huge dragon heads. Roar. Roar. It was as if a 5-headed dragon was diving down. With a loud roar, the surrounding void trembled. Oh no. The sect leader of Tongtian's face changed. Fairy slaying world. Purgatory killing blade. Chaos bell. Fushi zither. Everyone quickly unleashed their strongest attacks against the dragon head palm. Boom. With a loud bang, the surrounding void shattered into pieces. The sect leader of Tongtian stood at the front and unleashed his fairy-slaying sword. However, compared to the dragon head palm, it was still weak. How can this be? Your strength has increased by so much. The sect leader of Tongtian exclaimed. In the past, when he was in the netherworld with Yan Chuan, Emperor, and Desolation Hua, he had never had such a difficult time fighting against Emperor Qing Long. It seemed that the sect leader of Tongtian and the rest could not hold on any longer. However, Meng Sansheng did not care. He stood quietly on the mountain peak not far away. Emperor Qing Long sneered. He was about to unleash his strength again to completely crush everyone. Heaven-mending sword. A soft shout came from behind. Swoosh. A white sword light shot towards Emperor Qing Long's back. Emperor Qing Long's face turned cold. He exerted strength in his hand. Boom. The palm exploded. Tong Tian, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and Meng Rongrong were all sent flying. Pfft. Other than Tong Tian, everyone else spat out a mouthful of blood. With a flip of his hand, Emperor Qing Long shattered the white sword light that was coming towards him from behind. Boom. A black-robed man was sent flying. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Swoosh. The black-robed man quickly flew to the front of the main hall. Although he was severely injured, he still had to protect the main hall. The person who came was the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master, Dugu Wudi. Although his sword Dao was strong, Emperor Qing Long's strength was too strong. You want to stop me with your motley crew? You're overestimating yourselves. Emperor Qing Long sneered. Unless you step over my dead body, don't even think about taking another step forward. Meng Rongrong said coldly as she played her zither. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu's faces were filled with determination. Meng Sansheng, who was not far away, frowned slightly. However, he did not want to interfere at this moment. Bang! At this moment, the door of the main hall behind everyone opened. Bai Qi and the rest were overjoyed. Meng Sansheng's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked over. It was Yan Chuan, who was wearing a white robe. He stepped out of the main hall. This Yan Chuan was different from the other two Yan Chuan. This Yan Chuan gave off an otherworldly aura. It was as if he was floating in the heavens. His silver eyes made one's heart palpitate when they looked at each other. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan stepped out of the main hall and stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the menacing Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong? The silver-eyed Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1467. Azure Dragon Emperor? Silver-eyed Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan looked at the Azure Dragon Emperor in the air. His expression was neither happy nor sad. Yan Chuan? Tong Tian called out in a strange tone. After all, Tong Tian and Yan Chuan had known each other for a long time. However, this Yan Chuan in front of him was too unfamiliar. It was as if he was a different person. Could it be that his body was taken over by another beast? Yan Chuan turned to look at Tong Tian, nodded, and continued to look at the sky. Bai Qi immediately explained, Tong Tian, the heavenly emperor's body is different from the other two bodies. Tong Tian nodded and did not ask any more questions. On the other side, Meng Sansheng looked at silver-eyed Yan Chuan with a solemn expression. As if sensing Meng Sansheng's attention, silver-eyed Yan Chuan waved his hand. Boom! 30 dying figures immediately flew out of the hall. Meng Sansheng, these 30 beasts are all yours. I hope the celestial world will not forget your promise. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said. Treasure, please accept. Hong Meng Sansheng took out the Hong Meng gourd, and the 30 beasts were immediately sucked into the gourd. Ha ha ha, the celestial world is a man of his word. This is a crisis. Great Emperor Qinglong's strength has skyrocketed. Do you need help from the celestial world? Great Emperor Qinglong? Meng Sansheng laughed. Celestial world? Great Emperor Qinglong's eyes turned cold. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan glanced at Meng Sansheng and said, You're not strong enough. No need. Meng Sansheng's smile froze. Not strong enough? You have the right to say that? Meng Sansheng glared at silver-eyed Yan Chuan. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan ignored him and turned to look at Great Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong? Are you here to capture me? Yin Tong Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. That's right, Yan Chuan. I had to refine the sword of force last time and I didn't have time to waste with you. Now that I've finished refining the sword of force, surrender. Emperor Qinglong sneered. You've got the wrong person. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said lightly. Oh? Could it be that you're a fake? Ha 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 ha. Emperor Qinglong said disdainfully. Among the 3 Yan Chuan, although I'm not the strongest, my defense is unmatched. You can't do anything to me. I advise you not to make a fool of yourself here. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said confidently. Defense? Not far away, Meng Sansheng raised his brows. He had fulfilled one of his wishes after obtaining the beast. He had other plans in the divine realm, so he had to return the favor to Yan Chuan as soon as possible. As long as Yan Chuan asked for help, he wouldn't owe Yan Chuan anything. Unfortunately, Yan Chuan was too ignorant and refused to ask for help. That was Great Emperor Qinglong. Even Meng Sansheng couldn't deal with him. That was why he didn't refute Yan Chuan's words. However, among the 3 Yan Chuan, your defense is the strongest. Meng Sansheng didn't believe it. In Meng Sansheng's eyes, Yan Chuan was full of flaws. How could he have such a strong defense? A light appeared in Meng Sansheng's palm and he squeezed it. Brothers, I've obtained the beast. Since Great Emperor Qinglong is attacking Yan Chuan, I'll be able to return the favor soon. Come quickly. Meng Sansheng said softly. Boom. The light in Meng Sansheng's palm disappeared. This was the special communication method of the 7 Gourd brothers. A disgrace? Yan Chuan, no matter which body you're in, you're still arrogant, aren't you? Why don't you show me how you're going to embarrass yourself? Humph. Great Emperor Qinglong snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and attacked with another giant palm. Not good. Tongtian's face darkened. This giant palm was the same as the previous one. No, it was even stronger than the previous one. Tongtian was about to charge forward with the Immortal vanquishing sword. 3,000 heavenly Dao. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said calmly. Boom. Pillars of light appeared around the silver-eyed Yan Chuan, and the heavenly Dao replica of the 3,000 greater worlds appeared. They instantly enveloped the surroundings. As soon as the 3,000 heavenly Dao appeared, a turbulent force appeared. Great Emperor Qinglong's energy palm rushed into the 3,000 heavenly Dao. Boom. 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 After 3 collisions, the giant energy palm collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the energy palm disappeared. Oh. Great Emperor Qinglong's face darkened. His palm couldn't do anything to Yan Chuan. Inside, Yan Chuan's subordinates gathered around silver-eyed Yan Chuan. The prime of Tongtian also moved closer to him. The turbulent force was too terrifying. It was still safer to be around Yan Chuan. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan still stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Great Emperor Qinglong calmly. The Azure Dragon Emperor was infuriated when he saw her calm and collected expression. If you're feeling emotional, you should be happy. That calm expression made it seem like he was looking down on Great Emperor Qinglong. This made Great Emperor Qinglong very uncomfortable. Humph. Dragon veins, come out. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted. He stretched out his hand. Rumble. The ground and the surroundings churned, quickly forming mountain peaks in all directions. Roar. Roar. The entire territory suddenly trembled as countless dragon veins gathered towards the center from all directions. Boom. The dragon veins in all directions protruded into dragon-shaped mountains. They were like dragons of earth that surrounded the 3,000 great Dao from all directions. About 1,000 earth dragons were charging straight at them. Roar. The ground under Yan Chuan's feet bulged. A huge dragon mouth bit toward silver-eyed Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan waved his hand and brought everyone up into the sky. Boom. 1,000 dragons instantly rushed into the 3,000 great Dao. Rumble. The turbulent force collided with the dragons of earth and stone. The dragons of earth and stone quickly melted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the outside world, Great Emperor Qinglong's eyes were cold. Humph, the entire territory, listen to my orders. I want to see how much earth your 3,000 great Dao can eat. Great Emperor Qinglong said coldly. Earth rise. Boom. The earth in the entire territory quickly gathered towards the center. Rolling over, it instantly submerged Yan Chuan's original position. The earth covered the sky and pressed down. Standing inside, Bai Qi and the rest looked at the earth around them. It was as if they had fallen into an abyss. The rolling earth and stones were about to collapse and bury them completely. Even Tongtian revealed a trace of worry at this moment. After all, the amount of earth and stones was too terrifying. This was not a problem of one mountain, but of the entire territory. Was Great Emperor Qinglong going to use the entire territory to bury them? In the outside world, Meng Sanxing had already flown up into the sky. Earth and stones rolled over from all directions. The earth in the entire territory was decreasing. Countless living beings were crying at this moment. Some powerful cultivators quickly used spells to bring countless people up into the sky. However, countless people were still buried alive. The entire territory seemed to have turned into a swamp in an instant. There was a deep hole in the swamp, and countless swamps kept pouring into the hole. Earth and stones collapsed. A territory was about to be completely destroyed. Sword of Force, what a powerful sword of force. Controlling the earth? The earth obeys orders? Meng Sanxing's face was gloomy. Looking at Great Emperor Qinglong in the distance, Meng Sanxing sighed. Inside the 3,000 sky dao covered by earth and stones, silver-eyed Yan Chuan was still standing with his hands behind his back. Great Emperor Qinglong, you have consciously slaughtered countless innocent lives today. Retribution will not be far away. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan's expression was still indifferent. Retribution? Ha ha ha, I have never believed in retribution. Great Emperor Qinglong sneered and continued to activate. Although Great Emperor Qinglong was still arrogant, there was a huge wave in his heart. How could Yan Chuan's 3,000 sky dao be so powerful? So much earth, but it can't be buried? Humph, earth and stones, rise again. Rise for me. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted. Boom. Endless earth and stones rose again and rushed towards the interior of the 3,000 sky dao at an even more violent speed. The earth continued to move and it quickly affected the surrounding sea. Large rivers were formed in an instant and flowed down from the surrounding sea towards the center. Boom! Earth, stones, and seawater poured into the 3,000 sky dao. Above the 3,000 sky dao, a golden cloud floated. After the earth, stones, and seawater were washed away, they formed energy that flowed into the cloud. What a powerful defense! With such a defense, you are indeed in an invincible position. Tongtian's eyes lit up as he praised. Unfortunately, with the current cycle of the sky dao, we can only defend. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Despite Great Emperor Qinglong's actions, Yan Chuan and the rest stood in the 3,000 sky dao safe and sound as they watched quietly. Outrageous! Great Emperor Qinglong said angrily. Roll in, all of you. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted. Boom! The soil and seawater immediately let out dragon roars and once again turned into dragons of earth and stone and dragons of seawater. They spiraled and soared into the sky, climbing up layer by layer as if they wanted to completely envelop the top of the 3,000 great paths of heaven. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan looked up and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the entire territory was almost destroyed. Seawater surged in from all directions. More and more earth and seawater entered. Although there was a lot of turbulence, it was almost cancelled out by the surrounding earth and seawater. It was almost unable to resist. Around them, the earth was getting closer and closer. Some seawater even splashed onto Tongtian's face. The power of the earth, the sword of force. It's too terrifying, Yan Chuan. Tong Tian shouted. Yan Chuan looked at the golden cloud in the sky above the 3,000 sky dao and took a deep breath. A thin crack slowly appeared in the center of the cloud. A huge golden eye could be vaguely seen. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan hesitated to open it. Yan Chuan, that's an eye? Can it counterattack once it's opened? Tong Tian asked in a low voice. Yes. Since completing the cycle of the heavenly Tao, this eye has the ability to store energy. It has already stored a terrifying amount of energy, but it can only be used once. The next time it's used, it has to wait until a large amount of energy is stored. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan explained. Store energy? How much energy is stored in this eye? The cycle of the heavenly Tao. It stores energy according to how much it devours. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said. Ah. Tongtian's expression changed, and his eyes shone brightly. What an amazing thing! Tong Tian finally exclaimed. In the outside world, Great Emperor Qinglong was getting more and more ferocious and irritated. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It was as if he would attack Great Emperor Qinglong with the stored energy as soon as the cycle of the heavenly Tao could not hold on. Chapter 1468. However, Silver-eyed Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. It was as though he would attack Emperor Qinglong as soon as the Heavenly Way cycle could not hold on any longer. Emperor Qinglong was getting more and more annoyed. However, it was obvious that the 3,000 heavenly ways were reaching their limit. Rumble. More and more soil, rocks, and seawater poured into the heavenly way cycle. Tong Tian looked worried, but silver-eyed Yan Chuan remained calm and composed. Boom. Suddenly, 2 more streams of light rushed over. Boom. 2 figures appeared, stirring up a gust of wind. They were Sha Di with the Immortal slaying gourd and Emperor Min with the ice-toad gourd. Third brother, fifth brother. Meng Sanxing shouted. Sha Di nodded. He stood in front of the 2 and looked coldly at Emperor Qinglong. On the other side, the Azure Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Although he had not fought with these people before, he had heard of them. However, at that moment, the Azure Dragon Emperor was extremely confident. Even though 2 more people had arrived, he still ignored them and continued to attack with the earth. Meng Sanxing shouted again, Yan Chuan, you are at the end of your rope. My 3rd and 5th brothers are here to help you. Do you want them? Meng Sanxing shouted. Sha Di and Emperor Min looked at him coldly. Not far away, the Azure Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Everyone in the Heavenly Way cycle looked at silver-eyed Yan Chuan. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan raised his head and looked outside. Although there was a lot of soil, his eyes seemed to be able to see through it. No need. Emperor Qinglong can't even protect himself. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan suddenly said. Meng Sanxing was taken aback. How arrogant. Emperor Qinglong can't even protect himself? Are you kidding? With Emperor Qinglong's strength, even the 3 of them might not be able to do anything to him. The Divine World Seal had yet to be lifted, and their strength was limited. They could only do their best. You, Yan Chuan, are also in imminent danger. How dare you say that Emperor Qinglong can't even protect himself? Huh? Acting recklessly. Unable to protect himself? How is it that I can't even protect myself? Emperor Qinglong laughed in disbelief. The sin of possessing a treasure is the sword of power. The treasure of the first epoch is tempting. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said calmly. Underworld, Great Qin City. Celestial Emperor, according to the report from the guards, Great Emperor Ziwei is heading west. Tanlang, Pajuan, Lianjin, and Juman have also left the camp. They are heading towards the territory of the Celestial Emperor's other body. Lu Gang reported. You won't die if you don't seek death. Emperor Qinglong? Ha! Zombie Yan Chuan sneered. At the same time, the news was also sent to Yintong Yan Chuan. The sin of possessing a treasure is the sword of power. The treasure of the first epoch is tempting. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said calmly. The treasure of the first epoch is tempting? Ha, the treasure of the first epoch is tempting indeed. However, who can take the sword of power from my hands? The sword of power has already been refined by me. Do you want to take it away from me? Emperor Qinglong said disdainfully. However, just as Emperor Qinglong was feeling disdainful, Emperor Qinglong's hair suddenly stood on end. A sense of extreme danger instantly filled his entire body. Whoosh! Emperor Qinglong turned his head abruptly. A purple-robed man suddenly appeared 100 feet behind Emperor Qinglong. Buzz. Emperor Qinglong quivered and instantly retreated. The purple-robed man stood in the air. A powerful aura rushed out and instantly suppressed the violent earth around him. The boundless earthquake instantly stopped. Almost everyone's pupils constricted. They were shocked by the sudden appearance of this person. Great Emperor Ziwei? Emperor Qinglong suddenly exclaimed. Among all the great emperors, Great Emperor Ziwei was number 1. This had been a rumor since the second epoch. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly appeared? Sha Di narrowed his eyes. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. The rolling earth and rocks stopped instantly. The towering earth dragon suddenly collapsed. Most of it was absorbed into the cycle of the heavenly path and was digested in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei? Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. In midair, Great Emperor Ziwei kept staring at Emperor Qinglong. There was a trace of light in his eyes. Boom! 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 Four streams of light shot over from the north. They stirred up gusts of wind and stopped abruptly behind Great Emperor Ziwei. Tanlang, Pejuan, Juman, and Lianjin? Tong Tian said in a low voice. What are they doing here? Jin Dayu said in a low voice. Not far away, Emperor Qinglong frowned as he looked at Great Emperor Ziwei and said, Great Emperor Ziwei, long time no see. How have you been? Great Emperor Ziwei smiled slightly. Yes, long time no see. Qinglong, you've just awakened. You've also had a great opportunity. Emperor Qinglong raised his eyebrows. Great Emperor Ziwei, what do you mean by this? Emperor Qinglong asked in a low voice. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly extended his right palm. Buzz! A long sword suddenly appeared in Great Emperor Ziwei's palm. The long sword trembled slightly and emitted waves of dark golden light. As soon as the sword appeared, Great Emperor Qinglong's eyes widened. How is this possible? You! How do you have this sword? Great Emperor Qinglong suddenly exclaimed. Are you the only one who has it? Great Emperor Ziwei laughed. The sword of force. You have one too. How is this possible? How can you have two? Great Emperor Qinglong was puzzled. Who said that there's only one sword in force? Of course, the attributes of the two swords are different, Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Great Emperor Qinglong shuddered. What do you want? Great Emperor Qinglong stared at Great Emperor Ziwei. We haven't seen each other for many years. I've already arranged a banquet in the Ziwei heavenly realm. I'm here to invite you. Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Invite me? Ha ha ha, you're here to snatch my sword of force. Great Emperor Qinglong said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei shook his head and said, Snatch? Heh, no, if you come back with me, I can give you my sword of force. Oh. Great Emperor Qinglong was slightly taken aback. However, Greedy Wolf Pejuan and the others understood that there was no harm in giving their lord's sword of force to Great Emperor Qinglong. As long as Great Emperor Qinglong was refined, he would have to listen to their lord. Although Great Emperor Qinglong was envious, he still refused. Thank you for your kindness, Great Emperor Ziwei. We'll find another opportunity in the future. The future? Heh, I've traveled hundreds of millions of miles to invite you personally. How dare you refuse to give me face? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei, you and I are both great emperors. Please don't be so overbearing. Great Emperor Qinglong said in a low voice. From the moment he saw the second sword of force, Great Emperor Qinglong's arrogance dissipated by a lot. What if I insist that you go? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei, don't go too far. Great Emperor Qinglong immediately shouted. Weren't you the one just now? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. You! Greedy Wolf, Pejuan, Juman, Lianjin. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Yes, Great Emperor. I haven't seen Great Emperor Qinglong for many years. I'm delighted to see you. We'll spar in advance to improve each other's skills. The four of you will guard the surroundings. Don't disturb my spar with Great Emperor Qinglong. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Yes. The four of them replied. You. Great Emperor Qinglong's expression changed instantly. Great Emperor Ziwei revealed a sinister smile. Great Emperor Qinglong? Heh, let's begin. If you're not going to make a move, I'm going to. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Great Emperor Ziwei, humph. Great Emperor Qing Long snorted coldly. He turned around and headed north. It was as if he didn't want to fight Great Emperor Ziwei. Road to the underworld, open. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the surroundings suddenly darkened. Chapter 1469. Road to the Underworld, open. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the world suddenly turned dark. The sun was shining brightly just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it was pitch black. Countless ghosts were flying around. A series of mournful ghostly wails came from all directions. The road to the underworld is open, and yin and yang are reversed? Tong Tian raised his eyebrows. Sha Di narrowed his eyes. Road to the underworld? Sure enough, one of the 6 roads to the underworld is with Great Emperor Ziwei. Third brother, it seems that Great Emperor Ziwei has accumulated a lot of resources in the second era. Meng Sanqing frowned. He has the strength. Let's go, let's retreat first. Sha Di said. Yes. Meng Sanqing replied. Whoosh. 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 Meng Sanqing, Sha Di, and Emperor Min quickly flew out of the ghost-infested environment. Let's go. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said. Everyone flew toward the outside world. Stop right there. Defeating armies shouted. He wanted to stop Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan turned his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He ignored defeating armies and continued to fly toward the outside world. Tong Tian, Meng Rongrong, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, the 6 dragons, and Dugu Wudi surrounded silver-eyed Yan Chuan and quickly flew out of the dark place. With Tong Tian leading the way, their speed was much faster. Pajun still wanted to kill Yan Chuan and take revenge for the past. However, Tan Lang stopped defeating armies. My lord, this is important. Guard against the people from the heavenly realm. Tan Lang said. Yes. Defeating armies, Lian Zhen and Zhu Men answered. Boom. Loud noises came from the dark environment. Great Emperor Ziwei, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to capture me? Great Emperor Qing Long's voice came from the darkness. The people in this territory have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill them? Haha. Great Emperor Ziwei's voice came. Roar. Boom. The dragon's roar was accompanied by a roar as a huge battle broke out in the darkness. Yan Chuan's group also quickly flew out of the darkness. Out of the darkness, they flew over the distant sea and stopped on an island. How was this darkness? Instead, it was a pillar that resembled the great Tao, connecting the heavens and the earth. It shot straight into the 9 heavens, but this pillar was yellow in color. It was like a surging yellow river, rushing up into the sky against the current. Countless ghosts struggled painfully in the yellow river. What a magnificent Yellow Springs road. It actually covers the entire territory? This is an entire territory. Bai Qi exclaimed in shock. Yan Chuan nodded. Compared to Empress Zz's road to the underworld, this one was much more majestic. Perhaps this is the true form of the Yellow Springs road. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Boom. A loud sound came from the road to the underworld. Dragon of Luck, appear. Emperor Qing Long's voice rang out. Ong. 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 3 deep dragon roars were heard, and the road to the underworld churned. Countless ghosts screamed in shock. Smack. With a flick of its tail, a dark golden dragon could be vaguely seen emerging and charging into the road to the underworld again. Are these the 3 dragons that gathered the world's luck? Tong Tian asked in a deep voice. Not long ago, Emperor Qinglong refined the Sword of Force and extracted a large amount of the world's luck. In the end, he condensed the 3 dark golden dragons. Obviously, this was it. Boom! Ong! A loud sound was heard, accompanied by a mournful dragon roar. 7 stars destroy the world, subdue the dragon. Emperor Ziwei's voice came from inside. Rumble. Another series of sounds was heard. Let's retreat again. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said. Everyone looked at silver-eyed Yan Chuan in confusion, but they did not refute him. Everyone continued to retreat into the distance, flying across the sea quickly. With Tong Tian leading the way, they soon crossed the sea and arrived at another territory. Even when they arrived at another territory, the battle in the distance seemed to have not ended. They waited for another 6 hours. Ong! 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 A series of dragon roars shook the entire western outer continent. The dragon's roar was tragic as if it had been cut into pieces. Is that the Lord's voice? No. The golden dragon screamed in horror. Is that Emperor Qinglong's scream? Bai Qi said in surprise. What a mournful voice. Jin Dayu said in surprise. Emperor Ziwei? Meng Rongrong exclaimed. Not only Meng Rongrong, but Tong Tian was also surprised. They had personally witnessed Emperor Qinglong's strength before. Even with such ferocious strength, he was still beaten by Emperor Ziwei to such a miserable state. At this moment, there were 2 focal points in the world. One was the eternal territory of the southern outer continent, and the other was this place. Wu Jiong, Golden Emperor, Dongfang Bubi, Sha Di, Meng Sansheng, Wu Jiong, and other powerhouses were all staring at this place. Another hour passed. Break! Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the road to the underworld. A massive shockwave blasted out, causing the surrounding seawater to flow in the opposite direction towards the various domains. Whoosh! As the seawater exploded, the road to the underworld also slowly retreated. The original territory had been completely razed to the ground. Not a single living thing could survive. Tan Lang, Pa Jun, Lien Zhen, and Zhu Men stood by Emperor Ziwei's side like stars surrounding the moon. Emperor Ziwei stood in the sky with his head held high. He was standing on a giant green dragon. The giant green dragon was covered in injuries as it floated above a great emperor's altar. Although the great emperor's altar was constantly healing Qinglong's injuries, Qinglong no longer had the strength to fight. Emperor Ziwei had used a chain to pierce through his body. Great Emperor Ziwei grabbed one end of the chain and looked around coldly. Wherever he looked, an aura of disdain for the world spread out. Congratulations, Lord. Tan Lang and the others were overjoyed. Come back with me. Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. Boom. The group grabbed the imprisoned Great Emperor Qinglong and quickly shot away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared before everyone's eyes. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, the Golden Dragon, and the others all took a deep breath. What a powerful Emperor Ziwei. Jin Dayu said in disbelief. He was too powerful. Previously, Great Emperor Qinglong had already suppressed everyone to the point that they could not resist. However, in front of Emperor Ziwei, they were still so vulnerable. In just a few hours, Great Emperor Qinglong had been completely captured by Emperor Ziwei. Tong Tian took a deep breath. 16 levels of heaven. Emperor Ziwei must have reached 16 levels of heaven. Yin Tong Yen Chuan nodded. 16 levels of heaven? Tong Tian clenched his fists. A strong desire flashed in his eyes. In another valley, Sha Di, Meng Sansheng, and Emperor Min had witnessed Emperor Ziwei's power with their own eyes. Third brother? Emperor Ziwei is so powerful. What should we do? Meng Sansheng frowned and asked worriedly. Emperor Zue is more powerful than I thought. However, some things have to be done. He's a serious threat to the realm of the gods. If he doesn't die, we'll never be able to turn the tables. Sha Di said in a low voice. Then. This is not something for you to worry about. I'll handle it. Quickly take the exchange beast back and hand it over to eldest brother. Sha Di said in a low voice. Yes. Chapter 1470. Outside the southern continent, Eternal Domain. Yan Chuan, Mou Shi, and Miao were shuttling through Eternal Domain at high speed. Endless sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions. The three of them followed the sword chi and searched quickly. Miao. Can't they just fight in one place? Why are they running all over the place? We chased them for so long. Miao was speechless. Finally, after 2 days, Yan Chuan and the rest found the battlefield. Kong Huangtian and Changxing the Arch were fighting. The surrounding void was shattered. The two experts seemed to be standing in two huge black holes as they clashed against each other. Changxing the Arch was in a frenzy. 6 stars revolved around his body and he stood on the Emperor Karmic rank. His eyes were filled with ferocity. His clothes were tattered and there was a huge wound on his right arm. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed his right sleeve red. In another black hole, Kong Huangtian held a bronze sword in his hand and his eyes were cold. Changxing the Arch, with your Emperor Karmic rank, you have the strength of a level 16 martial emperor. However, you are still a little weaker than me. That's enough. I can't find any breakthrough from you. Let's stop here. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Roar. Changxing the Arch suddenly roared. Changxing the Arch roared and pounced forward again. He didn't care about winning or losing. The 6 stars were as heavy as 100 million caddies. They crushed the void and went straight for Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian squinted his eyes. The peacock feathers around him suddenly exploded and moved the 6 stars quickly. Buzz. Buzz. The stars deviated slightly from their positions. Kong Huangtian's body suddenly jumped. With a thrust of his sword, a river of swords shot towards the longevity Immortal Emperor. Boom! The huge sword river slashed across and instantly, billions of sword lights shrouded Changxing the Arch. Boom! Changxing the Arch tried his best to defend himself but he was still sent flying by the sword. Huff! Changxing the Arch stabilized himself. A huge wound appeared on his other arm and blood splattered everywhere. Changxing the Arch? Kong Huangtian shouted. Kong Huangtian, today, either you die or I die. Changxing the Arch revealed a sinister smile. Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. Wait! Suddenly, a voice sounded. Eh? Kong Huangtian and the longevity Immortal Emperor turned their heads to look. It was Yan Chuan and his group that had suddenly appeared. Although Yan Chuan had just arrived, he could tell that Kong Huangtian held an absolute advantage. Kong Huangtian, please stay your hand. This longevity Immortal Emperor is a puppet. His thoughts are being controlled by someone. Yan Chuan shouted. Mind control? Kong Huangtian raised his eyebrows. Mind your own business. Emperor Changxing snorted coldly and waved his hand. 6 huge stars rushed towards Yan Chuan. Ming. Mou Shi transformed into a black phoenix and let out a long cry. She brought Yan Chuan and Miao and quickly dodged towards Kong Huangtian. However, 2 of the 6 stars were still chasing after Yan Chuan. Star-picking hand. Yan Chuan stood on Mou Shi's back, his right hand releasing a dazzling white light. Boom! His right hand collided with one of the stars. Meow! Watch me! Miao shouted. Then, she grabbed the little felt hat and pulled it back. Whoosh! One of the stars was sucked into the little felt hat. Eh? Kong Huangtian was slightly taken aback. Kong Huangtian knew the power of the 6 stars very well. Even Yan Chuan's powerful palm strike only managed to deflect it. However, Miao's little felt hat managed to suck it in. The golden crow nest that Chao refined back then? Kong Huangtian's expression changed as he guessed the reason. Looking at the golden crow nest, Kong Huangtian's expression changed. In the end, he shifted his gaze away from the little felt hat. Emperor Changsheng had a goal in mind. Even though one of the stars was sucked in by Miao, there were still 5 stars left. After Yan Chuan flew far away, Emperor Changsheng looked at Kong Huangtian again. Changsheng, time flies. Emperor Changsheng waved his hand. Boom! In an instant, everything in the surrounding space seemed to slow down. The recovery of the shattered void slowed down. The stars danced in the sky slowed down as well. Even Yan Chuan's escape was slowed down. This is a time technique? Miao's eyes widened in shock. Emperor Changsheng actually knows the time technique? But he can't even compare to Hongjun back then. Yan Chuan exclaimed. Emperor Changsheng only slowed down time. However, Hongjun stopped time in the past. Even so, Emperor Changsheng instantly gained a huge advantage. Kong Huangtian slowed down while Emperor Changsheng's speed didn't change. In an instant, he charged forward again. He stretched out his right hand and slashed out a destructive claw towards Kong Huangtian's chest. Kong Huangtian glared at Emperor Changsheng and a fierce aura shot out. The surrounding space trembled violently. Xing! After breaking free from the time technique, Emperor Changsheng's sword vibrated and slashed towards Emperor Changsheng. Boom! The longevity Immortal Emperor's palm energy exploded into pieces. The sword energy didn't decrease at all. Instead, it left a huge wound on Emperor Changsheng's body. Roar! Emperor Changsheng, who was forced back, had a look of unwillingness on his face. Yan Chuan, you said that Emperor Changsheng's mind is being controlled? Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. Yes, it's Emperor Ziwei. Not only did he control Emperor Changsheng, but he also captured Qinglong just now. Perhaps, Emperor Qinglong will soon be like Emperor Changsheng. Emperor Ziwei has expanded the world and is currently the strongest in the world. Yan Chuan shouted. Kong Huangtian's eyes narrowed. I know. It seems like I've found the wrong person. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Kong Huangtian, Emperor Changsheng is my good friend. I wonder if you have a way to help him regain his consciousness. Yan Chuan shouted. I've heard of the Emperor Changsheng's purple star life refining art. No wonder Emperor Changsheng's strength is so weak. The person who is refined has his potential sealed. He can't use his extraordinary strength at all, let alone help me, Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Emperor Ziwei's life refining art? How do I undo it? Yan Chuan shouted. There is only one way. Oh. Kill Emperor Ziwei. Kill? Yan Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Yan Chuan had already transmitted everything that the silver-eyed Yan Chuan saw to his human form. With Emperor Ziwei's imposing aura, how could he kill him so easily? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Kong Huangtian asked indifferently. No, it's just Emperor Ziwei. I will definitely kill him one day. However, Emperor Changsheng won't be able to wait for that day. I wonder if you can restrain him. Yan Chuan pleaded. Kong Huangtian turned his head and glanced at Yan Chuan. He is like a mad dog now. I can restrain him, but I will have to pay a huge price. Huh? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. However, I inherited everything from the nest and have some understanding of the nest. You have the golden crow nest. It can trap Emperor Changsheng. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Golden crow nest? Yan Chuan looked at Meow's felt hat in shock. Meow. Meow said, puzzled. I will help you seal the longevity Immortal Emperor. This golden crow nest is the fruit of Chow's painstaking efforts back then. After sealing the longevity Immortal Emperor, don't let him out until Ziwei dies. If not, there will be endless trouble. Kong Huangtian shouted. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. Meow naturally had no objections. Many thanks. Yan Chuan said sincerely. This was not the first time Kong Huangtian had helped him. Including the time Kong Huangtian had saved him from Emperor Ziwei, this was the second time Kong Huangtian had helped him. There's no need to thank me. Remember, you owe me a favor. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. A favor? Yan Chuan nodded. Indeed, it was impossible for them to restrain Emperor Changsheng with their current strength. They could only rely on Kong Huangtian. Restrain me? Humph. Emperor Changsheng pounced towards Yan Chuan and the others again. Peacock, divine ability. Kong Huangtian roared. Buzz. Billions of peacock feathers suddenly appeared and wrapped around Emperor Changsheng. Kong Huangtian activated his peacock feathers with all his might. Quick! Kong Huangtian shouted. Emperor Changsheng, who was wrapped up, struggled frantically. It was as if he could break free from the peacock feathers in the blink of an eye. Meow. Meow immediately pounced forward. But halfway through, her speed slowed down. Meow widened her eyes. It wasn't that she was slow, but the time here was too slow. Under the effects of time, she couldn't reach Emperor Changsheng at all. Emperor Changsheng seemed to be about to break free from the peacock feathers. Yan Chuan's face was filled with anxiety. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Blood sea. Boom. Yan Chuan's hair suddenly turned blood red. Above the blood sea, a cypress tree appeared and spun rapidly. Rumble. The stars in the sky suddenly lit up. It wasn't just the stars in the shallow star layer. Hundreds of stars in the deep star layer also lit up. This time, it didn't work on Yan Chuan's palm. Instead, it went straight for Emperor Changsheng's star, the longevity giant star. Yan Chuan fought for control of the longevity giant star. Boom! A huge force rushed towards the longevity giant star. Buzz! The longevity giant star trembled slightly, but it instantly stabilized. The longevity giant star was too strong. Even the stars in the sky couldn't shake it. But it still trembled slightly. With this tremble, Emperor Changsheng's power seemed to have a gap. But this gap was fatal for the eternal Emperor at this very moment. The time divine ability was instantly relieved. Meow. Meow Meow appeared in front of Emperor Changsheng in the blink of an eye and threw its felt hat at him. Boom! Just as Emperor Changsheng broke free from the countless peacock feathers, the hat instantly covered him. Buzz! The surrounding void suddenly fell silent. Of course, the main reason was that Emperor Changsheng's rebellion was that there were still loud noises in the surrounding void. The void was constantly recovering, and everything was recovering. Even the original 5 stars suddenly stopped moving at this moment. Phew! Yan Chuan exhaled softly. Meow. Yan Chuan, I'm awesome, right? Meow flew over and shouted excitedly. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. Kong Huangtian looked at the little felt hat and then waved his sleeve. Boom! The billowing fog in the eternal domain dispersed. Immediately, the people outside could see what was happening. Ancestor. Peacock and the others flew over excitedly. As for the experts from the celestial longevity realm, their expressions changed drastically. Emperor Changsheng was gone. The Legion commanders had long pledged their loyalty to Emperor Ziwei. When they saw that Emperor Changsheng was gone, they weren't anxious, but panicked. Kong Huangtian ignored these people. He held a long sword in his hand and stood in midair. His gaze directly extended to Ziwei Palace. Emperor Ziwei, I, Kong Huangtian, request for a battle in 2 months. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Boom. With that, Kong Huangtian's voice spread throughout the Yang realm. Kong Huangtian requested a battle with Emperor Ziwei. And he was so domineering that he even set the time himself. The number 1 person in the Third Era challenged the number 1 emperor. Chapter 1471. Great Emperor Ziwei, Kong Huangtian requests to battle in 2 months' time. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Huangtian's voice reverberated throughout the Yang realm. Kong Huangtian requested to battle Great Emperor Ziwei. And he was so domineering that he even set the time himself. The number 1 person in the Third Era challenged the number 1 Great Emperor. In an instant, the entire Yang realm was in an uproar. Ziwei Palace. The door was tightly shut. Tan Lang, Pajun, Ju Men, and Lian Zhen were surrounding a large array. In the center was a coiled Xing Long. His body was enveloped by a large amount of purple light. Great Emperor Ziwei was presiding over the refining of Great Emperor Qing Long. Suddenly, Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Oh. Great Emperor Ziwei's pupils suddenly constricted. Great Emperor Ziwei walked out of Ziwei Palace. My lord, Great Emperor Changsheng has disappeared. Sua Fu said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei's gaze shot towards the Eternal Dominion and instantly saw Kong Huangtian, Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Miao in the sky above the Eternal Dominion. At this moment, Kong Huangtian was staring at him. Great Emperor Ziwei looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Kong Huangtian's challenge was already in front of him. There was no reason for Great Emperor Ziwei to be afraid. I permit it. Great Emperor Ziwei said indifferently. However, his voice also spread throughout the world. He accepted Kong Huangtian's request with an extremely high attitude. In the Eternal Dominion, Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei looked at each other from afar. After receiving Great Emperor Ziwei's reply, Kong Huangtian nodded. He turned around and led everyone to where the Kong family disciples were. Great Emperor Ziwei looked coldly at Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Miao. My lord, there are no changes to the giant star. Clearly, Great Emperor Changsheng is not dead yet. We don't know what exactly happened, but it should be related to Yan Chuan and his group. Sua Fu said solemnly. Yan Chuan again? Humph. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. However, at this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei did not take any further action. Instead, he turned around and walked back into Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei wanted to refine Great Emperor Qing Long in the shortest time possible. Underworld, Great Qin City. Baby 7 Kills stood in front of zombie Yan Chuan. Yan Di, how is it now? 7 Kills asked expectantly. I've already trapped the Changsheng Emperor. However, it will take some time for him to regain his consciousness. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. That's good, that's good. 7 Kills said excitedly. Thank you, Yan Di. Thank you, Yan Di. 7 Kills said gratefully. Yan Chuan nodded. Zombie Yan Chuan turned around and looked at Yifeng. Send the news of Great Emperor Ziwei refining Great Emperor Qing Long and Great Emperor Changsheng to Great Emperor Rosefinch, Great Emperor White Tiger, and Great Emperor Xuanwu. I want to see how the 3 great emperors will react. Zombie Yan Chuan instructed. Yes. However, Great Emperor Ziwei refining a group of great emperors for his own use has obviously crossed the bottom line of the great emperors. After all, no one can guarantee that they won't be the next one. Yifeng said with a smile. Let's hope so. Zombie Yan Chuan nodded. Kong Huangtian brought Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Miao back to the Imperial Heaven Palace. Peacock and Blind Kong also returned with them. As for the legion commanders under Great Emperor Chongsheng, they ignored them. Outside the Imperial Heaven Palace, Miao jumped into Mo Yushi's arms and pouted. This Kong Huangtian is too mysterious. I don't know what he's up to. He let Yan Chuan in but didn't let me in. Before my father died, he gave everything to him. He doesn't know how to be grateful. Miao. Mo Yushi, who was at the side, found it funny. Within the palace, Kong Huangtian sat cross-legged. 3 figures stood in front of him. Yan Chuan, Peacock, and Blind Kong. Kong Huangtian, why did you summon us here? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Kong Huangtian looked at the 3 of them. In this battle with Great Emperor Ziwei, I was determined to die. I hope to use this opportunity to break through my bottleneck and reach the 17th heavenly layer. Yan Chuan nodded with a frown. Peacock Z and Blind Kong also became serious. However, whether I can succeed or not is still unknown. Back then, when I challenged the nest, I was already prepared to sacrifice myself. Hence, before the challenge, I tried my best to guide the experts in the world, hoping that more experts would appear. In the end, I wasn't disappointed. 2 experts reached the 15th heavenly layer. It's the same today. I will guide all of you, especially for those with the peacock bloodline. Kong Huangtian said. Oh. Yan Chuan's expression changed. In Yan Chuan's first life, he was only at the peak of the 14th heavenly layer. Although he had a strong mentality, he didn't dare to be careless in front of Kong Huangtian. After all, Kong Huangtian was much stronger than him in his first life. If he could receive Kong Huangtian's guidance, it would be beneficial to him. Watch carefully. This is my lifetime of comprehension. Kong Huangtian said in a low voice. Boom! A powerful will rushed toward the 3 of them. Yan Chuan didn't feel any hostility. He closed his eyes and focused on comprehending. Buzz! A large amount of green light enveloped the 3 of them. All kinds of peacock secret techniques were transmitted to the 3 of them. Yan Chuan sensed the peacock secret techniques. Suddenly, his body emitted a green light. His clothes turned green, and his hair turned green. Seeing Yan Chuan's green hair, Kong Huangtian's expression turned serious. Gradually, Yan Chuan's green hair turned into a green color. Yan Chuan was surrounded by a large number of peacock feathers. Behind him, a huge peacock phantom appeared. 6 hours later. Buzz! Yan Chuan opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Whoosh! Yan Chuan's clothes fluttered without any wind. My peacock bloodline is getting purer? Yan Chuan exclaimed. Kong Huangtian nodded. All the peacocks in the world came from me. The bloodline of all the descendants is getting thinner and the grade of their blood is getting lower. Just now, when my will attacked your body, it raised your peacock bloodline to the same level as mine. The same level? Yan Chuan's expression changed. That's right. You can come and watch the battle with Great Emperor Ziwei. Your bloodline is already the same as mine. As long as you study the skills and secret techniques I used, you will be able to reach my level one day. Kong Huangtian nodded. Although Yan Chuan didn't know how extraordinary Kong Huangtian was, just the fact that his bloodline was purified allowed him to gain a lot. At the very least, Yan Chuan could use the so-called 5-colored divine light now. Many thanks. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Go. Kong Huangtian nodded. Yan Chuan also nodded. He opened the door and stepped out of the hall. Clang. The door closed. After a while, Peacock Z and Blind Kong slowly woke up. Many thanks, old ancestor, the 2 said respectfully. Kong Huangtian nodded. This time, I raised your bloodline to the same level as mine. This is also a foolproof plan. Oh. It would be best if I win. If I lose, all my strength and abilities will be transferred to one of the three of you. Whoever obtains it will have to protect the Kong clan, Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Yes. Peacock Z's eyes lit up. Old ancestor, if that's the case, why didn't you tell Yan Chuan? Blind Kong asked doubtfully. Just now, I've already told him. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Kong Huangtian didn't tell the truth, but Peacock Z and Blind Kong didn't ask anymore. Old ancestor, you will definitely win. Peacock Z said with a smile. Yang Realm, Southeast Continent. In front of the Golden Palace. Great Desolation Hua stood in front of Golden Emperor. Inform Yan Chuan to prepare to kill Great Emperor Ziwei. Golden Emperor said solemnly. Desolation Hua smiled and said, the Celestial Arch has already sent a message to the other Great Emperors. However, I don't know if the other Great Emperors will dare to make a move. Golden Emperor looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and shook his head. We can't wait anymore. It's too late. Oh. Originally, I thought that the unification of the four realms would take 100 years. But that's not the case. Not long ago, I went to the heavenly demon realm to observe the situation of the other three realms. 100 years? We were wrong. The concept of distance doesn't exist in the void. The time we estimated in the past was all wrong. The void can't be judged by common sense. Golden Emperor said solemnly. Oh. You mean the four realms will merge soon? Desolation Hua's expression changed. Yes, at most a few years. No, it should be said that the four realms will merge in the next moment. Golden Emperor said solemnly. Desolation Hua's expression changed. So, we can't wait any longer. I want to be stronger, and so does Sha Di. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei must die as soon as possible. Golden Emperor said solemnly. Yes, I will report to the Celestial Arch. Moreover, before I came, the Celestial Arch asked me to tell you that Great Desolation Hua will never back down from what we promised. We will join you to kill Great Emperor Ziwei. Desolation Hua said. Okay. Golden Emperor nodded. The battle between Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei was not only known in the Yang realm, but also in the Netherworld. Countless experts in the Netherworld immediately received the news and rushed to the Yang realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch, Great Emperor White Tiger, and Great Emperor Xuanwu all quietly entered the Yang realm, waiting for the battle to begin. Yan Chuan in human form and Yan Chuan with silver eyes reunited in the Zhongtian continent. Miao, where's Meng Rongrong? Miao asked Yan Chuan. She has returned to the heavenly demon realm. Yan Chuan explained. Miao, what a pity. There's going to be a great battle soon. She actually left. Miao shook its head. Everyone laughed and found a high mountain to watch the battle. In a valley outside the central territory. A group of Great Emperor Qing Long's subordinates looked resentful. Great Emperor Ziwei? Bastard, we must save the Lord this time. Everyone was Great Emperor Qing Long's subordinates. Originally, when Great Emperor Qing Long refined the Sword of Force, everyone was in high spirits. Who would have thought that Great Emperor Qing Long would be captured by Great Emperor Ziwei? Everyone felt as if the sky had collapsed. Some people ran away, but a large number of them were prepared to take advantage of the battle between Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei to rescue Great Emperor Qing Long. In the Central Territory. Although everything was as quiet as usual. But at this moment, countless experts had quietly arrived. Danger was everywhere, and people's hearts were all different. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. South of Ziwei Palace. Boom! A green streak of light shot out from the south. It instantly stopped in midair. Kong Huangtian? Everyone who was quietly watching the battle narrowed their eyes. He's here. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.